Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Lone Wolf. What if Naruto Uzumaki walked a darker path, not out of hatred, but out of resolve? After bringing Sasuke back, Naruto continues to grow stronger as a shinobi of Konoha. But words spoken in anger leave a deeper mark than any blade. Determined to prove himself not with words, but with actions, Naruto accepts a path few shinobi ever walk. The path of the ANBU. Behind a mask and under the codename Black Wolf, Naruto becomes something entirely new, a silent protector of the hidden leaf. A shadow in the night. A weapon for the village he still swore to protect. And soon, the name Black Wolf of Konoha will become legend. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Anime Enthusiast, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 8 Living by the Mask. After Naruto and Kurenai's mission report, the couple left the Hokage's office. Since Naruto had to make his appearance at ANBU HQ for him to handle his mission report, when an ANBU participates on a mission, not only the Hokage needs a report, but also the ANBU member has to fill a report at ANBU HQ. Kurenai was sad but complied, anyway. She knew ANBU's life from Yugo and Anko, so she bid him goodbye with a peck on the cheek, before putting his mystery black mask on and see him jump to the nearest rooftop and simply disappear from view. After, Kurenai went towards Anko's house for a little visit, seeing that she didn't have anything to do. Since her team was sent on a mission together with Shiranui Genma, she figured some girls' night was in order. She hoped that Yugo could make it as well, but since she was on Naruto's ANBU team, she wasn't sure if she would be able to attend. Nevertheless, she guessed that if she couldn't make it, at least Anko would never dismiss such an invitation. At Anko's house, Kurenai arrived at Anko's place and rang the bell of her door. A few seconds after, Kurenai managed to hear noises of someone tripping and slightly falling on the ground, mumbling a wide list of curse words to which Kurenai didn't know some of them until now. When Anko opened the door, Kurenai found she wasn't surprised when she saw Anko with just her fishnet wear, showing a lot of skin. My if it isn't Kurenai-chan? How was your romantic mission? Asked Anko before grinning deviously upon seeing Kurenai blush. Kurenai for her part remembered the word, romance, with Naruto. Anko-chan, I still don't know why you answer the door dressed up like that. What if it was some man instead of me? Asked Kurenai, not at all aware that Anko was once again thanking Kami for more blackmail material to use against her friend. Scared of the fact that Naruto-kun may see me naked and prefer me over you, Kurenai-chan? Said Anko, emphasizing the kun in order to irritate the genjutsu mistress. You wish. Naruto-kun would not do such a thing. Besides, with the way we did it together, we were both so sweat that I believed for a moment that Naruto was making a sweet jutsu. Said Kurenai, making Anko drool at the prospect of such information. Get in here now, tell me everything. Yugo is coming over as we speak. Really? I thought she was busy at ANBU. Said Kurenai, to which Anko nodded her head, saying that Yugo's team was on leave as a reward from 100 completed missions. Kurenai responded with a smile, since she was happy Yugo would be able to come to their girls' night. Okay girl, come in here and tell me everything. Where? When? How? Details, I need details, asked Anko as Kurenai stepped inside. Hold on Anko-chan, I'll gladly tell everything, but not before Yugo-chan arrives, I don't feel like repeating it. Said Kurenai, although the reason was clear in her mind. Man, if I tell twice, I might have to go look for Naruto. Anko was slightly angry about not hearing about it firsthand, but she shrugged it off, since she would eventually hear it. As Kurenai and Anko fetched for a sake bottle, Yugo shunshined inside, greeting their friends who were already opening the bottle of sake. Hello there, right to the point, I see. So, Kurenai-chan, how was the mission with Naruto? Asked Yugo, to which Kurenai turned to greet the purple-haired kunoichi. It turned out that Kumo tried to ambush Naruto by sending a falsified letter signed by Jiraiya-sama. They were going to ambush him when he arrived at where's supposed to be the rendezvous point. On the way, Naruto-kun found strange that no toad would appear to contact him, so he sent a cage bunshin ahead for information. Turns out that Kumo sent a team of Jounins to take care of him. Knowing this, we returned, said Kurenai, as she helped fix the table together with Anko. Kumo? What would Kumo want to do with Naruto? Asked Anko, entering the conversation to which only Kurenai and Yugo knew the answer. Naruto ended up frustrating them on some of his many missions as an ANBU. He and Yugo rescued me and my team from some Kumo shinobis a little while ago. The Hokage even gave Naruto a reputation name so as to stop Kumo from their attempts, seeing as Naruto is now on their bingo book as an A-ranked shinobi, said Kurenai, to which Yugo voiced her disapproval. Why would she do that? ANBU uses masks for a reason, you know? Tsunade-sama did it as a way to improve the village's reputation. I don't see the whole problem with entering an ANBU on the bingo book. It's not like she said who he is underneath the black wolf mask. I'm sure Kumo will think twice before attacking my boyfriend, Konoha's Shippuu Ukami, Hurricane Wolf, said Kurenai, proudly about being the girlfriend of the next famous shinobi since Kakashi no Sharingan, much to Anko's smirk and Yugo's dismay, since she couldn't do anything about it, since it was an act from the Hokage herself and she respected Tsunade's decisions. How did Naruto respond to such an act? Asked Yugo, with the secret hope that he would take ANBU's life serious and that Hokage forced him to accept. He did the same thing as you. Although he managed to express his anger towards Tsunade, not only for the same reason you said, but also for ruining his behind-the-curtain kind of life, said Kurenai, earning looks of surprise from Anko and Yugo as well. Behind-the-curtain kind of life? That's it. The brat I met was a different person, said Anko, showing that she stopped thinking of Naruto from his first Chunin exams and the new one. That's quite interesting, Kurenai-chan, but I can see why he preferred such a thing. When I asked him about why he didn't take off his mask when inside ANBU HQ, he remembered me of his burden, as himself called it, and said that some of the ANBU members would instantly remember what happened 16 years ago. At first I figured that he was just being paranoid, but now I'm not so sure about it. Sometimes I even hear some villagers murmuring something about the demon was gone or something like that, said Yugo, to which Kurenai sighed, thinking of all the hardship he faced growing up. Sometimes I wonder if they would never forget it. I mean, Naruto can't wear a mask forever. ANBU has a 3-year service. After that, the ninja's mind starts shattering after seeing stuff, said Anko, instantly feeling sad for him, to whom Kurenai decided to step in, since she knows how strong her boyfriend is both physically and mentally. Anko-chan, Naruto-kun will succeed, I believe in him. But enough with the sad stories. Naruto-kun is going to thrive as an ANBU and rise as a Jounin. Now, as I recall, Anko-chan here wanted to know something, didn't she? Said Kurenai, winking at both of them, immediately getting Anko's attention. Yugo, for her part, somehow knew that she would need to have some time with Hayate. Well, it all started when, with Naruto, after saying goodbye to Kurenai, he was heading for ANBU HQ. On the way, he was cursing Tsunade for doing what she did. Sure, he wanted to protect the village, but he didn't want to attract attention to himself anymore. Doing this is what caused people to look down on him or treat him the way they did, simply because they thought that he was weak and couldn't back any eventual threat. Now, Kumo was targeting him and he didn't like it. As he was jumping through rooftops and rooftops, a woman's shout reached his ears, actually hurting it a little bit. When he looked to see to whom belonged the voice, he wasn't surprised to see Yamanaka Ino shouting at Narashikamaru for being so damn lazy. Upon watching the display and utterly grateful from not being on the receiving end of the voice that could send the entire Inuzuka clan to the ground, Naruto mumbled his disapproval of the ones that he graduated with. Shikamaru was okay, perhaps Shino and even Choji. But the rest of them were a lost cause. Ino and Sakura were the worst of the bunch with their somehow voice enhancement jutsu. After a little time watching the two, he spotted Choji arriving with a bag of chips on his hands. Naruto's mind immediately shifted to his time as a genin under Team 7 with Kakashi, and just the thought of it unnerved him to no end. Too much egos to battle against, he thought. But he could only sigh and move forward, since there was no sense in dwelling on the past like that. So he got up and started jumping straight forward the ANBU HQ. Shikamaru for his part thought he sensed someone watching his team, but shrugged it off when Asuma arrived with a B-ranked mission near Iwa territory. Asuma for his part got to sense Naruto watching his team's antics, at the same time wondering when he would get to fight against him again. Asuma was actually considering Naruto as a future sparring partner, so as to not become stagnant since he practically led his Chunin team with all the fighting. Asuma cursed the fact that his team didn't bump into ranked missing nins like the one Kakashi's team bumped into on their first C-ranked mission. Naruto, maybe I'll hold on to that offer. Back with Naruto, he was already inside ANBU HQ. As he went to the hallways, Naruto met with some ANBU members that he got to meet, at least the name of their masks, since he didn't want to risk exposing his identity from fear of people recognizing him as the demon vessel. As he walked, a voice suddenly talked to him, much to his dismay. "You seem paranoid, Naruto. You seem tense, relax." "Ku," said Kyuubi, though he was furious of being ignored by his vessel. "Hey Kyuubi, long time no see. How's going?" said Naruto inside his mindscape after entering inside a bedroom for ANBU members to sleep after missions inside of Konoha. Ku. Ignoring me again, aren't you? I wonder how much time can you do that, Naruto? No matter how much stronger you are still just human. I'm the king of demons," whispered Kyuubi with his strong voice, licking so much killing intent that Naruto was barely managing to hold his cool about the whole thing. But in order to control the demon, one must show him that either didn't care or forcefully shoving him inside the cage, which Naruto still didn't have strength to do. "Right, you're king of demons, yet not only you're trapped inside a human stomach, but also putted it here by another human," said Naruto, before hearing Kyuubi roared, leaking more killing intent than before. "One day, Naruto, you will succumb to me, and when the day comes, all of the people you hold dear will be killed by my claws. Just you wait," shouted Kyuubi, after seeing Naruto's mental image vanish. Now looking at the room's door, Naruto took off his mask and started breathing heavily. Since he became a part of ANBU, Kyuubi made sure to leak some killing intent from time to time in order to let Naruto know the real enemy. Orochimaru and Akatsuki were just little enemies compared to the almighty demon. Speaking of the snake and the red cloud pain in the ass, Naruto was wondering about their whereabouts. He knew that Akatsuki didn't know about his ANBU status, since he refused to remove his mask when inside the HQ. His report only indicated his mask and his name as Konoha's Shippu Ukami, and Jiraiya was keeping tabs on the snake Sanin to see who he would choose to switch bodies. Now regaining his breath, Naruto put on his mask again and went out of the room. As he went through the hallways, he bumped into Hawk saying that their team would do a scout throughout the village, seeing as ANBU's information gathering squad found rumors of an S-ranked missing nin by the name of Raiko Shinomaru. He fled from Iwa after a failed attempt in killing the Earth Daimyo. Hawk also said that after this mission, his team would take 2 days off. Oh, and Black Wolf, Cat won't be joining us. She had the choice of not coming to this mission and took an extra day. I don't know, probably wanting to catch up with her friends or something like that. She didn't want to talk to me about it. Oh well, we'll scout the village in 2 hours. Meet me and Bear on top of the ANBU HQ, said Hawk, before heading off to whatever he was supposed to do. Naruto for his part bowed in respect, while thinking about the red-eyed beauty. He figured that Yugo would get to talk to her as well as Anko. I wonder what they talk about. Little did he know that he happened to be the center of attention right now. At the girls' night, right now, Kurenai was on the part when she and Naruto lost all their inhibitions and just let their hormones take over. Anko was using her kunoichi's experience just to not take her hands and begin to touch her body. She already heard the first time Naruto and Kurenai had sex, but that was just foreplay compared to this time, either that or Kurenai was just exaggerating. Either way, the red-eyed kunoichi was telling with such passion and lust on her eyes that it was difficult not to believe her. Yugo was rendered speechless once again, and she tried to reach her mask to hide all the blushing, which sadly was no near her at the moment. Kurenai for her part was now in trance for remembering the sex scene. At first, she began explaining of the romantic scenery when she and Naruto kissed under the full moon. Then she told them about the couple's teasing, and afterwards all hell broke loose. After some time, Kurenai finished describing the scene, wondering about the sudden wet sensation she felt near that area. Anko and Yugo were in serious need of some male company at the moment, but since Anko was still single and they got news that Hayate got a mission, neither of the girls would be able to release the sudden tension that rose after Kurenai's detailed description that happened to destroy a certain Orange Book's reputation. Somewhere, a certain white-haired man felt the urge to giggle. "Anko-chan, give me that bottle, right now," shouted Yugo, earning a nod from the snake mistress as well as a blush from the red-eyed Kunoichi who regained her conscience after being in slight trance. "Sorry, I got carried away," said Kurenai, to which Anko decided to add a little comment. "Gee, you think, God, Kurenai-chan, if I didn't know you, I would think that you are the hidden author of the Icha series. I know. I've never felt like this before. I think I had a little orgasm after telling the story," said Kurenai, still blushed that happened to match with her eyes. "I'll say, you were practically moaning Naruto's name on occasions. Damn it, Kurenai, how do you expect me to take you and Naruto out of my mind if you keep describing like that?" said Yugo before slapping her hands, covering her mouth so as to try to keep Kurenai from suspecting something, but sadly Kurenai heard it. "You do what?" screamed Kurenai, mentally cursing her friend for such a thing and herself for being the one who caused it. "I'm sorry Kurenai-chan, but the way you described it, I was surprised that you didn't ran away just to find Naruto and ravage him. No wait, Kurenai, it's your entire fault. I'm on his team, you know," shouted Yugo, blushing madly while hearing Anko laughing her ass off. But that wasn't what scared Yugo though. After the laughter stopped, Anko was smiling deviously, which according to Kurenai and Yugo's experience with the snake mistress, such smile only mean trouble. "Oh, I have an idea for you guys to solve this problem. Why not share him? How about it, huh?" whispered Anko, earning blushes from Yugo and shouts from Kurenai, who once again was not only cursing Anko but herself as well for once again being the cause of it. "Have you lost your damned mind or the sake is tampering with your brain? There is no way in hell that I'd even consider such a thing. Naruto-kun is mine and mine alone. Besides, Yugo has Hayate, right Yugo-chan?" asked Kurenai, while looking for Yugo for reassurance, only to see Yugo still blushing, while zoning out for a moment. "Yugo!" screamed Kurenai, waking the purple-haired Kunoichi from her thoughts. Yes Kurenai-chan, you said something?" said Yugo, earning looks of anger from Kurenai, who thought that her friend ANBU was considering the idea and enjoyment from Anko, who just needed to do one more push for hell to break loose. "Nah, Kurenai-chan, isn't Naruto a stamina freak? I'm sure he can handle two women at the same time," said Anko smiling, before sensing a sudden chill up her spine that could make Orochimaru cry like a little girl after losing her favorite doll. "Anko!" screamed Kurenai, while starting to make hand seals before screaming Tsukiyomi, "Just kidding, even though would be funny as hell. Meigen Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death." Before Anko realized, she was being held by a tree, falling in Kurenai's genjutsu. At ANBU's library, not having anything to do since he had to wait for his scout mission, Naruto headed for the ANBU's library in order to learn a new technique. Going through the futon ninjutsu section, Naruto managed to find a scroll with an irranked futon jutsu called Futon Kiyomu Shippu no Jutsu, wind style, fierce hurricane jutsu. After that, he sat on a table nearby and started reading the scroll. As he was reading, he learned that in order to perform this technique, the ninja must know how to expel futon chakra from his body and then spin in order to create the hurricane. After that, the scroll said that the hard part of the technique was to actually control the hurricane once formed. No wonder this is an A-ranked technique. The chakra needed to control the hurricane would be quite large. Thanked Kami she blessed me with high chakra capacity. After finishing reading the scroll, Naruto got up and headed for a training ground, after registering his name and the scroll he took with the librarian. ANBU's hidden training ground 5. After a little search for an empty training ground, Naruto found this one and marveled at the sight of what appeared to be a forest inside the building. "Damn Yamato Taiko, do you need to go through this trouble?" Naruto dismissed the thought and rushed to his new technique. Focusing futon chakra, Naruto waited as the wind traveled through his chakra coils, until he could feel it reaching all his tenketsus. For this to work, Naruto had to expel the Futon chakra through his body at the same time. As he proceeded, he felt little gusts of wind leaving his arms, legs, chest, and stomach. Well, first part completed, now with the spinning. Naruto figured that a little copy of the Hyuga's heavenly spin was in order, but with Futon chakra instead of normal chakra. However, as Naruto tried to spin, he found it hard to focus on the expelling part, since he also needed to spin very fast for the hurricane to form. After some attempts, Naruto was getting dizzy from all the spinning, and yet the best that he could do was to create a little typhoon which lasted only 5 seconds. Man, the control needed for this technique is amazing. Not only you have to keep the hurricane spinning, but also you have to throw at the enemy. Naruto learned from the scroll that this technique could also be used for defensive purposes, by only needing to control the hurricane spinning. Naruto once learned from Jiraiya about how much chakra was actually needed for each technique, and he remembered the old pervert saying to him that in order to see how much chakra is needed, one has to attempt the technique with a specific quantity of chakra so as to see if the technique needs more or less chakra to perform. Seeing that the technique was ranked as an A-ranked 1, Naruto decided to pump more chakra and hopefully the hurricane would form. Already spinning again, Naruto focused on expelling Futon chakra, but this time using way more chakra than before, making the hurricane spin around Naruto, keeping him inside while he stopped spinning and kept controlling the hurricane's spin velocity. Naruto enjoyed the feeling of controlling Futon chakra. He actually felt like a wind god upon seeing that he could control the speed of the hurricane like that. But now was the real challenge. Spin the hurricane was one thing, but manage to move the hurricane at will was another. Since the scroll didn't mention anything about how to move the hurricane's position, he figured that he not only needed to keep the rotation, but also needed to force the huge tornado. But then again, in order to control Futon ninjutsu, the ninja must not use force to control it, but rather actually go with the air current. If Naruto managed to use another air current and simply push the hurricane, he would be able to complete the technique. I can do the daitappa without seals, but this takes a lot of chakra to proceed. But then again, maybe I can do the hand seals, since the tornado is already created, I just need to push it. Now willing to test his theory, Naruto ran through the hand seals needed for the daitappa, managing to send the hurricane forward. The result was quite amazing and quite destructive at the same time. Naruto was glad that the hurricane dissipated after he stopped applying Futon chakra for 2 reasons. One was because he knew how to dissipate, and 2 because if the hurricane didn't dissipate, it would cause more destruction to the training ground than it already did. Damn, even without Hawk with me, I can still manage to destroy like this. Maybe I should pay a visit to ANBU's demolition corps. See if I feel at home there. Feeling the need to flee the area so as to not be held responsible, Naruto left the training ground and headed for the library in order to return the scroll he took. Little did he know that ANBU have several hidden cameras around the training grounds so that the ANBU chief as well as the Hokage can keep track of the members' training. Tenzo wasn't surprised to see the hurricane since he knew about Black Wolf's unnatural stamina and chakra capacity, but Tsunade was speechless upon the image that was being transmitted. Naruto literally created a hurricane. 1 hour later, on top of the ANBU HQ, Hawk and Bear were waiting for Black Wolf to arrive. Currently, they were engaging in a conversation about some ANBU member who manages to do a lot of damage to one of the training grounds, and the only clue they had was that the member used a lot of Futon ninjutsu, from what they've sensed when arriving. Deep down, they already knew who the demolisher was, since the only one they knew that uses Futon ninjutsu was Black Wolf. Speaking of the devil, a little tornado appeared in front of them and Black Wolf made himself known. It's about time. Say, you wouldn't know about what happened on training ground number 5 now, would you? Asked Bear, though both him and Hawk already knew the answer, but just wanted to tease the boy. Naruto for his part, upon seeing that he got caught, sighed in defeat and decided to tell the truth about it. Sorry about that, I was testing a new technique that I learned, but I didn't know that it could do such damage to a field. But then I guess that if you guys know about it, so does Tenzo, Taiko and the Hokage know as well. Man, another bill I have to pay. If I continue like this, I'll be broke before I know it, said Black Wolf, scratching the back of his head, to which Hawk and Bear just looked at him for a while. Both of them knew that was Naruto who did this, but they didn't know that only one technique managed to do that. Feeling the need to ask, Hawk turned to Naruto. Ah, Black Wolf, what was that technique you tried? According to a scroll I took, it is called Futon Kiyomu Shippu no Jutsu, wind style, fierce hurricane jutsu. It's an A-ranked jutsu, used against large crowds of enemies. Not very useful technique, unless we're fighting a war or against high number of missing nins. However, if I were to use it against a single enemy, it would be better to sign a death wish. Said Naruto, managing to satisfy his comrades' curiosity but not their astonishment. Man, Black Wolf, have you ever considered joining the Demolition Corps? I believe they have an opening for you. Said Bear, earning a scowl from Naruto and laughter from Hawk. Okay, team, let's proceed with the scout. In case we find Shinomaru, do not engage alone. He is an S-ranked missing nin and as such, we have to at least consider him Sannin level. Said Hawk, earning nods of recognition from Bear and Black Wolf, before they vanished in a blur. After half an hour, the team reached all of Konoha's territory and no signs of the missing nin or any indicator of his presence. Hawk, seeing that it would be futile to simply do laps around Konoha, asked Black Wolf to summon the team's tracker. Right away, Hawk Taiko. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Ace, summoning technique. Ace, said Naruto as he slammed his hand on the ground before a huge wolf appeared in front of the team. Hello Black Wolf, what can I do for you? Asked Ace, to which Naruto responded. Ace, we need to find an Iwa missing nin called Shinomaru. Our reports showed that he might be within Konoha's territory. Try searching for someone with Master on Earth affinity close by. Said Naruto before seeing Ace close his eyes and start sniffing around the perimeter. Black Wolf, how far can Ace track someone? Asked Hawk, instead receiving the answer from the wolf. By focusing simple chakra through my nose, I can sense anyone within Konoha's territory. By applying Futon chakra, the area is expanded, reaching Tanzaku City as well, since the air current makes it easier for the smell to reach my nose, said Ace before getting back to sniffing. Black Wolf, I sense a presence that fit the description, although I cannot say for sure that is our target. This person's chakra is comparable to a Sannin and I can sense Doden chakra around him. Said Ace, instantly getting the team's attention. Ace, show us the way. Black Wolf and Bear, follow me. Screamed Hawk, before the team vanished once again in order to follow the wolf. The team was moving fast since Ace was kind of used to the fact that usually once Naruto was following him, so Hawk and Bear needed to channel some chakra through their legs in order to keep up. Black Wolf, can't you tell him to slow down a bit? I can barely see where we're landing, asked Bear, to which Naruto responded with a scratch on his head. Sorry about that. Ace cannot control his speed like we do. He uses wind chakra for everything, therefore it's safe to say that he travels using the air current. Be ready, I believe we are about to arrive at the destination. Said Black Wolf, after receiving a nod from Ace that said the enemy was nearby. As the ANBU team arrived, they came in contact with the intruder. Shinomaru was 6 feet 4, with blonde hair and black eyes. Being known throughout the shinobi countries as Iwa's Diamond Fang, Shinomaru had quite a record. Being an S-ranked missing nin by his 20s, the man's Doden ability was rival only to the Tsuchikage. In fact, he was next in line to succeed the cage position, but Shinomaru got fed up with the way the Earth Daimyo did things without even bothering to inform the Tsuchikage, so he took upon himself to kill him, being only stopped by all the daimyo's guards at the same time. He received the nickname because of his taijutsu style that happened to focus on hardening his arms and legs with Doden chakra, making each attack seem like being hit by a ton of bricks. Konoha's ANBU is here to greet me, how nice. I heard great things of you guys. Come on then, I will take care of the three of you. Show me why Konoha's ANBU are so feared, said Shinomaru, to which Hawk was already deliberating a strategy with his team. Okay, team, listen up. This guy is dangerous and like Ace said, he is Sannin level, therefore we can't underestimate him. Bear, taijutsu against him, but remember, do not engage him face to face, he got his nickname for a reason. Wait for his attack to come and counterattack. Ace and Black Wolf, once Bear managed to distract him, used the K's no Yaba, win/, sequence. Bear, when you see the attack, use Shunshin to get away. The timing must be perfected. I'll be back up in case the plan is ruined, said Hawk, before earning nods of recognition from the team. Being the first to attack, Bear channeled chakra through his legs, giving him a boost and appear fast in front of the enemy, who seemed surprised that the giant ANBU had such speed. Channeling chakra through his arms, Shinomaru countered Bear's attacks and also tried to land a few on his own, but sadly to no avail. Proof of Hawk's ingenuity, Bear was only counter-attacking Shinomaru's attacks, infuriating him to no end. "Come on, attack you coward!" screamed the missing nin, receiving no reply from the large ANBU, who happened to be smirking behind his mask upon seeing that the opponent was hot-headed. Bear, after dodging one last attack, making the missing nin lose his footing for a second, shunshined out of the way, 1 second before seeing Black Wolf and Ace started rotating around the enemy while making hand seals, Naruto's case, initiating the sequence. Futon K's no Yaiba, Kiba no Jutsu, Wind Style. Wind Sword, Fang Jutsu, said Naruto and Ace at the same time, throwing multiple wind slashes at the enemy while running around him. When the dust cleared, the ANBU's team paled upon seeing that no harm was caused. Shit, he used his ability to harden his whole body, deflecting the attack. Damn it, said Hawk, to which Shinomaru laughed and responded. "Ha, that was indeed a nice attack, congrats. It seems the rumors about Konoha's ANBU were true then. But you will need much more than that to penetrate my defense." Black Wolf, any ideas? asked Hawk before seeing Naruto making hand seals, which he didn't recognize it yet. "I'll try this. Raiden Denku Koko no Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Roar Jutsu." With that, Naruto sent a wave of lightning chakra towards the enemy, transforming into a lightning lion, roaring like a wild beast towards the opponent, making Shinomaru focus more chakra through his body, just waiting for the blow. While seeing the huge lion approaching, he was cursing himself from underestimating Konoha's ninjutsu variety. He only traveled throughout the countries that didn't have Raiden users, which was obvious. His defense was made by high usage of Doden chakra, so Raiden would be his only weakness, and this blonde ANBU discovered that. When the lion reached Shinomaru, he managed to hold the attack for a while, but he was flying along with the technique, and the chakra needed for maintaining his defense was huge. Barely able to cancel the technique, Shinomaru was panting on the ground. "Man, I never thought I would have to take a chakra pill for this fight." Since he was a little far away from the ANBU team, he managed to recover at least half of his chakra capacity and feared that he wouldn't be able to beat these guys. Hawk and Bear was looking at Black Wolf like he was a mad person. "Black Wolf, after this mission, I would like to talk to you. Now, the enemy must be weakened, but be aware. He could have taken a chakra pill, therefore Black Wolf and I will finish him. Remember when I give you the signal for our combined ninjutsu attack," said Hawk, earning a nod from Black Wolf. As they arrived at the clearing, they saw Shinomaru now slightly tired, which meant that he took a chakra pill. "I was Diamond Fang, we hereby declare your death sentence. May your soul rest in peace." "Black Wolf, initiate the sequence," said Hawk as he and Black Wolf started making hand seals. Bear and Ace took a step back out of fear of being caught since they knew of the technique, but Shinomaru wanted to see the power of this jutsu. "Come on, Konoha's ANBU. I can take it. Even Raiden can't penetrate my defense," said Shinomaru, cocky of his ability, to which Black Wolf and Hawk said at the same time, while molding the necessary chakra. "As you wish, Kaiden Karyu Enden, Fire Style. Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu, Futon Chakra Daitapa no Jutsu, Wind Style. Enhanced Breakthrough Jutsu." Bear and Ace was taken aback by the new combination. The last one they did was a combination of C-ranked jutsus, but this one was a ranked jutsus. At least Hawk's attack was considered an A-ranked, but Black Wolf's was an enhanced version of the Daitapa, upgrading the technique to at least a B-ranked. The combination turned out to be a blast of white flame that engulfed Shinomaru instantly, burning him to a crisp. His defense could only hold Hawk's technique, but with Futon Chakra enhancing the flame, it was nearly impossible to block it. As a result, the team couldn't prove the man's death, until Ace sniffed some ashes that happened to have Shinomaru's scent. "Good job, team. Mission accomplished," said Hawk before seeing that Black Wolf was kneeling on the ground, panting from what looked like chakra exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Hawk and Bear could only nod, since they remembered that Black Wolf wasted some chakra on his new Futon technique before the mission. "Bear, let's go back to ANBU HQ so we can fulfill the paperwork. Oh, and carry our little powerhouse over there, will you?" Gee, Black Wolf, I never thought I would get to see you suffering from chakra exhaustion, said Hawk, earning laughs from Ace, Bear and Black Wolf. Haha, Tsunade-sama said the same thing a while back. I guess this little vacation will be good after all, said Black Wolf, to which Ace appeared by his side and nodded to him. Okay, let's go team. After we take care of the reports, Black Wolf, we'll talk about your abilities, said Hawk, gaining a nod from the black-haired ANBU. And then, they took off towards the ANBU HQ, completely oblivious to the fact that they beat Iwa's second most powerful opponent. With kurenai. After calming down and releasing Anko from her genjutsu, kurenai said goodbye to her friends. Kurenai was thinking about Anko's teasing and Yugo's red face after she told them about love-making with Naruto. How would I know that Yugo would be so turned on by the story? Didn't Hayate satisfy her? Thinking rationally, kurenai blamed herself from putting too much emphasis when telling the story. It wasn't that she lied about it, but she could omit some parts, as well as not moan Naruto's name when telling. Dismissing the thought, kurenai arrived at her place, before trying to search for her keys. Now, remembering that she left her keys on Naruto's apartment, since they were on a mission together, she hoped that he would at least be inside his apartment. As she arrived quickly, she knocked some times but sadly no one answered. Oh, the poor guy must be on ANBU duty. Man, don't they ever rest. I wonder if the door is open. To her luck, when she touched the doorknob and turned, the door opened. Maybe I will make a surprise for him when he arrive, bad kurenai. At ANBU HQ. After arriving at the HQ, Hawk and Bear left Black Wolf at the infirmary so as to recover some of his chakra and went to make the last team report for at least 2 days vacation. On the way, Naruto and Hawk discussed about his abilities. Hawk learned that Black Wolf had mastery over 3 elements, being Suiten, Futon and Raiden. After that, they talked about Naruto's techniques and were shocked to see a not very wide list, but only useful and powerful techniques. Naruto got clearance from the ANBU medic Nin and went back home. On the way, Naruto was feeling the stray of the fight, since now the adrenaline left and only pure pain reached his muscles. That lightning jutsu he used took a lot of chakra to use, but since the guy's defense was impenetrable, Naruto thought that it would work. As he arrived in front of the door, Naruto managed to see that the door was slightly open, which could only mean that someone was inside of his apartment. Inside Naruto's apartment, already inside and closing the door slowly, Naruto was suddenly overpowered by a strange yet comforting aura. It was filled with so much lust that Naruto's hormones were awakening faster and faster. As he was walking towards the direction of the aura he was sensing, which seemed to be coming from the bedroom, Naruto found that his inside temperature were increasing dramatically. As he arrived, his eyes caught a sight that he would forever cherish. There lay on his bed, the one to whom his heart belonged. Red eyes that looked more like 2 sparkling roses looking at him, accompanied with a smile that could make any man crazy, just by looking at it, and a body that could make any woman jealous. There she was, the woman of his dreams, lying down on his bed. Naruto just stood there worshipping every part of her body. Kurenai for her part was enjoying herself right now. She loved to cause these reactions on her boyfriend. It made her feel wanted and it made her feel special. The genjutsu she casted on his apartment was just one of her inventions to when she found someone to provoke him with, to arouse him. The genjutsu involved the creation of a lust aura that could make a person go nuts in desire. Now she saw the results of her creation and she was thrilled with seeing the blonde was fighting his hormones not to jump on her and start pleasuring her. Seeing that Naruto was caught in a trance, kurenai lifted from the bed and started walking slowly towards her boyfriend, while swinging her hips sexually, eliminating any source of willpower that Naruto was having at the moment. As she arrived in front of him, she moved her hands and started caressing his whisker marks softly, relaxing Naruto after such a strenuous mission. As he closed his eyes and smiled, kurenai could only think about all the times she saw her boyfriend smile and just made her feel calm and warm inside. "I love you, Naruto-kun," said kurenai, before she started kissing his lips passionately. As she kissed him, she felt his arms embracing her body firmly and bringing her closer to him to a point that her nude body touched his ANBU armor. After they broke the kiss, Naruto just looked at her eyes and said, smiling to her, "I love you too, my Hime," said Naruto, before carrying her bridal style to the bed while never taking his eyes off her broad smile. As he landed her on the bed, Naruto started pleasuring her, licking her neck and with his hands, caressing her entire body, making kurenai tremble in pleasure. After a while, she couldn't take it anymore and whispered closely to his ear. "You wearing too many clothes, why not take this armor off?" said kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. "Care to help me?" said Naruto, receiving a nod from his lover. Kurenai took off his chest armor and started licking his open chest, sending waves of pleasure towards the blonde. After a while, she went downhill and took off his leg armor and ANBU cargo pants, leaving him with only his boxers. Kurenai looked at Naruto with a devious smile and took off his boxers, freeing his cock. Wasting no time, Kurenai turned to pleasure Naruto by sucking it gently. To say that he was losing his control was an understatement. Kurenai at that moment was in charge of the situation, by giving him pleasure while caressing his arms and chest with her hands. Since Naruto was the dominant part, he ushered her to move the position so that he could do the same thing Kurenai was doing to him, making her smile so deviously that could make Enko look like a joke. As Naruto initiated, Kurenai was finding extremely hard to continue what she was doing, seeing that she was already moaning his name out of extreme pleasure. After a while of pleasure on both sides, Kurenai moved to lay down looking up and Naruto landed on top of her, thrusting it inside slowly, while making Kurenai surrender to whichever inhibitions she would has at this moment. As Naruto was pounding it inside, Kurenai was losing her mind, while repeatedly calling his name, desperately wanting more of his cock inside of her. Attending her request, Naruto initiated more deep insertions, making Kurenai moan ever louder and her hands squeezing the bed's mattresses, almost to the point of shredding the fabric. But this was not compared to when Naruto moved to kiss her passionately, while pounding her, increasing her body temperature dramatically up to a point that the couple was now sweating like animals in heat. Only in what could be described as a perfect love scene, both of them had orgasm at the same time. After it, Naruto was lying down with Kurenai's head resting on his chest, smiling like never before. "So, Naruto-kun, now that you have a 2-day vacation, what do you intend to do?" asked Kurenai, though she was hoping that she would be in his plans of rest. "Well, I've never took a vacation, but I was hoping if maybe you'd be interested in having a picnic near the lake with me tomorrow?" asked Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded at the invitation. "I'd love to. I only have to see my team in the morning and then we'll go." "It's a date, then. Now, I would be glad if you'd like to sleep with me. I rest much better with you by my side," asked Naruto, to which Kurenai responded by coddling with him and embracing him with her arms, while smiling. "Of course, I'll stay silly. Your chest is much better than any pillow I've ever had." And so, Naruto and Kurenai fell asleep together. Next day, as soon as the sunlight engulfed Naruto's room, the couple awoke after a wonderful sleep. Since Kurenai had to see her team, they made some breakfast for Kurenai, took a shower together and left his house, going on separate ways, with the promise of meeting at the lake at midday. While Kurenai went to see her team, Naruto went to Ichiraku's, to meet Kakashi for breakfast. At Ichiraku's, a silver-haired Jounin was patiently waiting for the blonde to arrive, while reading his all-time favorite orange book, much to Ayame's anger. The stand owner's daughter, along with all women across the shinobi countries, who happened to learn about the infamous Ichiraku series published by one of the legendary Jounin. Even though Ayame knew Kakashi because of Naruto, she was still angry at him reading the book in front of her, which didn't get unnoticed by the silver-haired scarecrow. No one knew this, but the reason behind Kakashi did read such a book in public was to provoke such reactions on women. He enjoyed seeing the look of anger on her faces upon looking at him with the book. But there was another reason to his acting like this, but the second reason was connected to the first. From reading it in public, he could as well analyze all the women who kept staring at him, in hopes of finding someone who wasn't at all affected by the book, but he had yet to find such woman, and while he couldn't find. Not to mention that if such women was to not be affected by the book, it could very well mean that she could be as pervert as the silver-haired shinobi. After a while of analyzing Ayame's anger, Kakashi was awake from his thoughts when a blonde man took a sit next to him. "Hello Ayame-san, give me 2 bowls of miso ramens please," said the blonde, to which Ayame nodded and proceeded to make while the blonde turned to talk to Kakashi. "So Naruto, how is life in ANBU treating you? I heard from Hawk that your team managed to take care of Iwa's Diamond Fang," said the silver-haired shinobi, never taking his eyes off the book, which unnerved Ayame to no end, almost burning her arm since her arm was near the cooking oil. Yeah, the guy was someone else. It took our strongest combination so far to finish this guy, said Naruto, before picking up his chopsticks and eat the noodles with gusto. Oh yes, I heard about the combination. It's a shame though that Konoha don't house much wind users. Such a force would be well recognized and feared, mumbled Kakashi, before sucking the last noodle. After that, they ate in silence for a while. Naruto was pondering over telling Kakashi of Kyuubi's killing intent occasionally, and since Kakashi could be around Konoha when the Kyuubi attacked, he could have some answers. Kakashi-sensei, were you here when Kyuubi attacked? Asked Naruto, making Kakashi divert his eyes from the book from the sudden change of topic. Yeah, I was. Why? How was its killing intent aura? Asked Naruto, making Kakashi sweat a little, remembering. It was enough to start breathing for a while. You were practically immobile. Your body protested each and every moment. At the time, my Sharingan could actually see the Kitsune's killing intent. But why do you ask? Asked Kakashi, though he knew somehow that the answer would be troublesome to say the least. Ever since I entered ANBU, it has been sending killing intent through my whole body on occasions. At first, I didn't recognize the source, since as an ANBU, we're constantly fighting strong opponents, but last time I was inside ANBU HQ at the time, so he addressed to me with killing intent, challenging me to see how long I could control his urges. Said Naruto, rather stoic, but Kakashi could see the weight of such responsibility clearly through the blonde's cerulean eyes. You're right when you said that the Yondaime chose you to bear such a burden, Naruto. Anyone would already be killed or succumb to the monster's desires. You've said it yourself that such a burden is yours alone to carry. I respect that. But if it turns to be hard to handle, don't fear turning to others to help you. Remember, there are others that suffered as well. If they could overcome their sufferings, so could you. Said Kakashi, before lifting from his seat, leaving Naruto to pay the bill since it was his turn. With kurenai. After arriving on her team's training ground and seeing that no one had arrived, she sighed, since that meant she could have rested a little longer with her favorite pillow, aka Naruto's chest. Remembering the sensation, kurenai smiled greatly. Even though it was rather comfortable to rest her head on his chest, there wasn't the only reason why it was so good. Kurenai always found quite strange that Naruto's body could exhale such warmth from within, and while her head rested on top of him, she could very well feel such warmth, sending waves of tranquility and peace. Not to mention that kurenai could hear Naruto's heart beating strong, telling her all that she needed to know about the man she loved. 15 minutes later, Shino was the first one to arrive at the training ground, only to see that Kurenai-sensei was the only one there yet. As he was walking towards her, he felt that her aura had another presence within, as if she was in contact with someone he knew before, but couldn't figure out who this person was. "Ohio Kurenai-sensei," said Shino, awakening Kurenai from her daydream that resolved basically on Naruto's chest and the feeling. "Oh, hello Shino. Where are Kiba and Hinata?" asked Kurenai, to which Shino responded by shaking his head, signaling for her that he didn't know where they were. As soon as Kurenai started pounding about tardiness and the fact that she beat her team about being on time for everything, especially now that they are chunins, a huge white dog landed hard on the ground, making a little earthquake as a result. Upon looking at the late Inuzuka, Kurenai and Shino were surprised to see that not only Kiba was on top of Akamaru but also Hinata was behind him with her arms around his waist. Upon seeing this, Shino only roused his eyebrows, showing his surprised face, while Kurenai smirked at the supposedly new couple. Kurenai grinned even more upon seeing that even though they had arrived, the couple was talking with each other and Hinata was smiling heartedly towards Kiba. Kurenai remembered about Hinata's crush on Naruto when she graduated from the academy, and also remembered Hinata saying that it was just a crush and that the only thing she felt for Naruto was respect from him, never losing hope. But after some time, it seemed that the couple was literally ignoring both her and Shino's presence. She thought of letting the lovebirds know of her presence. "It's not that I don't mind seeing you lovebirds like this, which I do, but we have training to do," said Kurenai, making the couple turn towards their sensei and blush from the insinuation. "Gomen, Kurenai-sensei," said both at the same time. "Excuse me Kurenai-sensei," said Kiba, getting Kurenai's attention, to which she responded. "Yes Kiba?" Asked Kurenai, although a little suspicious since Shino looked her like that as well when he arrived, which could mean only one thing. Why do I sense Naruto's scent on you? Asked Kiba, making Kurenai blush on the outside, but inside she was cursing her scout team because of their bloodline abilities. Shino for his part looked at Kiba, now remembering what he felt different about his sensei. Hinata already know about Naruto and Kurenai going out, but she wasn't aware of the fact that their relationship was evolved up to sleeping together. Well, it's no use trying to hide the truth from my team. Damn nose, Kiba, and bugs, Shino, said Kurenai, although mumbling the last part so that her team couldn't hear. As you all may or not know, I and Naruto are seeing each other, right now, said Kurenai, to which Hinata nodded while Shino and Kiba were surprised to say the least. Kiba for his part was wondering if something happened to Naruto since he didn't see the blonde for a year now. He figured that he went on another training trip or on a long-term mission. You're with Naruto. I can't believe this. Sorry to disrespect, but aren't you a little old to be with him, Kurenai-sensei? Asked Kiba, before receiving a punch on the head from Hinata from his commentary. Kurenai for her part remembered of herself thinking of such petty differences and the fact that she would deprive herself from her happiness, just to satisfy some social standards. If you would consider numbers, Kiba, you're right. I'm much older than him, but taking experience into consideration, Naruto is on par with me, if not older in that regard. Said Kurenai, satisfying Kiba's curiosity, but he felt like answering another question. Kurenai-sensei, since you've been seeing him, you can tell where is he? It's been 1 year since I last saw him. Asked Kiba, earning looks of surprise from his team from not believing that Kiba didn't know that Naruto was the one who saved them for Kumo's hands. Kiba, don't you remember the ANBU who rescued us from Kumo? Said Kurenai, to which Kiba got to thinking and almost instantly paled upon remembering that day. He remembered the ANBU glaring at him with feral yellow eyes that resembled so much of wolves and the shiver that went up his spine. He was flabbergasted on thinking that Naruto could have such a menacing look when irritated, but if he was seeing Kurenai, then why he was angry at the time, instead of being happy that Kurenai was safe. Wow, I thought that guy to be a super elite ANBU captain from the killing intent aura he licked back then. I would never thought of Naruto like that. Said Kiba, receiving a nod from his team, but something was still amiss. But Kurenai-sensei, if the ANBU was in fact Naruto, then why wasn't he happy of seeing you safe and sound? Asked Kiba, seeing that such question made Kurenai look down on the ground in shame from remembering what she did to him, that caused him to act like that. Kurenai remembered of what Naruto said after she showed gratitude from him saving her as the scene now materialized it inside her head, showing Naruto with his ANBU armor and mask looking at her after she said thanks and said, "It's our job." She knew that he was in deep pain from seeing her together with Asuma, and that comment made her heart crumble. Now she felt that her student didn't need to know the whole details, so she just elaborated the relevant part. Let's just say we weren't on our best terms then and just leave it. Said Kurenai, to which Kiba was going to retort, but controlled himself since he didn't mean to get into his sensei's personal life. Now, team, today we'll begin elemental manipulation ninjutsu. I don't know if Kekkei Genkai users can or cannot do such techniques. Your family techniques are very powerful, but if the enemy finds how to counter them, you all need to have other abilities. Now I took the liberty of taking this 3 chakra papers in order to see which element are each of you aligned with. As you all know, there are 5 elements: Kaiten, fire; Raiden, lightning; Suiten, water; Doden, earth; and Futon, wind. Now every shinobi have an affinity with one affinity, but there are those who have more than one, although they are the exception. Now imbue this paper with chakra and let's see which element are you aligned with. Doing what they were told, all 3 focused chakra and result appeared. Kiba's paper turned to dust, while Shino's crumbled and Hinata's got soaked. Seeing that her team only had 1 affinity each and the fact that Kiba wasn't entirely happy, she told them that even though being aligned with 2 elements gave the ninja some advantage, it didn't mean that his skills would be better just because of it. Now, I'm passing an assignment for you 3. Head for the library and try looking into the theory behind each elements as well as pick at least 2 techniques from C to B level for us to practice. Unfortunately, since I chose to be a genjutsu user, I'm not qualified to teach elemental ninjutsu, but in case you need extra help, I can ask either Asuma or Kakashi-san to help you guys. Said Kurenai, but just as she was about to dismiss the team, Kiba turned to ask. Kurenai-sensei, do you happen to know which Naruto's affinity is? Asked Kiba, remembering that the blonde won their only match and thought of him as a worthy rival even now that he made ANBU. Kurenai for her part wondered why he wanted to know about her boyfriend so much, but she remembered that Naruto won against Kiba on their first Chunin exams, so she smiled and decided to answer not only his affinities but also his other skills. Naruto is an exception. He has Suiten and Futon affinities, as well as proficiency if not mastery on Raiden element, answered Kurenai, though she felt a little guilty of doing this, since Kiba thought of him as a rival and by listing Naruto's skills, it would blow away Kiba's confidence, but also it could help him, in case Kiba viewed Naruto as a model to surpass and become stronger. Wow, he isn't ANBU for nothing then. Alright Akamaru, let's get going to the academy, we need to reach Naruto's level then. Let's go my boy. Hina-chan, would you like to come as well? Asked Kiba, to which Hinata complied and jumped on top of Akamaru, leaving Shino and Kurenai behind. Gee, I forgot to explain about the element cycle, said Kurenai before slamming her hand on her forehead. Don't worry, I believe we know about it, but if what you said about Naruto's abilities are true, then his elements can beat ours. Said Shino, merely stating a fact more than trying to get stronger than Naruto. I believe so, but since you have Raiden affinity, he can aid you if you want to. He also can help Hinata since she has Suiten affinity. Said Kurenai, though that was a thought for later as Shino addressed to her. Since my presence is no longer required, I'll be heading for the library, see you Kurenai-sensei. After Kurenai waved him goodbye, she turned to look at the clock and sighed in relief from having 15 minutes time to reach the park for her date with Naruto. After paying the bill from Ichiraku's, Naruto walked towards the market area in order to buy some food for his picnic with Kurenai. Since he already knew what he needed, he went quickly inside, using a henge, so as to not arouse suspicion from the salesman. Naruto, now with black hair, black eyes and without whisker marks, slowly picked the items of the store's shelves and went in line to pay. As his turn was up, the salesman looked at him suspiciously, somehow recognizing his face with the demon brat, much to Naruto's dismay, since he thought only to change the most obvious, like the whisker marks. As the salesman was adding the price of the products to the vendor machine, he was looking at Naruto, trying to associate him with the demon brat. Naruto for his part figured that at least he could pay the man quickly so not to be recognized. Fortunately for him, the man seemed to shrug it off, giving Naruto the bag with the items while Naruto gave him the right amount. After he left the store, he dismissed the henge and closed his eyes. 1 year using the black ANBU mask, Naruto forgot how it was to simply walk around without it. With the mask, nobody recognized him, and those who found his appearance suspicious instantly dismissed the thought, thinking that he was an ANBU. Now that he remembered again how it was for him to buy things, Naruto sighed, wishing that people would put aside what happened 16 years ago. Dismissing the melodrama kind of thought since it wouldn't help dwelling on the inevitable, Naruto looked at the time to see that he was supposed to meet Kurenai in 20 minutes. Seeing that he was just a few miles from the park, he would make there in time for his date with the red-eyed beauty. At the park, as the ANBU arrived at the park, his eyes caught yet another photographic vision. Kurenai was laid below a leafy tree, seemingly comfortable while lying on the grass. Upon looking at the tree, some sunbeams were visible, making the picture even more beautiful. As he approached the red-eyed beauty, he landed the goods slowly as to surprise the kunoichi. I come here to meet with a beautiful woman only to see a goddess lying on the grass below this leafy tree while bathed in sunbeams, said Naruto, instantly getting Kurenai's attention as she smiled from the compliment as well as the man's warm smile. You always had a way with words. I'm glad that you arrived on time, but being an ANBU meant having to arrive on time, so I'm not surprised. After that, Naruto fixed the little picnic for the couple, while taking the items he purchased at the market, including fruits, cheese, sushi, sashimi and some tea. Kurenai was surprised to see the items Naruto bought for their date, seeing that he managed to bring some good stuff along. She was worried about leaving shopping to Naruto, not because of him, but more because of the fact that he was a man and she knew that men and shopping never went along. While eating, the couple was discussing about missions, ninja training, genjutsu techniques that were Kurenai's favorite subject. After a while, Naruto asked if Kurenai known of any genjutsu technique that could be used to alter the enemy's perception, to which Kurenai, after a considerable pause, thought of one sea-level genjutsu technique called Heki Shuakai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, that happened to do just what Naruto described. Kurenai was more than pleased to see that her boyfriend was demonstrating such interest in genjutsu, but she felt the need to ask why he needed this particular genjutsu. Naruto responded that he wanted to create a new taijutsu style called Genkaku Genkatsu, illusion fist, which consisted of disorienting the enemy with genjutsu while attacking with taijutsu or even kenjutsu. Needless to say that Kurenai was impressed with the creativity, but also knew that such a feat had yet to be done. She didn't know of anyone who managed to mingle genjutsu with taijutsu like the way Naruto described, and suddenly she got interested on her boyfriend's project. After the lunch was over, Naruto was lying down on the grass with Kurenai resting her head on his chest, being both in deep rest. As they closed their eyes, two teenagers were passing by the park, since they were to go to the hospital. On their way, the girls watched the couple below the tree and saw heart on their eyes from the romantic scene, oblivious to the couple's identity. Haruno Sakura and Ino Yamanaka, both proud members of Konoha's gossip club, decided to see for themselves who was the new couple. As they arrived closer, they spotted Team 8's sensei Yuhei Kurenai lying on top of what seemed like a beautiful blonde man with whisker marks well defined on each cheek. Sakura found the man's appearance strangely familiar, but she couldn't remember. "Sakura, this man looks like Naruto, doesn't he?" asked Ino, making Sakura go wide-eyed in realization of who the blonde man was. Naruto? And Kurenai-sensei, together? Sakura was visibly fuming at both her ex-teammate and the red-eyed Jounin. Since Sasuke rejected her, Sakura was however confident that Naruto would eventually claim her and she wouldn't be alone anymore, but now that he and Kurenai were together, she felt that he lost her only hope of being with someone. Kurenai was older than him, it's not fair. Why can't she be with people of her age? Sakura couldn't control herself anymore and stormed off to other way, leaving a happy Ino for two reasons. One, that she simply adored romantic couples on the park, and second, that Sakura was visibly angry with him. Since Sasuke rejected Sakura, she kept going like Naruto will eventually want to date her and marry her, since she thought that he still had a crush on her. To say that Ino didn't agree was an understatement. She made it quite clear to Sakura that she disagreed full-heartedly with Sakura's thinking of trying to manipulate Naruto's crush on her to get what she want. And now, seeing that Naruto was with Kurenai, Ino couldn't help but smile at seeing that the couple seemed to fit with each other rather nicely. Naruto was always a strong person, so he needed a strong companion both physically and mentally. Sakura was physically strong, but inside she was weaker than an academy student, having a wide number of insecurities to deal with. "I'm happy for you, Naruto, Kurenai-sensei," thought Ino as she walked away, leaving the lovely couple. As the couple woke up, each of them went to their homes with the promise of a sleepover tonight from Naruto, who figured that since Kurenai slept in Naruto's apartment, then now it would be his turn to go to her apartment, much to her delight, since that way she could show her apartment to him, but at the same time scared to death if Anko or Yugo decide to appear, but she thought that they wouldn't show up, right? At Kurenai's apartment. After some time, Naruto knocked on Kurenai's apartment, while taking a look at the building his girlfriend lived in. The building was for shinobi only, and only Chunin rank or higher could rent one of these apartments. After a while, Kurenai opened the door to reveal the blonde man smiling at him, accompanied with a greeting and a quick kiss on the lips, to which Kurenai gladly returned it and then ushered him in. Her apartment, although small, was rather comfortable. Since Kurenai lived alone, the need for space was irrelevant next to the real necessities, like bed, bathroom, kitchen and living room. While Naruto was familiarizing with the place, Kurenai went to the kitchen and fixed some tea to relax a little, before they went to bed. Kurenai knew that Naruto's body still didn't recover from ANBU's strenuous activities, and she was worried since this would be his last day off from ANBU duty. Although he did rest a while, he needed at least a full night's sleep in order to keep up. After drinking the tea, Naruto found the herbs making its desired effect as his shoulders visibly relaxed. Kurenai, feeling the need of helping her boyfriend to relax, led him to an armchair while giving him some chakra-induced massage, that when applied correctly, it can relax the guy's muscles. As she initiated the massage, Naruto felt like every part of his body wanted him to surrender at the woman's touch and just let go, so he gladly surrendered and devoted himself for the touch of his goddess. Kurenai for her part was enjoying the feeling of relaxing her boyfriend to no end and also a little turned on from his moaning for her name. "Okay, Naruto-kun, let's go to bed now and rest for tomorrow," said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded, rising of the chair and lying down on the bed. As soon as Kurenai was about to turn off the lights, she could hear a familiar sound coming from the living room and cursed while heading there. As she arrived, she saw Anko and Yugo inspecting the place and finding some men's clothes near the table. "Guys, I have company here today." "So," said Kurenai, making Anko and Yugo turn her heads to the voice only to see Kurenai wearing no more than bra and panties. Anko for her part was enjoying the feeling of further blackmail against Kurenai while Yugo was thinking about who was inside the room. "Kurenai-chan, could this belong to Black Wolf?" asked Yugo, showing Naruto's shirt for Kurenai, who yanked off Yugo's hands. "Yes, this is his clothes. Today is his last day off, so he's sleeping with me today. Because of that, I would appreciate if both of you shunshined somewhere else, maybe to Hana's place," said Kurenai, waving them off, to which Anko and Yugo complied, but not without Anko leaving a dirty comment. "Don't work him too hard, Kurenai-chan, you said it yourself, it's his last day off." After that, Kurenai got back to the room and lied down next to Naruto, who was watching intently to Kurenai's lingerie and her beautiful body. "What was that all about?" asked Naruto, to which Kurenai answered by placing a wet and passionate kiss on his lips, initiating the makeout sequence, which would after lead to love-making sequence. On the next day, Naruto woke up earlier than Kurenai since he needed to be at HQ in less than half an hour. Since he brought his equipment with him to Kurenai's house, he was able to sleep a little longer with the woman of his dreams. Now with only the mask left to put, Naruto looked at the figure sleeping peacefully behind him and smiled. Before he left, he wrote a note to her and gave her a kiss on the lips, whispering softly, "Sleep peacefully, Red Rose," said Naruto before seeing Kurenai smile and embrace herself even harder. Now on the way to the door, Naruto heard a door knocking. Being a little afraid of being discovered, not knowing that her friends already knew about him, he was taken aback when a familiar voice called for him to open the door. "Black Wolf, it's me, Cat. Open the door," said Yugo behind the door. When Naruto opened the door, his team's second-in-command was there with her arms crossed, but without the mask, leaving the two of them to face each other without the mask since Naruto joined the force, to which Yugo was finding it hard to hold the blood from fall from her nose, even though she already saw his face once, but not so close. Yugo was feeling quite lonely lately, since Hayate always made excuses saying that he had a mission or that his friend Genma invited him for something. To tell the truth, Yugo was jealous of Kurenai for having a boyfriend like Naruto, who not only is an ANBU, therefore missions day and night, but also he made time to see Kurenai. Not to mention that he is hot as hell. But since she's supposed to be the second in command, she turned to professional mode and ushered him to present to ANBU HQ immediately, to which he complied before putting his mask. At ANBU HQ, taking nearly 5 minutes, Black Wolf and Cat arrived at the location, only to find that their team had yet to arrive. Feeling the need to get to know Naruto a little better, Yugo turned to ask him, "Well, since our team has yet to arrive, why don't you and I get to know each other, since we not only are on the same team, but also have a common acquaintance?" asked Yugo, to which Black Wolf turned and said, "Ask away, then. How are your feelings for her?" asked Yugo out of the blue, taking Naruto by surprise, since he didn't know he was being tested here. "Direct to the point, I see. Well, I won't get into the whole history, since I believe you already know. Every time I see her, I feel the need to smile. Every time I see her smile, I feel warm inside. Every time I see her sad, my heart crumbles. I love her," said Naruto, making Yugo smile behind her mask, but sad since she wanted to hear someone say stuff like that to her. "She's very lucky to have a guy like you, Black Wolf," said Yugo, who now was crossing her arms more firmly close to her heart region, trembling a bit. Naruto for his part was confused after seeing such reaction from the vice captain. Sure, ANBU can be brutal, but then again he knew from Kurenai that Gecko Hayate was dating Yugo, so why she was feeling like this. "Cat, is something wrong?" asked Naruto, now concerned for his teammate. "Ah, Well, you gave me an honest answer, so I'll give you one as well. I've never told this to anyone, not even Kurenai or Anko, and I'm not even sure I could tell you," said Yugo, clearly on the verge of tears right now. "You'll never know, unless you try," said Naruto, now taking away his mask, just to show her that she could trust him. "Why did you take away your mask? Aren't you afraid of people seeing you like this?" asked Yugo, now taking her mask as well. "2 days ago, I went to buy some groceries, and for the owner not to recognize me, I hanged my face so not to be recognizable. After I left, I realized that living behind a mask can only hide you for some time. I wore a mask my whole life, sometimes a break from using one is needed. Now, tell me what's wrong," said Naruto, now turning serious. "Well, I guess you know who my boyfriend is. For the past couple of months, Hayate has been avoiding me with missions and friend hangouts, and now I feel lonely," said Yugo, looking down on the ground in shame for showing such weakness. "Yugo-san, do you like him?" said Naruto, making Yugo look at him with surprise, since she didn't expect such blunt and extremely personal question. However, after thinking a little bit, she couldn't find the answer, mumbling the following. "I don't know anymore. I thought I did, but now I don't know," said Yugo, to which Naruto turned away, putting his mask and saying, "Face him and be open with him. It worked for me and Kurenai-chan. Now, put on your mask." Bear and Hawk arrived, said Naruto, making Yugo put hers almost instantly. Hawk and Bear entered HQ to find Cat and Black Wolf already there. "Let's go, team. A ranked mission towards Tanzaku Gai. Missing nins approaching from the north in 2 hours, let's move." ANBU HQ's training ground. After the completion of the mission, which sadly the ANBU team had to dispatch only 20 C-ranked missing nins from Suna, Naruto was found inside one of ANBU's hidden training grounds, fighting against 5 cage bunchins, using all forms of ninja arts. Right now, he was training combinations using physical skills together with chakra-type abilities. Naruto once heard Kurenai tell him that genjutsu wasn't only to deceive the opponent for a finishing blow, but also to diffuse the opponent's sense of space for a while. Naruto could deliver not only taijutsu but also kenjutsu strikes, if he ever took the time to use his futon ninjutsu. As the clones attacked, the real one made the hand seals for a genjutsu he learned from his girlfriend called Heki Shuakai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, and messed with the clone's perception of the real Naruto's position, making him kick the air, receiving a direct punch on the face, therefore vanishing in a puff of smoke. The others followed suit with a combined taijutsu combo, with 2 on each side, attacking the real Naruto. The real Naruto did a roundhouse kick on the farthest clone from him, sending waves of smoke towards the others, making the clones lose their eyesight for a moment. Needing to dissipate the smoke, one of the clones started making hand seals for the futon daitapa no jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough jutsu, using little chakra just to clear the smoke, but it was no use since the real Naruto went behind them, landing some serious hits on the clones, dissipating them and gaining what minimal experience the clones gathered about his new style of fighting while using genjutsu as a supplementary technique. Meanwhile, Tenzo was watching Naruto's training with interest, clearly behind his mask. He was to give Naruto a message, but as he arrived at the training ground, he got to see the genjutsu being used as a way of deceiving the clone into thinking that the real Naruto got the hit, while instead the clone ended up hitting an imaginative opponent, leaving the clone wide open for an attack. Tenzo only did one mission with the now black-masked ANBU some time ago to retrieve the last Uchiha, but he never thought of seeing Naruto fighting like that. "Black Wolf, report," said Yamato, ANBU chief, with authority, to which Black Wolf appeared instantly in front of him and bowed. "Sir, Black Wolf presenting for duty," said Naruto, saluting the ANBU chief. Black Wolf, at ease. "I'm here to tell you that your Jounin exam is in 2 days, be prepared. Report at Hidden Training Ground number 2 at noon," said Tenzo, but inside his mind, he was thinking of the irony in the situation. When he first met Naruto he was a genin, now he got nominated for ANBU's Jounin exam with recommendation from all his peers, including Bear, who happened to be most skeptic member of the ANBU, when it came to measure other members' abilities. "Oh, and Black Wolf," said Tenzo, to which Naruto turned his head in order to pay attention to what the leader had to tell him. "Good job and good luck on the exams," said the leader, not even waiting to hear whatever reply the black-masked ANBU had, to which Naruto smirked behind his mask. Ha, I am to please Yamato Taiko. Chapter 9 Jounin Exam. After Naruto's brief talk with the ANBU chief about his scheduled Jounin exam, he returned to his training regarding his new genjutsu style of fighting. So far, he seemed pleased to know that he could create katas that not only disoriented the enemy's senses but also land a considerable hit. Summoning more clones, he charged against them now by using offensive-type genjutsu, which consisted of disorientation as well. However, this time what Naruto wanted to do was to confuse the enemy of his attack position. Upon approaching the clone, Naruto used the Hekashukai, false surroundings technique, causing the clone to suddenly turn his head towards the imaginary opponent that was charging on his left side, therefore distracting the clone so that the real Naruto could attack him while he had the momentum. After getting rid of the clone, Naruto decided to head home since he heard from Hawk that his team wouldn't be having missions today. However, he was supposed to present himself tomorrow at sunrise for probably his last mission as in Chunin ANBU. After some dismissal papers courtesy of ANBU's bureaucracy, Naruto left ANBU HQ towards his house. On the way, he was thinking about how a good night's sleep would be and also wondering on how his Jounin exam was going to be like. Naruto often spent time reading something about ANBU's Jounin exams over the course of time and knew that such exam was not to be taken lightly. After all, the last one that underestimated it ended up falling badly and would be dead had it wasn't only a test. On the way, he shifted his eyesight to a most welcoming visage. There to the left was a red-eyed beauty looking at the mirror while brushing her hair as well with a deep smile on her face. With that, Naruto felt waves of warmth through his heart, making him smile and thank Kami for allowing them to stay together. At that moment, Naruto realized that although a good night's sleep was necessary, a comfortable stay with Kurenai would be much better. Therefore, he changed his course towards Kurenai's house, intending to surprise her with his sudden presence. With Kurenai looking at the mirror, Kurenai was smiling, however not without a reason. Currently she was thinking about the blonde of her dreams and how much she likes to stay pretty for him by taking good care of her lustrous hair and smashing looks. Kurenai would always squeal in delight when Naruto took his time to admire his view of her prone and sexy body, just like every woman would be towards her husband or boyfriend. Now taking her time, Kurenai was thinking of what Yugo told her after she returned from her little vacation. Apparently, Naruto's team took care of an Iwa's S-ranked missing nin by using high-level Raiden ninjutsu as well as coordinated type ninjutsu from Naruto and this guy that happens to wear a hawk mask. Knowing that her boyfriend was indeed being of good service to Konoha's welfare, she couldn't help but feel even more proud of how he came along in his life. Kurenai remembered Kakashi expressing his doubts regarding Naruto's abilities some time ago when they shared the position of Jounin senseis. At the time, Kurenai, although concerned for him as a genin, couldn't do much else other than sympathize with Kakashi. When Naruto managed to beat Kiba at the preliminary exams, even if his method was unorthodox to say the least, Kurenai acknowledged his presence. It didn't help that later she came to know that Orochimaru interfered with his chakra control, making his fight even more difficult to win. She was amazed by her boyfriend's exponential growth, being a part of ANBU Special Forces while only being a chunin. Also, she giggled on the memory of Naruto expressing his discontentment at her over the expression, only a chunin. She admitted that such a phrase escaped from time to time, but little to Naruto's knowledge, she somehow enjoyed showing some humility to Naruto by saying that although he had skills, he was still due to apply for Jounin. Kurenai couldn't be happier. Knowing that she could have such a relationship with her boyfriend and for her, Naruto was a whole package. Feared from his enemies but loyal to the ones precious to him and his village. Serious attitude albeit sarcastically funny at times, constantly expressing such remarks which made her laugh, powerful but humble regarding his abilities. However, what Kurenai feared was that her boyfriend didn't befriend much with people his own age, which at first it wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, in the future, while most of Naruto's new friends would be retired, he would be still in active duty, therefore leaving him with no one to talk to in order to share some histories. She figured that perhaps Shino and Shikamaru could relate with him, since like Naruto, both of them showed maturity way beyond their age as well, and since Shino would be having training in Raiden ninjutsu, this could be Naruto's chance at bonding with someone his age for a change. Shikamaru for his part would relate best with Naruto, since he had also a slightly sarcastic humor when he's not mumbling words like troublesome before having to do things. Keeping these thoughts to herself for the moment, she lifted from the chair she was seating and moved towards her bedroom, so she could get some sleep. However, upon looking at the mirror, she witnessed an ANBU standing there, apparently just admiring his view of her. If we're just someone, she would be glad to cast a genjutsu on the man that would make him want to cut his balls off, after such a perverted act. However, she recognized that mask anywhere. Slowly approaching and opening her window, she turned to speak to the masked ANBU with a sweet smile on her face. "You know, I once had a dream like this," said Kurenai, to which the masked ANBU nodded and inclined his body in a way as to ask if he could enter her apartment. After an affirmative nod from the red-eyed mistress, the ANBU entered the room and took off his mask. Without even saying anything, Kurenai embraced Naruto now without the mask and engaged in a deep and passionate kiss, to which Naruto returned without even thinking. After they broke apart for a little bit of air, Naruto smiled and turned to speak. "Tell me more about that dream of yours," said the blonde, to which Kurenai blushed a little bit, but decided to enter the game. "Ah, but if I told you, it wouldn't be nearly as good as showing it, now wouldn't it?" asked Kurenai, now adding her sexy voice, which made Naruto's body tremble in anticipation. Inside, his body temperature was rising exponentially, therefore reducing his hormones control as a result. Kurenai was also slightly horny from the kiss and from the realizing one of her fantasies, which consisted of her boyfriend in his ANBU attire appearing at her window and start pleasuring her. "You know, Kure-chan, while I was outside, I couldn't help but admire your beauty," said Naruto as he used his arms to embrace Kurenai, and with his hands, he slowly and smoothly massaged her skin, making Kurenai close her eyes and slightly moan, while feeling Naruto's somewhat soft hands caressing her skin. "I didn't know you're such a pervert, Naruto-kun, but then I guess it's hard for you to resist me, isn't it?" said Kurenai, while inside she loved every minute of not only the touching, but also their sexy conversation. Naruto for his part found it hard to have an argument for what Kurenai said, since he knew that she was right. However, he didn't have to counter-argument her, since that wasn't their intention at all. Instead, he turned to compliment her with a little sarcasm. "Huh, understatement of the year," said Naruto, now slowly bending his head towards her neck and gently kissing it, making Kurenai release some air that she didn't know she was holding, and instantly her brain started processing images of what will follow after this. After a while, Kurenai used her hands up to his shoulders and released his upper body armor, before caressing his upper body in order to feel every bit of his well-toned muscles, traveling from his chest and then to his arms. "Your hands are so soft, Kure-chan," said Naruto before embracing her once again and such her neck now with a little bit more intensity, tempering with Kurenai's last bit of control over her body. Because she was getting ready to go to bed, her clothes were limited to her panties and a top shirt, so Naruto had little to no effort to take the shirt off and start licking her body while gently pushing her to the bed. Understanding her boyfriend's intentions, she didn't even bother to show some control over what happened, since this was what she loved most about her boyfriend in situations like this. She loved when her man took control of the situation and just pleasures her in more than enough ways to make her lose her mind in the process. Already on the bed, Naruto was gently caressing Kurenai's tits with his hands while using his tongue to lick her belly, sending waves after waves of pleasure to Kurenai. "Oh my, Naruto-kun, you do know how to pleasure a woman. I still wonder where you see half the stuff you do to me," said Kurenai before moaning once again. "Actually, I just think of ways of better pleasuring you. And hearing you moaning, just makes me want to pleasure you even more," said Naruto as his hands now were caressing her below region, making her body now tremble in anticipation for what was about to begin. "I can see that. But I don't know how much I can hold before I explode. You keep teasing me like this and I can't control myself," said Kurenai as she was now using her own hands to massage her body in an attempt to feel even more pleasure, to which Naruto smiled and took off her panties, before making Kurenai literally explode from the inside out. Right now, Naruto was licking her inner walls, making Kurenai bite her lip from screaming his name out of pure pleasure. After a while, Kurenai was already convulsing because of what Naruto was doing to her. "Please, Naruto-kun, stop teasing me and put it on, I can't take it anymore," mumbled Kurenai, now begging for more pleasure. Without a comment, Naruto took his pants off and attended to Kurenai's request by sticking it in deep and slowly. Because of this, Kurenai was now constantly moaning after each thrust from Naruto. She loved it all. She loved the feeling of his body on top of hers. She loved his turned-on face looking at her with passion, and above all she loved his presence there with her. However, while Naruto was thrusting his manhood inside her, Kurenai's walls were starting to convulse, sending to Naruto the signal that she was about to have an orgasm, to which Naruto became aware since the insertion's rhythm increased. "Naru-kun, oh my god," screamed Kurenai in pure bliss while Naruto's manhood was still inside, increasing the orgasm feeling. "I love you so much, Kure-chan." "That was amazing," said Naruto as he landed near her exhausted form. However, he failed to miss Kurenai's devious smile on her face. Suddenly, Kurenai grabbed his cock firmly, making it thick yet again, and began sucking it, this time giving him pleasure, to which, although surprised, he smiled and just relaxed while Kurenai did the work. "Now it's your turn to come, Naru-kun," said Kurenai as he swallowed down to half of Naruto's cock and kept the rhythm. It was not long until Naruto started convulsing and warning his lover that he was coming as well. Because of this, Kurenai turned to use her hands, making Naruto unleash some fluid in the process. After a while, Naruto and Kurenai laid naked on Kurenai's bed, embracing each other and exchanging loving words with each other. "I was thinking about you before you came in," said Kurenai as she rested her head on top of Naruto's chest. "After I left HQ, I left to go home, but then I saw you brushing your hair and I couldn't resist not visiting." "I'm glad I did, by the way," said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded in return. "So, how was work today?" asked Kurenai, wishing that Naruto wouldn't throw the whole "it's confidential" crap that either Anko or Yugo usually said to her. "Nothing major. Our team took care of a couple of missing nins near a Tofika guy and I went back to train. I'm proud to say that I'm creating a new taijutsu style with the aid of genjutsu," said Naruto before seeing Kurenai suddenly lift her head off his chest violently and started screaming. "You made it. How? Could you teach me, please?" "Easy, Kure-chan. Of course I'll teach you. However, it isn't finished yet. I was wondering, though, if you knew of any other disorientating genjutsu other than the Hekashukai, so that I could use it as well. My style focus on disorienting the opponent in the middle of taijutsu attacks. With the Hekashukai, the opponent suddenly doesn't know where to hit, then I move for the counter-strike before the opponent can disable the genjutsu," said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to think about it. "I know some, but I don't think they would be good for your style, since they require quite a number of seals to work. However, tomorrow I will be at the library with my team, I can look for one," said Kurenai, earning a smile from Naruto. "I'd appreciate it, Kure-chan. If you don't mind me asking, but why are you going with your team to the library?" asked Naruto, more like thinking in terms of academy excursion. "Very funny, Naru-kun. No, I'll be teaching them elemental ninjutsu. I gave them the test to see their elemental affinities. Kiba is Doten, earth, Hinata is Suiten, water, and Shino is Raiden, lightning," said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. "Interesting combination. Shino and Hinata could use their elements for combine their attacks, since water conducts electricity and Kiba could use his Doten affinity to defend them while they attack," said Naruto, now entering in ANBU captain mode even though he still isn't one. "Yeah, although they don't even know how to use their element yet, that's what we're doing tomorrow. I was wondering if perhaps you could provide some help for Shino and Hinata with their elements," asked Kurenai, now reverting to her initial plan of Naruto bonding with Shino. "Do you really want me to? Couldn't Kakashi do this or something? It's been ages since I talked to any of them," said Naruto, not even seeing a glint of evilness licking out of Kurenai's smile. "Why not, Naru-kun? I'm not saying for you to talk to them. I was just saying that you help them with their affinities. I'm a genjutsu type and I know a few kaiden jutsus just in case I have to use it. I'm not a ninjutsu specialist. You, on the other hand, has knowledge in 3 elements. You would be perfect for them, well, Hinata and Shino, since Kiba is a Doten user," said Kurenai, to which Naruto sighed since Kurenai was very adamant of him helping her team. Okay, I'll do it, but what about Kiba? He will bark at you for not helping him," said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to look at her boyfriend's choice of word to describe Kiba's complaints. "Yes, I still have to find someone to help Kiba with Doten ninjutsu." "Don't you have someone to help him?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto just laughed about it. "Why are you laughing? I don't recall saying anything funny," said Kurenai, to which Naruto turned to speak. Oh is nothing. I have a Doden user on my team. I was just imagining his face once I asked him to teach Kiba. Said Naruto, making Kurenai flinch since she knew of certain ANBU members and their violent behavior. How would he react? Asked Kurenai only to confirm her suspicions, before searching for another Doden user. Oh, no, don't worry about him being violent. Well, not to a fellow Konoha nin anyway. It's just funny to see his face after I ask him to teach a chunin, said Naruto, now laughing once again at the face displayed by Bear after hearing someone asking him to teach. I guess he's not the teaching type then? Asked Kurenai, now a little relieved. Yeah, although he's one of the best Doden user in all of Konoha, he has a few problems against teaching others. Other ANBU members already asked him to teach them, but he declines them without even thinking about it. The reason is because he learned Doden on his own through hard work, so he believes in learning on your own. Explained Naruto, to which Kurenai sighed since she had to find for another Doden user. Although, Kiba's history may be different. Bear hold a grudge against Konoha's big clans for not teaching other types of attacks other than those peculiar to the clans. Maybe if Kiba could convince him that he want to use Doden, then maybe he could teach him. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai wondered for a bit. I don't know if Kiba would like to use Doden ninjutsu. I was just thinking in terms of teaching him other abilities, in case his clan techniques are useless. Well, I can tell him that Kiba wants to learn Doden ninjutsu. How he'll use it, it's his problem. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded in affirmative since Kiba was already a grown-up and very tough together with Akamaru. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My Jounin exams is in 2 days. Said Naruto, earning a smile from Kurenai. Really? Congratulations Naruto. Would I be able to attend? Asked Kurenai, earning a nod from Naruto. Of course. All Jounins will be able to attend. Also the Hokage and its apprentices would attend as well. That means Shizune, Sakura and Ino as well. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai started looking at him at the mention of Sakura and Ino, but she shrugged it off since the way Naruto mentioned about them was the same way Anko mentioned someone that was sent to the hospital after trying to mess with her. Someplace very far from Konoha. Inside a cave, 5 figures were gathered to discuss certain issues concerning their next objective. Pain, the group's leader, after seeing their entire group reunited except for Sasori, Deidara, Hidan and Kakuzu since both were already killed, turned to speak. We still need to capture the next 2-tailed demons. The 8-tailed and the Kyuubi are proving to be more of a hassle than I've originally thought. Zetsu, what can you tell us? Said Pain, to which everyone turned to hear the Venus plant man known as Zetsu. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki disappeared out of a sudden. After he was able to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke from Orochimaru, everything about him in the village remains a deep undercover secret. Our spies can't find him. Said Zetsu, to which Itachi turned to speak. It's possible that Konoha exiled him. Their council never approved his career as a shinobi, said Itachi to Kisame chose to discuss. The longer we wait to find the brat, it will be worse. Sasuke with the aid of the curse seal level 2 was at S-ranked level and Naruto was able to nearly cut him to pieces with his new futon ninjutsu. Said Kisame, showing fear at the first time from the look of pain towards him. Yes, the futon Rasen Shuriken proved to be a nuisance to our plans. If I remember correctly, Kakuzu was defeated because of it and that was some time ago. The Jinchuriki could have become stronger by now. Said Zetsu, finishing his report to Pain, who was in deep thought about the next course of actions. Itachi and Kisame. I have a strong feeling that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is still inside of Konoha. The Godem and the Toad Hermit could easily hide any files with them, therefore being impossible for our spies to know his whereabouts. You two are to go there for reconnaissance purpose. If you manage to locate him, try to gauge his abilities. I don't want any of you to engage him as of yet. If either the Godem or Jiraiya finds the two of you there, you won't stand a chance. Now go. The rest will pursue for the 8-tailed demon. Said Pain, earning nods from everyone present, and then everyone disappeared except for the leader who chose to stay and wonder a little about his situation. If Zetsu is correct and this Naruto character managed to kill Kakuzu, then we must not underestimate him. I've never seen a futon attack manage to pierce Kakuzu's defense. But still, if he improved his abilities, then I would have to step in. Kisame may not return if my guess is correct and Itachi is limited to the Sharingan more than anything else. Maybe Itachi can lock the Kyuubi Jinchuriki with his Mangenkyu Sharingan's technique Tsukiyomi. Thought Pain before also vanishing like the others. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was busy doing the boring paperwork when suddenly she caught a peculiar paper. It was an invitation by the ANBU to be present at Black Wolf's Jounin exam in 2 days. After reading it, Tsunade got up and looked at Konoha from her window. Naruto grew up a lot since he left to train with Jiraiya. However, from what Jiraiya told me about their training, he didn't mention Naruto having knowledge in different ninjutsu elements. Not only Futon and Suiten, but also Raiden. I wonder how much he hid from us all this time. And now he's going to become a Jounin at age 17. Nicely done, Naruto-kun. Of course I'll attend. While Tsunade was reading the invitation, Sakura and Shizune entered her room, and from what Tsunade could see, Sakura was quite angry about something. Quite frankly, Tsunade wasn't so much in the mood of wanting to know what made her apprentice so mad about, but she knew that Sakura would voice it even if she didn't ask. "What happened that got you like this, Sakura?" asked Tsunade, to which Shizune quietly thanked Kami that Tsunade took Sakura's attention away from her. Shizune heard from the pink medic Nin that she saw Naruto on a date with Kurenai at the park and started bitching about the fact that Kurenai was twice his age and that it wasn't fair. Tsunade-sama, Sakura is like this because she saw Naruto-kun and Kurenai-san on a date at the park and started mumbling things about not being far or something like that. "Frankly, I forgot about the rest," said Shizune, to which Sakura kept staring at her with anger present in his eyes, and Tsunade to sigh, thinking that a Hokage shouldn't have to meddle on stuff like this. Sakura for her part actually intended for someone to do something about this, so she started with Shizune so the black-haired woman would side with her on this. Now since Shizune wouldn't like to do anything with this, Sakura decided to take it to the Hokage. Not to mention that Kurenai is twice his age, Tsunade-sama, this shouldn't be legal. "Why can't she date one close to her age?" said Sakura, to which Tsunade sighed once again and tried to level with the pink-haired Kunoichi. "Sakura, what Naruto does with his personal life is his business. If I recall, since he brought back the Uchiha, you didn't even want to hear about where he has been. Why the sudden interest, I asked Tsunade, to which Sakura looked at the Hokage, while trying to make up an excuse for bringing up this issue. "Sasuke-kun needed me to stay with him. That's why I didn't worry about him, but now that I saw him with Kurenai-san, I'm just concerned about him," said Sakura, but failed miserably when she staggered, therefore proving to Tsunade and Shizune that Sakura's intention wasn't entirely pure. "Sakura, Naruto already dated Kurenai before on his trip with Jiraiya. Sasuke, if I recall, much to my surprise, dismissed you with respect, and now you want to take Naruto away from Kurenai so that you can be with him. I saw them as well, and I say Kurenai and Naruto are the perfect match. Me, Jiraiya, Shizune, and I bet that everyone is okay with them being together," said Tsunade, to which Sakura was taken aback since she didn't know her sensei would see right through her, so she did the only thing she could at the moment. She lowered her head and left. With Sakura leaving, Shizune and Tsunade stayed looking at each other. Both of them knew that Sakura was developing a bit of a possessive personality towards others. "Tsunade-sama, I'm worried about Sakura. Lately, she's been rather possessive lately. I'm worried that being the Hokage's apprentice went a little over her head," said Shizune, making Tsunade wonder if her old apprentice was right. "Yeah, I guess you're right. During the time we trained her, she seemed to be bossing around, using her position as my apprentice. I should have figured that giving her this position would be way over what she could deal with, especially since Sasuke was brought back by Naruto. Sakura is just a chunin and goes around bossing Jounin and even some ANBUs, thinking that she has my authority to do such a thing," said Tsunade while still in deep thinking. "Maybe it would be best a little lesson of humility for her is in order," said Shizune, to which Tsunade looked at Shizune in wonder. "Go on, what do you have in mind?" asked Tsunade, showing interest towards the idea. "Lately our medic Nins has been doing missions at villages near Konoha, and both of us know that Sakura was due to take this kind of missions someday. Maybe if she sees how it is to treat an entire city, then she could create some senses," said Shizune before seeing the devious look from Tsunade, who by this time was searching for a mission request from a village 10 miles from Konoha requesting the assistance of a medic Nin in order since their medic was sick and couldn't attend the village's population. That's a great idea, Shizune. I'll be sure to send Sakura to attend. This mission is a B ranked and will be a 2-month-long mission. The next day, when Naruto woke up, he turned to see a peaceful kurenai sleeping close to him. Naruto wondered about the time that passed since he returned with Jiraiya and how much stronger he became after joining the ANBU. Of course, Naruto wasn't what most would think, arrogant about his abilities to think that no one could beat him. He knew that even though was much stronger than before, he wasn't sure if he could last against Akatsuki or Orochimaru. He knew that Kakuzu was only beaten because he had Kakashi, Yamato and the rest of Team 10 to back him up, but next time he met even Itachi or his partner Kisame, Naruto knew for certain that he would lose. Still worried about the organization eventually coming for him, Naruto got up and put on his ANBU armor since he had only 20 minutes to arrive at ANBU HQ. Before putting his mask, he looked once again at Kurenai and smiled, seeing that his girlfriend wasn't such a morning person. So, before he left, he went closer to Kurenai and gave her a soft kiss on her lips, while whispering sweet words close to her ear, making Kurenai smile and embrace her body, showing Naruto that she was having a dream. I hope that I'm in it. However, unbeknown to his knowledge, he was being watched. Yugo was passing by Kurenai's apartment on her way to the ANBU HQ, and when she saw Naruto there approaching a sleeping Kurenai, she felt even more jealous of Kurenai, but whether it was because it was Naruto who was showing the red-eyed kunoichi affection or the fact that she wanted someone to do that to her, she couldn't know. Suddenly, when Naruto kissed Kurenai softly, Yugo's heart began to crush her deeply and somehow wanted for that kiss to be for her. She then knew it, she was jealous of Kurenai because of Naruto, and for as much as she would like to deny it, she couldn't. Naruto for his part, while oblivious to the fact that Yugo was watching him, left the apartment and summoned Ace in order for them to go to ANBU HQ. Upon appearance, the wolf greeted Naruto, now with his black mask, and went towards their destination. "So, Black Wolf, any reason as to why you didn't come home last night?" asked Ace, while jumping through rooftops. "I never figured you'd the one asking rhetorical questions, Ace. You know sometimes I sleep in Kurenai's house," said Naruto without even bothering to look at his friend, making the wolf snicker at the remark. "Ah, yes, your mate. Sorry, I forgot about her," said Ace, to which Naruto lifted an eyebrow at Ace's word for Kurenai. "Mate? Oh yes, I forgot. That's how animals address, right? No, I don't consider her a mate. She's my girlfriend," said Naruto, to which Ace smiled, since he got Naruto cornered. "Just a girlfriend, huh?" asked Ace, making Naruto look at him and sigh, since he knew teasing when he heard one, and he came to know that the scarred wolf actually enjoyed teasing him quite often. "Yeah, well, in the future, maybe even my wife." "Okay, so you like to tease, so tell me, what about the time I caught you sniffing around the Inuzuka compound searching one of Inuzuka Hana's huskies? Care to enlighten me a little bit?" asked Naruto, to which Ace became red. "That's none of your business," scowled Ace, turning his head a little, not giving Naruto any response, to which Naruto smiled deviously. "Remember this, Ace. You don't tease a born prankster and expect to walk away," said Naruto, before seeing that they arrived at HQ. Suddenly, Kat arrived as well right before him, and both Ace and Black Wolf looked at her in suspicion. "Black Wolf, I believe that the kitten followed us," said Ace, receiving a snarl from the ANBU kunoichi, to which Naruto was even more suspicious that something happened and that his second-in-command was nervous about. "Black Wolf, you control your mutt there, before I do. Now, let's head inside," said Kat, actually expecting a reply from Black Wolf or Ace, but never came. Actually, Naruto never actually showed that kind of respect to anyone except the Hokage and the ANBU chief, but seeing Naruto and his wolf calmly walk inside along with her, showed that even though he was loyal, he would never bow to anyone. Once inside, Yugo chose to walk behind Black Wolf and Ace, which made Naruto on edge, but shrugged it off since he wasn't in the mood of questioning her from her act. Yugo for her part did this with the intent of checking Naruto out from head to toe. "Nicely done, Kure-chan. Great ass, well-toned abs. A whole package, huh?" thought Yugo as she saw Naruto walking. However, she couldn't do so much to Naruto without his partner knowing about it. Ace could sniff Yugo's pheromones rising and knew she was looking at his partner. He wondered about how humans tend to behave when they wanted what they couldn't have and how pathetic this was. Upon looking at Naruto's black mask, he sighed, since because of the mask, he couldn't read Naruto's feelings or his expressions. However, Naruto's perception has improved the last couple of months and now he could catch glimpses of movement from behind him with the corner of his eyes, and although he couldn't sense Yugo's hormones, he was wondering why she was looking at him so intently like that. After a while, they reached Hawk and Bear waiting for them to arrive. Since his team arrived in time, Hawk turned to address their mission. "Good morning team, now I received news for Hokage-sama that some Chunin would be taking a day off, because of some B-ranked missions across Earth Country. Therefore, she requested us to do an advanced guard duty all around Konoha. Since we're ANBUs, we're going to do the following. We'll divide in groups of twos. Black Wolf and Cat, you will take the south part, being that involving the southeast and southwest regions of the village, while me and Bear will take the northeast and northwest regions. That way, we'll be ready in case someone happens to threat Konoha. Our mission will initiate in an hour. Go to your stations and good luck," said Hawk before shining away, as well as everyone. Kurenai's apartment. 2 hours after Naruto left his apartment, Kurenai woke up. When she turned, she knew that Naruto wouldn't be there anymore. She knew how tight scheduled ANBU was and also knew that punctuality was a must between them. After she turned and saw a note near her lamp, she already knew that it was from Naruto's. "Kure-chan, sorry I couldn't stay with you for breakfast. I had to leave to HQ. However, I couldn't leave without giving you a kiss on the lips. Let me say that you look very beautiful when sleeping peacefully like you do. Can't wait for next time we'll see each other. Love, Naruto." After reading the note, Kurenai smiled, remembering about a specific part in her dream when Naruto softly kissed her on the lips. Still smiling, she went to the bathroom for a little shower without even knowing another set of eyes watching her smile. Sakura was furious at the Genjutsu mistress for stealing Naruto from her and behaving like she always did. She thought that people were supposed to obey her orders without questions. Therefore, she went to Kurenai's door and knocked once. After about 5 minutes, she knocked once again, now fuming that Kurenai was making her wait. On her third time, the door almost broke and Kurenai opened, about to cause someone a great deal of pain for lack of patience, but when she saw the Hokage's apprentice with her arms crossed, she knew that the teenager was behaving once again like she was expecting Kurenai to bow for her, therefore pissing her off already. However, Kurenai was polite and turned to ask nicely, "Sakura-san, what can I do for you?" asked Kurenai, though with a serious tone which indicated that someone just ruined her happy day. "Can I enter, Kurenai-san? I wish to speak with you," said Sakura and entered the apartment, without even waiting for an authorization, pissing the Genjutsu mistress up to a point where she would like to call for Anko to teach this girl a lesson. "Kurenai-san, it came to my attention that you're dating a teammate of mine, isn't it right?" asked Sakura, not even waiting for a response, but was slightly taken aback when Kurenai didn't even bother to answer, instead just stand there studying Sakura's intentions. "Which teammate are you talking about, Sakura-san? You're a Chunin now, not a Genin," asked Kurenai, already aware of what Sakura was intending to do. "I'd refrain to such a tone with me, Kurenai-san. I happen to be the Hokage's apprentice. You'd do well not to use it with me," said Sakura, making Kurenai raise her eyebrow, while trying not to laugh at this Chunin's attempt of outranking her. "Oh, so you think you outrank a Jounin, then?" said Kurenai, not even wanting to lift a finger in order to teach Sakura a lesson, making Sakura flinch since her only weapon was rendered useless against the red-eyed kunoichi. "Naruto is half your age. Why don't we look for someone your age?" shouted Sakura, now on the verge of despair, to which Kurenai at first wanted to take pity on the girl to whom she knew got dumped by the Uchiha. However, she knew better than doing that, since the girl needed a lesson and needed fast. "What Naruto and I do is our problem. I don't understand your problem, girl. First you scowl him for bringing your little boyfriend back, which by the way I was very happy that Naruto caused him a great deal of pain before doing so, and now that the Uchiha dumped you, you actually think that he would gladly be with you, now that you are available," said Kurenai, without even waiting for Sakura to respond before continuing with the assault. "You keep telling that you're his teammate, however you know little to nothing about Naruto. And now you come here almost breaking my door, trying to use your position as Hokage's apprentice to outrank me. And worst of all, you think that you have the right to meddle with mine and Naruto's personal lives," said Kurenai, though still serious, not even displaying any hint of emotions, showing to Sakura how outclassed she was against the red-eyed kunoichi. Sakura for her part, while listening to the onslaught, wanted nothing more than finding a place to hide or someone to protect her against kurenai. She never saw anyone not fazed by her position as the Hokage's apprentice, and to see that kurenai, a Jounin, literally diminish her like a regular chunin, made her wonder if perhaps every Jounin she ever bossed around simply chose not to deal with her. After concluding that Sakura behaved like a total bitch, she started looking down right in front of kurenai, who after seeing this, still held her ground with the whole sympathy issue. And without even a whisper, Sakura just walked away from the Jounin and closed her door, leaving kurenai alone in her apartment. "Man, wait until I tell Enko what happened. She'll flip," said kurenai, still smiling since her day turned out to be even better. First for her love making with Naruto, then his note, and then teaching a little lesson to the Hokage's precious apprentice. Yep, Enko should hear this. Kurenai, then, went out towards the library where she would meet her team for knowledge in elemental ninjutsu. With Naruto and Yugo. Right now, Black Wolf, Ace and Yugo was shifting between guarding the southeast and southwest regions of Konoha, and Naruto was even more suspicious of the fact that Yugo continued to look at him in a very strange way. Of course, it didn't help that he could hear Ace laughing at his predicament right now. After being around Naruto for as long as he did, the wolf started having similarities toward Naruto up to a point that a little prankster side of him was already visible. Ace for his part was trying hard not to laugh about Naruto's situation. It seemed that the cat-masked ANBU was looking at Naruto with second intentions, and the fact that Ace knew that the woman has a relationship didn't help control his amusement not even a little bit. It was already mid-afternoon and yet no sign of trouble of any kind. Black Wolf and Cat were currently taking a break from constantly searching throughout the South region. Well, more like Cat was taking a break and Black Wolf standing there because of his massive reserves. Yugo continued to look at Naruto for a while. She knew why he wasn't tired, but that wasn't the reason why she was looking at him, well, other than admiring his looks. She was looking at him while wondering if she could have someone like him one day. As Naruto posed there with his arms crossed, Yugo admitted she was becoming attracted to him, and that was a very bad signal for her for two reasons. One, because of her friendship with Kurenai and Naruto being her boyfriend, and second being Yugo's boyfriend Hayate, even though she barely saw him this couple of days. However, oblivious to the ANBU pair, Hayate was inside of a bar nearby nearly drunk from so much sake. Hayate, ever since his friend Genma gave him the whole speech about enjoying life since it could be their last day, made up his mind to let go of his girlfriend Yugo and go party with his Genma and some other of his peers from their year. Right now, Hayate was enjoying himself drinking and flirting with all the women present in the room. Back to Naruto and Yugo. Ace was sniffing when he sensed a strange amount of alcohol being consumed close by. Black Wolf, it seems that there are a few drunks causing quite a fuss at that bar. Do you think some damage control is in order? Asked Ace, to which Naruto looked at the bar and noticed a familiar person on the horizon shoving sake down his throat and annoying some of the ladies present. I don't know, we're guarding the borders, not inside the village. Said Black Wolf. If this gets out of control, we'll need to step in. We're ANBU, therefore protecting the village and the Hokage is our prime objective. Said Yugo, to which Naruto nodded, but suddenly remembered the guy's name. Shit, that's Hayate, Yugo's girlfriend. No wonder she was having second thoughts about him. I must take her away from here. Thought Naruto as he turned to address his second-in-command. Kat-senpai, we need to scout the perimeter. We left it quite a while unprotected. Said Naruto, to which Yugo nodded and got up. However, when she was about to jump, she noticed what Naruto was afraid for. There he was, her boyfriend, already drunk and kissing some girl, clearly against the girl's compliance. After she saw, a single tear fell on the ground. Yugo was already in emotional turmoil from having thoughts about Naruto, but now she squeezed the area where her heart was located and turned around so that Naruto would not see this, however, to no avail. The black-masked ANBU did see the tears and sighed, seeing that his plan backfired. He wasn't counting on her turning once before jumping, therefore she saw her boyfriend making out with another girl right in front of her. Suddenly, Yugo jumped towards their next rooftop fiercely, and Naruto had no other alternative and followed suit, knowing that she wouldn't be able to swallow this for long. True to his suspicions, Yugo landed on the rooftop and stopped there, wanting for Naruto to stop. After he did, Yugo simply took off her mask and looked at him. Naruto for his part was wondering what he could do to lessen the situation without endangering his own, since he was consoling his girlfriend's best friend and also the one that kept staring at him all day and now is looking at him with sad eyes. Naruto, why? Why would he do this to me? Asked Yugo, now on the verge of tears, not even being able to control her emotions as per what was her position as second in command of an ANBU team. However, Naruto gave no response, since he knew that she was just trying to let it out. Ace, could you do me a favor and go look for Kurenai-chan, she is at the library? Asked Naruto, to which Ace complied and vanished, while Yugo looked at him, while trying to understand why he wanted Kurenai here. Naruto for his part knew Yugo would ask him, so he beat her with the answer. I called her since she will better able to help you. We have a mission to be doing, so I'll cover for you, said Naruto before hearing Ace arriving with Kurenai next to him. I mean Black Wolf, what did you call me for? Ace told me that Cat was hurt, said Kurenai, but stopped when she saw the sad look of her best friend, which told her that something must have happened and wasn't in any way related to whatever mission. Naruto for his part whispered close to Kurenai's ear, since he didn't want to say it out loud. Kure-chan, Yugo saw Hayate kissing another girl and then she began to cry. Could you take her to your apartment or something? Whispered Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and went over to Yugo, who was still crying. When Kurenai looked back to Naruto, while nodding in appreciation for the way he handled this situation, she was then confused as to why there was two black wolves. However, when one of them hanged into Yugo in her ANBU uniform, she knew what Naruto was doing and waste no more time. I understand, Black Wolf, I'll take care of her. And you take care as well, said Kurenai before seeing Naruto, Yugo, Naruto clone in Henge, and Ace vanishing. Still, I wonder why Naruto called me instead of trying to comfort her himself. Could it be? When I told the story of me and Naruto together, Yugo was acting strange. Could it be that she may be infatuated with my boyfriend? In that case, summoning me was in fact the best course of action. Wow, you're good. However, it seems that I have to summon Anko as well for an intervention. I have to end my team's training for the day, though, thought Kurenai before vanishing with Yugo. With Naruto. While Naruto was jumping around as to scout the area for anything unusual, he was thanking Kami for having the idea to summon Kurenai to help Yugo. If Kurenai was to be away on a mission, he would be afraid that something would happen and endanger his relation with Kurenai. However, when Naruto looked to the west, he literally panicked. Right there on the horizon, two fellows with black robes and red clouds were approaching the southwest gate. Ace, come here. This is an emergency. Call for Hawk and Bear to come meet me at the southwest gate immediately. Tell them Akatsuki is here. I'll send a clone to alert the Hokage. Damn it. Okay, I'll go. Stay put and hide. We can't take them out alone, said Ace before vanishing. Naruto for his part complied and turned to hide on top of the building he was on top of. Itachi and Kisame entered the gate supposedly undetected and started searching for Naruto's presence nearby. After a while, Naruto lifted his head cautiously only to see that Itachi and Kisame walking on a path below him while looking for him. Since Naruto learned how to hide his chakra presence, he was a little safe, but he knew that Itachi was an ex-ANBU captain before he left. Therefore he could have known that someone was hiding his presence. However, true to Naruto's luck, Itachi didn't seem to sense his presence. After a while, Ace arrived with Hawk and Bear, and the look of their eyes showed that they were dead serious about their current threat. Hawk was a junior ANBU when Itachi was an ANBU captain, and even though Bear was a Jounin at the time, he knew how strong Itachi was. Also, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was there as well, which could complicate things. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was doing some paperwork when Naruto's clone popped inside. Tsunade-sama, we have an emergency. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame just entered the village looking for me. The real me has already summoned his ANBU team, requesting more backup, said the clone, to which Tsunade got serious all of a sudden and shouted to summon Kakashi and another team of ANBU to meet them. Good job, Naruto. Wait until backup arrives and then we'll attack them. They won't be leaving this area, shouted Tsunade. Back with Naruto. After the clone dispelled, the real Naruto got the information and passed to his peers, who nodded as well. Naruto was now a little bit relaxed knowing that backup would be arriving soon. However, he still held his stance since S-ranked criminals were not to be taken lightly. Even though 2 teams of ANBU, Kakashi and Tsunade were there, they could still win and capture him. Itachi and Kisame were already aware that they would be surrounded soon, and yet there was no sign of Naruto's presence at all. Little to both Akatsuki members, however, they were searching for a chakra half normal half demonic, which until Naruto managed to separate his flows of chakra, was how his chakra was described. Suddenly, a wide fog of smoke appeared and 9 figures appeared around the 2 missing nins, entrapping them. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshikage Kisame, you're not welcomed here in Konoha, and because of the crimes both of you committed, your sentence is death," said Tsunade, being one of the closest to the duo, forcing the two to fall into a battle stance, while mentally cursing themselves from underestimating Konoha's defenses since last time. "Itachi, how did they know we're here?" asked Kisame, to which Itachi responded while focused at Kakashi, who seemed to be strongest of the bunch after the Hokage. "I don't know, Kisame. However, one of the ANBUs must have seen us arriving. I wonder who did though, I was not aware of any ANBU being this good besides Hitaki," said Itachi, to which Naruto smiled upon hearing such praise, but he would kill himself before he voiced his satisfaction. "Kisame, we'll divide. I'll take Kakashi and some of the ANBUs here. You take the Hokage. These two are the toughest opponent here," said Itachi, to which Kisame smiled, immediately charging against the Hokage, who defended and aimed a kick at Kisami's side but to no avail since Kisame jumped and evaded the attack. Tsunade for her part acted quickly like a commander and ushered orders. "I want 2 ANBUs here with me, Black Wolf and Hawk. The rest aid Kakashi against Itachi, go," shouted the Hokage before seeing the ANBU quickly maneuvering. After that, Tsunade, Black Wolf, Ace and Hawk were standing there facing Kisame. "Black Wolf, we need to take him away from the village, would you be so kind?" asked Tsunade, still focus on Kisame, while Naruto went with the hand seals for Futon Chakra Daitapa, wind style, enhanced breakthrough jutsu. Instantly, a huge gust of wind charged against Kisame, who had no other alternative other than to place Samahata in front of him, but to no avail. Because of the wind's force, the giant shark was sent traveling away from the village with Tsunade and everyone tailing behind him. Tsunade for her part, even though she knew of what Naruto could do, was amazed at the force of the wind. "Hawk, could you explain this to me?" asked Tsunade while trailing up to where Kisame would land. "Tsunade-sama, Black Wolf has a natural affinity for wind, therefore his jutsu was an improved version of the normal Daitapa, hence what you saw right now." After a while, Kisame landed and got right up as if he was not even fazed by the attack. "Quite strong that little breeze, wasn't it?" said Kisame as he began to stretch a little bit for the battle. "Tsunade-sama, be aware of his sword, it eats our chakra. We need to attack him with caution," said Black Wolf, to which Tsunade nodded, still amazed since this was the first time she actually fought together with Naruto, and quite frankly it was scaring her a little bit. Kisame, however, became wary of the black-masked ANBU that happened to know his sword's secret. "Oi, how the hell do you know that Samahata eats chakra? Have we met before?" asked Kisame, to which Tsunade flinched a little bit. However, they were once again lucky that Kisame didn't notice Tsunade's momentary giveaway. Naruto, however, had to answer the question. "No, this is the first time we met, however as an ANBU, I'm required to know everything Konoha's enemies and your file is the most interesting one," said Naruto before seeing Kisame smile at such praise. "How thoughtful of you guys. Well, since you all know a lot about me, why don't attack and test what you've learned?" asked Kisame, already making hand seals for the Suiden Tsuryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu. Instantly, a huge water dragon attacked the Konoha trio, who by this time jumped through different sides. However, far from Kisami's view, Hawk made some hand seals. Kaden Housenka no Jutsu, fire style, mythical fire phoenix jutsu, and instantly 5 small fireballs charged against Kisame, who after seeing the incoming attack, grinned because of such a weak attack. However, Kisame was taken aback when Black Wolf appeared behind the incoming fireballs, flipping through hand seals of his own, saying Futon Itama no Jutsu, wind style, air bullet jutsu. When Naruto's air bullets mixed with Hawk's, his fire ones nearly doubled in size and speed, making Kisame curse them and try to avoid the incoming projectiles, which now resembled a low-level grand fireball. Even though Kisame was big, he had some skills with agility, Therefore he was able to dodge 4 OFH the incoming fireballs, however one of them hit him on his right leg, burning it. Not even waiting to attack, Hawk and Black Wolf threw a barrage of shurikens at Kisame, who used his sword to stop them all. Tsunade, however, could do nothing but watch at Hawk and Black Wolf's well-coordinated attacks until Ace appeared. They're good, aren't they? Those two have been practicing together for some time now and their combined attacks proved to be fearful. Together they burned that Iwa-classed missing Nin, and even though this guy is a little bit stronger, I know that he won't last against these two. Said Ace, to which Tsunade smiled after hearing Ace's words. You seem quite fond of him, don't you? Asked Tsunade, while seeing Hawk and Black Wolf dodging a sweetened attack from Kisame, who by now was becoming furious since he couldn't land a hit at the two with his sword. Black Wolf and I shared similar pasts, therefore it's only logical that we managed to bond. Just like him, I was treated poorly by my clan and eventually they expelled me from their order. After a while, I kept training up to exhaustion, therefore learning some futon jutsus from my clan. When I was wandering around this forest, I sensed Black Wolf's strength and I looked directly through his eyes. I can tell that even though he could be even stronger, there is something no one, no matter how tough the enemy may be, will defeat Naruto's will to protect those he cares for. Said Ace. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get to know the real him, though. He can be very secretive at times. Said Tsunade, before seeing Naruto make some hand seals and attack Kisame with Raiden Kusari Raiko, lightning style, lightning chain jutsu. Suddenly, a cloud was formed on top of them and started firing lightning bolts after Kisame, who barely managed to dodge. Then out of nowhere, Hawk appeared behind Kisame and bind him with the Kanashibari no Jutsu, paralyzing Kisame. Seeing his opportunity, Naruto made more hand seals, this time for his final attack. Raiden Denku Koko, lightning style, lightning roar jutsu. Because of Hawk's binding technique, Kisame could only watch the sudden appearance of a lightning lion roaring towards him and shocked the shark man to his very core. As a result of the attack, Kisame was screaming as thousands of bolts came crashing down upon him, almost killing the shark man, had Samahata didn't absorb part of the jutsu, before shattering as a result. After Naruto's jutsu, Kisame was struggling to stand still and upon seeing his sword broken, he realized that his defeat was upon him. After all, Kisame was a swordsman, therefore he lived by the sword. When he lost his sword, he lost his battle. Hawk, seeing the opportunity to take one of the Akatsuki, took off his ninjutsu and aimed to pierce the blue man's heart, however Tsunade stopped him. Hawk, that's enough. This man already admitted defeat. Even though he is a missing nin, once a samurai's sword is useless, he or she loses the battle, isn't it right, Kisame? Said Tsunade as she approached the beaten shinobi, who not only lost his sword, but his chakra was extremely depleted by now. I'm afraid so. However, seeing that you value our honor, I have a humble request from the black-masked ANBU. Said Kisame, to which Naruto nodded his head for Kisame to tell him. I admit my defeat to you, brat. You sure are a tough one. However, you need to finish my life with your sword since you were the one who defeated me. Said Kisame and then looked at Naruto. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Hoshikage Kisame. And I want to say that apart from the crimes you committed, from the people you killed, yet you managed to die with honor, I happen to respect that. Said Naruto before yielding his ninjutsu and moved for the swift kill. Kisame for his part acknowledged Naruto's words and smiled, since he did die with honor after all. After Naruto's thrust at Kisame's heart, Naruto left his sword there as a sign of respect for fellow Kenjutsu users out there to know that Kisame was killed by a sword, earning nods of admiration from Tsunade and Hawk, who stood beside him as he looked at the body of Kisame. Just like Zabuza, you Kisame died with honor. May Kami take care of your soul, prayed Naruto before hearing signs of battle coming towards them, instantly making Naruto remember that Itachi was still alive and happens to be the biggest threat. Suddenly, Kakashi with a broken arm appeared along with the rest of the ANBU members and Itachi as well, but he landed on top of a tree. As he looked, he spotted Kisame there on the ground. Shit, they got Kisame. I'm more outmatched now than before. I had to flee and I still can't find Naruto anywhere. I see you managed to take Kisame. Seeing that I'm outmatched, I can't stay here any longer. Said Itachi before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. ANBU, scour the village. See if there's any presence of Itachi searching around. Hawk, Bear and Black Wolf stay with me. I need to speak with you. Where's Cat? Asked Tsunade, to which Black Wolf turned to answer. Excuse me Tsunade-sama. Me and Cat were guarding the south regions of Konoha when a sudden pain reached her stomach for training too much. I sent word for kurenai to take care of her. They are at her apartment right now, said Naruto, to which the rest of them doesn't seem to bought the excuse but shrugged it off, seeing that they just beat AS ranked missing nin and a little information was in order. Okay, she will be briefed later then. Hawk and Bear, the reason why I hold you guys here is for you to know the reason of Itachi and Kisami's presence here in Konoha, said Tsunade, to which Naruto and Kakashi looked at her with surprise, which didn't go unnoticed by Hawk and Bear. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Asked Hawk, since he was the captain. Well, as you know, both of them belong to an organization called Akatsuki and their objective is to hunt all the Bijus. For what purpose, we still not sure about. The reason why they are in Konoha is because they are after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, said Tsunade, only waiting so that they could digest the information before continuing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is well known only to you both and Cat, said Tsunade, making Hawk and Bear almost break their necks from looking at Black Wolf. You're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Black Wolf? That's not possible, said Hawk, as he now knew that his new friend housed the Kyuubi inside of him. Since he was away on a mission at the time, he didn't see the monster, but he was well aware of what he did at Konoha. However, Hawk didn't think the same way as those that mistreated the boy. Wait a minute, you're that boy that I saved 13 years ago, aren't you, Black Wolf? Asked Hawk, to which Naruto took off his mask and smiled at Hawk for acknowledging his presence as a proud member of ANBU instead of demon. Yes, I was Hawk Taiko and I never got to appreciate you for saving me that day, said Naruto, smiling towards his captain. However, Bear's history was quite different. Having lost his family because of the Kyuubi, he was visibly fuming because of the news. Bear for his part didn't actually attack Naruto, but he never appreciated that the boy wasn't killed at that time. Now seeing his partner in crime, his buddy in ANBU, the only one worthy of his admiration was the whole reason that his family was killed. Naruto, however, sensed a bit of raise in chakra coming from Bear and knew that the man would eventually attack him because of it. True to Naruto's wonderings, Bear suddenly channeled chakra through his fists and turned to attack Naruto, quite to the surprise of all present except Naruto, who just closed his eyes waiting for the blow, which hit him full force, and it would have broken his jaw had the Kyuubi didn't fixed right away. Bear, what's the meaning of this? He is our teammate, shouted Hawk, trying to level with the big guy. He is the reason why my family was killed that day. He is the reason why I grew up alone and now I'm avenging my family once and for all, screamed Bear, not even able to control himself anymore. Naruto for his part was once again saddened by this, but not surprised. Hawk Taiko, please leave him be. Bear, if you truly believe that I'm the one who murdered your parents, then by all means, avenge them. I won't even try to defend myself, said Naruto before seeing everyone lower their heads after seeing what Naruto intended to do. Kakashi-senpai, we've got to stop this, Bear will kill him, said Hawk to Kakashi, who was now being attended by Tsunade. I'm afraid the only one that can stop him is Naruto, said Kakashi, to which Hawk was taken aback and voiced his question. Before Naruto was enlisted as an ANBU, he said to me that the Kyuubi's burden is his and his alone to carry. Even though he is not the beast itself, he is aware of all the destruction that the beast caused to Konoha and is prepared for situations such as these, said Kakashi, to which Hawk turned to look at Naruto now being beaten by Bear repeatedly. I wasn't kidding when I said that Naruto and I shared similar pasts. Even though he has some precious people, Naruto carries his burden alone with no one to help him. Just like me, Naruto is a lone wolf just like me, said Ace. Tsunade and Kakashi, after hearing Ace's story, now understood why Naruto chose his black wolf mask, and upon hearing what Ace told them, their respect for Naruto rose even more. Minato-sensei did thrust Konoha's safety to him after all, and it's just like Naruto said. Only he could carry such a burden, said Kakashi, and then smiled at how much Naruto grew without him even knowing. Jiraiya once told me that Sarutobi-sensei praised Naruto from inheriting the will of fire. I see that now, said Tsunade. Back to Naruto, he was sent to a nearby tree after receiving another punch from Bear, who by now was beginning to tire since he thought against Itachi. Why don't you defend yourself, demon? shouted Bear, to which Naruto barely lifted while mumbling. It's because I know what's like to lose everything because of the Kyuubi. Because of him, I lost everything. I was born without knowing my parents. I grew up without knowing if they left me because they couldn't be around me or not. I spent my entire life searching for acceptance only to be spitted on and beaten constantly. The Yondaime Hokage was right for choosing me to seal the beast. Even though I don't like it, I was chosen to bear this burden. Therefore, if you want to avenge your family, go ahead," said Naruto, to which Bear stopped and turned to look at Naruto's eyes for any deception and was taken aback after seeing that Naruto didn't even blink after saying what he said. Bear now was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. For years, he bottled up his hate for the demon who took away his family, and now that he had the chance to avenge them, he was suddenly having second thoughts about what exactly meant to be a Jinchuriki. As he looked at the guy in front of him with serious bruises on his body from Bear's beatings, he didn't know if he was the demon or his always reliable ANBU teammate. He always found Black Wolf to be mysterious, but now that he knew his secret, it came clear to him just how dangerous it would be for him to simply take off his mask inside ANBU HQ. Apart from Bear, a large number of ANBU members hate the Kyuubi for what he had done to Konoha. Naruto, for his part, was studying his teammates' reactions right now. Up until now, Naruto was being beaten severely from something he didn't committed, however he knew better than people coming with this conclusion out of the blue. However, Bear seemed to be in deep thinking right now, which came as a blessing to Naruto since one more hit and he didn't know if he would be left standing. Now he knew why Bear was feared for. "Bear-san, I don't wait to handle this another time, please release all that you've holding up now," said Naruto, to which Bear started looking at him wondering how much beating he can endure. He was being beaten non-stop for over 10 minutes and still has the strength to stand. Back from the stands, Kakashi approached Bear, seeing that he was in deep wondering, and decided to aid the big guy. "Bear-san, I want to ask you something if I may?" asked Kakashi, reverting the man's attention towards him. "What is it, Kakashi-san?" questioned Bear, showing signs of near chakra depletion and exhaustion. "When you look at Naruto's eyes, what do you see?" asked Kakashi, making Bear turn to see Naruto, only to see two ocean blue ones, filled with determination and sorrow. "I can see a lot of determination, but a small hint of sorrow into his eyes." "But why?" said Bear, but was stopped by Kakashi, who started talking. "Naruto is Jinchuriki, by definition, the Kyuubi's jail. And even though he didn't do anything to deserve the treatment he endured since he was born, he is standing there receiving what would be Kyuubi's sentence by your fists, because he acknowledged what he is," said Kakashi before seeing Bear's shoulder relaxing a bit. "If what you say is true, then he is," said Bear, now realizing what he did to the guy. "He is anything but the Kyuubi inside of him." "Ace, could you bring Naruto's mask for us?" asked Kakashi, to which the wolf complied and handed the mask to Kakashi. "Thanks. Now Bear-san, do you want to know who Naruto is? Then let's put his mask back on," said Kakashi before he appeared in front of Naruto and placed his mask on Naruto. Bear, for his part, remembered now when Naruto appeared in front of him, testing to enter ANBU and also their missions together as well as their interaction, and to say that Bear was ashamed was an understatement. "Black Wolf, I'm sorry for what I've done," said Bear, but was stopped by Black Wolf. "Bear-san, do not worry about it. I accepted a long time ago what I have inside of me, and therefore I became responsible for what happened to Konoha because of the beast. This was the main reason as to why I joined the force. Because of the mask, people no longer have to see the demon walking alongside them. Also, Akatsuki is openly hunting me in order to take the Kyuubi away," said Naruto, to which Bear nodded and came forward with his hand in an attempt for truce. "Black Wolf, I'll help you defeat them. Those bastards won't even know what hit them," said Bear, to which Naruto nodded and held Bear's hands along with Hawk, who also appeared next to them. "Count me in as well, Black Wolf. We already have 2 S-ranked criminals in our tab. Adding a couple more wouldn't be bad at all," said Hawk, to which Naruto turned to laugh so hard that his body began to hurt a lot because of it. "Damn it, Hawk Taiko, don't make me laugh. My ribs are still aching from Bear's beatings. Note to self, never engage in a taijutsu match with a guy twice your size," mumbled Naruto that last part, making his team laugh at him as well as Kakashi and Tsunade, who smiled seeing Naruto's ANBU team interact as if they grew up together. Kakashi, Naruto made some tough friends, wouldn't you say? Asked Tsunade, now with her arms crossed, to which Kakashi smiled and answered. He and Hawk managed to defeat Kisame, and Bear was able to land some serious hits on Itachi. Also, their fourth member, Yugo, is one of Konoha's best Kenjutsu users. I'm sure that this team is one of Konoha's best, and I'm proud to say that I was the one who taught the legendary Konoha's Shippu Ukami. Said Kakashi as his eyes were locked at the sight of Naruto holding his ribs while laughing along with his peers. Speaking of Yugo, I'll pay Kurenai a visit to see if she's feeling better. Said Tsunade before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, leaving Kakashi there with Naruto's team. At Kurenai's house. After Kurenai left Naruto, she ushered for Yugo to rest so that they could talk in the morning. She thought best than bombard the woman with questions on what happened, even though she was quite intrigued as to why Naruto called for her instead of trying to comfort her himself. She was in deep wondering when she heard someone knocking on her door. When he opened, she was greeted by Tsunade, who was crossing her arms. "Greetings Kurenai-san, can I get in? How is Yugo?" asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai made way for her to enter and said that Yugo was resting. "Kurenai-san, first of all, I'm sure that Naruto will tell you, but just for you to know, minutes after you left, Akatsuki arrived coming for Naruto," said Tsunade, to which Kurenai paled after remembering her encounter with Itachi and Kisame. "Oh my god, Tsunade-sama, what happened to him, is he okay?" asked Kurenai, now almost on the verge of desperation. "Do not worry, Kurenai-san, nothing happened to him. He and Hawk managed to defeat Kisame and Itachi had to run," said Tsunade, making Kurenai relax, but not to the point of stop wondering how strong Naruto and this Hawk guy are for beating someone neither her nor Asuma managed to defeat. Tsunade, however, saw that this subject would dwell even further, moved to stop it. "Yes, you can get the details with Naruto later. Now I came here to see Yugo. Naruto told me she was feeling bad, but I could tell he was covering for her." "What happened?" asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai turned to answer. According to Naruto, Yugo saw her boyfriend kissing another woman and collapsed. He then summoned me with Ace's assistance and I brought her here," said Kurenai, to which Tsunade nodded in sympathy for the girl. "Hayate was indeed behaving weird lately. I've been receiving some complaints that he was causing a few havocs, but now Yugo witnessed it. When she wake up, tell her she has 2 days to deal with this. Her team won't be doing any more missions since Naruto's Jounin exam is tomorrow," said Tsunade, to which Kurenai nodded and then saw Tsunade turn and walk away. Next day at ANBU HQ. The next day, Naruto was looking at his mask while waiting for his turn to attend his Jounin exam. He was well rested and already healed thanks to the ANBU medics and Kyuubi and was just waiting to apply the test. Having already memorized his objective, Naruto was going through number of strategies inside his head. Naruto's objective was to infiltrate a fake house that was built just for his test and retrieve an object inside. However, the object's exact location wasn't listed in the map, therefore he had to find it. However, not being detected was his main objective, and it didn't help that around the place, there would be 4 to 5 Chunin-level ninjas and 2 Jounins near the object. First, Naruto had to find a way to get inside. Once inside, he had to choose whether to take the enemy before or go straight for the object. Either way, he had to get past them undetected. "Black Wolf, you're up. Good luck on the exam," said one of the proctors before seeing Naruto already with his mask, nodding and walking towards the place, with calm and determination. Upon arrival, he took his time to study the place a bit. The place resembled a mid-sized clan house with several houses, varying from storage houses to main clan houses. Upon close inspection, Naruto managed to find one of the Chunins standing behind one of the storage houses. Therefore, Naruto jumped towards the rooftop and stayed low as to avoid detection. While there, he was studying the man's guard pattern before moving to strike. Naruto chose to take care of all enemies before moving for the object, since then he wouldn't need to worry about an escape plan. When he looked further ahead, he spotted what looked like one of the Jounin standing on top of the rooftop close to his own, and since he couldn't spot other presences, Naruto proceeded for his first kill. Inside the HQ, while Naruto was performing his exercise, Tsunade, Ino, Sakura, Shizune, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, some of the Rookie 9 and the rest of Naruto's ANBU team was watching Black Wolf standing on top of the rooftop. It has begun, said Tsunade, opening the discussion with Sakura being next. Tsunade-sama, is this guy any good? Asked Sakura, receiving glares from everyone present who by this point wanted nothing more than scowl at Sakura from downsizing in ANBU's abilities. However, before Tsunade answered, Hawk answered for her. I'd refrain from underestimating Black Wolf, little girl. He may be a chunin, however he's one of the best in the force, said Hawk, to which Sakura mentally punched him from the little girl comment. During our missions, Black Wolf was successful in infiltration such as these one. His calm and ability to hide his presence makes it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. To today, the only one who managed to catch him was our commander, but not without struggling a little bit, said Bear. Others in the room, however, either chose not to speak or already knew of the man's abilities, in Kurenai, Shizune and Tsunade's case. Shikamaru, however, chose to speak, since the guy's strategy was taking a little bit of time to initiate. Even as this exercise does not have a time limit, would it be best if he moved already? Others could detect him eventually, said Shikamaru, to which Asuma turned to answer to his student. Rashness is unacceptable to a Jounin. Black Wolf is studying the man's pattern to see the best form of attack. Since the main objective is not being detected by the enemy, he has to be certain that the enemy will not detect him before he moves for the strike, said Asuma while smiling at the sight of Naruto doing something like this. Shikamaru for his part caught the smile, but decided to let it go, since it would be very troublesome to do such a thing. With Naruto already understanding the man's pattern, Naruto yielded his ninjutsu and dropped when the chunin turned backwards from him, thus getting himself killed. Well, the Bunshin's death, but a death nonetheless. After Naruto's swift kill, he turned to hide behind the storage house and walked cautiously towards his next target, the Jounin. With this one, Naruto knew that the guy would not only walk around, but also tune his senses for any chakra presence near him, so Naruto approached the guy with his chakra concealed. Since he couldn't use chakra in order to take the Jounin by surprise, Naruto used a grappling hook, propelling him up until he used his hands to hold onto the border, so that he could then study this guy's pattern for a while. For a while, Naruto stood there just watching the guy who seemed to be slightly alert. After the guy shrugged it off, dismissing the alert, he turned and met with Naruto's ninjutsu, which impaled the area close to his heart, therefore making the clone vanish. 2 down, 4 or 5 left. I must be cautious. The exam banishes my chakra usage, but the enemy can use it freely, meaning that genjutsu is open. I have to be aware of my surroundings and watch out for flaws of any kind, thought Naruto as he kneeled down at the next rooftop and turned to observe a lone chunin wandering around near the main house. However, his suspicions only rose when he saw what appeared to be the shape of another person there with him standing there. The reason of Naruto's suspicions was because this opponent was using a genjutsu around him, since when Naruto looked at his direction, it was different than any other direction. Quietly and quickly reaching for a single kunai, Naruto stood for a while to see if the guy would move at all, since if he missed, he would be detected. After a while, seeing that the enemy just stood there, Naruto threw the kunai and it lodged right behind the man's head, making him disappear, before the other realized. However, Naruto needed to take care of the one remaining, since he would know if the other guy was killed. Therefore Naruto looked around quickly and then dashed forward the chunin, slicing him up, just moments before he turned and then jumped towards the next rooftop. With the others, after Naruto's quick display at infiltration, some claps could be heard from his fellow ANBU members. Sakura was already looking intently at the guy, also dumbstruck by his agility. That genjutsu was a dirty trick, Tsunade-sama, said Kakashi, to which Tsunade nodded and looked to Kurenai for explanations. I happened to add a thing or two in this exam, Kakashi-san. Black Wolf's knowledge isn't limited to ninjutsu alone. However, in order to be called a genjutsu specialist, one should be able to detect one even without the use of chakra. As you all know, genjutsu attacks the ninja's senses. Therefore it's safe to assume to what appeared to be may or may not be real, said Kurenai before smiling proudly of her boyfriend who was able to detect her B-level genjutsu. Who is this guy anyway? Also, if this is a regular Jounin exam, then it's safe to say that I'll never be able to advance to Jounin, said Ino, actually worried about her ninja career, to which Tsunade snickered and turned to answer to her humble apprentice. No, Ino, this is an ANBU Jounin exam. However, this particular one was devised by myself, Kurenai-san, and the ANBU commander himself. You see, we have quite an interest in seeing what Black Wolf can do," said Tsunade before seeing her apprentice nod and turn to study the man's actions. Unbeknown to Rookie 9, all the Jounin knew who Black Wolf was and were amazed by everything so far. Kurenai, however, turned to look at the cat-masked ANBU, who, even though was given 2 days to rest, appeared to see Naruto's test. Kurenai was suspicious of her friend since because of her actions. This morning, Yugo didn't even want to talk about what happened, but when Kurenai said that she would be attending to Naruto's test, Yugo suddenly came with her, literally transforming from sad to happy in a second. Something is very wrong here. I know Naruto wouldn't do anything, but I'm not sure if Yugo would. Now I understand why he summoned me to comfort her. He is suspicious as well. Aren't you Naru-kun? Thought Kurenai. With Naruto. Now was the hard time since Naruto would have to enter the main house in order to take care of the rest of the enemies and reach for the object. On top of the rooftop, Naruto managed to see a little window but big enough for him to enter the house. Once inside, Naruto hid inside one of the house's pillars. When he scanned the house, he began to curse the sadistic person who thought it was a good idea to install some cameras inside the place. Silently planning for a little prank once he learned who did this, he waited for the camera's range to pass by him and dashed quickly away from the camera's view. As he stopped right below the camera, he literally stopped breathing when he heard footsteps coming his way from the other side of the wall. Right when he was about to strike, Naruto wondered about the true objective of this exam, which was to not be detected. If he took this guy out, the camera would be aware of his presence. Therefore, he took some steps back so not only the camera couldn't detect him but the enemy as well. After the guy passed, Naruto dashed quickly across the living room, using pure speed since chakra once again was prohibited. After he was able to pass this guy, he sighed seeing that things just got complicated. At first, he wanted to eliminate the enemies so that his escape route would be easy, but now seeing that cameras were installed inside the house, he couldn't eliminate the enemy anymore, he had to evade them. Man, if Tsunade is in on this, I'll be sure to teach her a lesson, thought Naruto as he began to move for the next room. With the other guys. After Naruto entered the house, no one could see him anymore. It's like he wasn't even there. Tsunade-sama, where is him? We can't see him, said Neji and Tenten all together, now more curious than ever to learn the identity of this man. Be calm, you two. The images that you see before you are a part of his test. And if you're not seeing him, that means he understood our little game, said Tsunade, to which all the Rookie 9 turned to Tsunade with the same question. What little game? The camera shows our Chunin there waiting for Black Wolf. Therefore if he eliminates the Chunin, the camera would see that something happened, therefore spotting his presence inside the house, said Tsunade, to which once again Kakashi labeled it as dirty trick, making Tsunade smile. You can thank Yamato for this. It was his idea, said Tsunade. Back with Naruto. After seeing some empty rooms, Naruto found himself wondering where the other two enemies are. Naruto had to congratulate the creator of this exam though. This was far from what he expected it to be, and surprisingly enough, he was enjoying every minute of it. Since he didn't find the object yet, Naruto was sure that the object would be inside the last room. One more thing, he noticed that the chakra seals were off, meaning that chakra was available. However, the rule of being undetected was still on, so he couldn't use too much. Quickly making a cage bunchin and transforming him into an ant, the clone went under the door and spied inside. After a while, the ant got out and was dispelled, telling Naruto that inside it was a camera and the two enemies were on each side of the door. After seeing what's inside, Naruto devised a plan since now he could stop and think more clearly. He wasn't stupid to take the camera away and then strike, because there was one more opponent at the living room who could become alert, ruining Naruto's plan. However, he now could cast any jutsu, and he remembered Ace teaching him one that he learned from Ace. However, he would need to escape rather quickly, but he had a very handy technique in hand for that. Oh yes, victory is upon us. Now I just need to perform the jutsu correctly. Then, Naruto opened the door just a little bit in order to cast the jutsu inside. With some hand seals, Naruto mentally said, Ukami Hijutsu. Tsuki Kurigari, Wolf Secret Style. Total Darkness Jutsu. After that, the room went dark, while Naruto took the object and shined away before anyone could come to the rescue. Meanwhile, everyone at the stands was watching intently at the last camera that went dark out of a sudden, and no one except Ace knew that Naruto was already outside again, walking peacefully to the exit with the other guys. As the black started to fade and a little light began to appear, everyone saw the Chunin and Jounin looking at the missing object that was located at the center of the room, as well as the ones looking from above. Suddenly, the booth was black as well, and no one could understand what the hell was going on. From out of nowhere, a sudden voice appeared. "If it's me you're looking for, then you're looking at the wrong way," said Naruto. Moments before the darkness disappeared and Black Wolf stood there next to Ace, who already knew what Naruto intended to do. After his sudden appearance in the room, everyone got shivers up their spines. Chapter 10: Trouble in Suna. When the lights suddenly enlightened the place, everyone was dumbfounded to see that Black Wolf, the one who was doing the exam downstairs, suddenly appeared behind them, without no one noticing. While no one except his own team, who was already accustomed to the wolf-masked ANBU appearing out of nowhere. Tsunade, for one, was watching Naruto with a sort of pride and both fear, since she figured that with his Ukami, wolf, jutsu, he could enter pretty much anywhere and leave unnoticed, hence his performance both at the ANBU Jounin exams and getting inside this booth. While Tsunade was gauging the possibilities of assassination and document retrieval missions for Naruto, the other people present in the room was studying the ANBU member with fear and strange sense of familiarity. Apart from Asuma, Kurenai and Naruto's ANBU team, none of the Chunins present knew Black Wolf's identity. In fact, the only familiarity was caused by the member's blonde hair, since they didn't know anyone with blonde hair other than Naruto, however could very well be a henge for not being caught. Back to Tsunade, she wanted to just stare and say nothing, but because of her position, she had to say something to break the silence. "Where is the document, Black Wolf?" asked Tsunade, to which Naruto simply tossed the scroll towards the Hokage, to which she caught with ease. "Very well, mission accomplished, Black Wolf. Since neither the guards below nor the hidden cameras caught your movements, you passed the examination with flying colors. Congratulations, you've been promoted to Jounin," said Tsunade, smiling deeply at her surrogate brother. Meanwhile, the Jounins present, who knew all about Naruto growing up, were sharing little cries of happiness for the blonde, but from different reasons. Kakashi was happy since his once Genin team was developing nicely with 2 Chunins and 1 recently promoted ANBU Jounin. Kurenai was happy because of her relationship with Black Wolf aka Uzumaki Naruto, but sad since she wouldn't be able to taunt him because of his ninja rank. Asuma, for his part, smiled at seeing the first of Naruto's generation to become Jounin, since Neji was 1 year older than him. Naruto for his part bowed to Tsunade, in tone of appreciation for the promotion, and then manifested. "I appreciate the promotion, Tsunade-sama, however I'm due to ask who thought of the idea of placing hidden cameras inside the compound." "Those are very tricky to pass by," asked Black Wolf, just for a tall man in a lion ANBU mask with a huge coat enter the place. "It was my idea, Black Wolf. I was the one who put the cameras inside. Any problem with that?" asked Tenzo, trying to become serious with the situation, despite the fact that Naruto was promoted. Black Wolf, after hearing the ANBU chief manifest, turned and kneeled in front of him, showing the respect for the man. "Not at all, sir. I was just curious, since none of the old ANBU Jounin exams contained other means of guarding places other than shinobis," said Naruto. "The reasons as to why I set those cameras inside served for 2 reasons, Black Wolf. 1, to surely test your infiltration abilities as well as be able to make sudden choices that could endanger the completion of the mission. I had to give it to you, though. I thought I went overboard when I put the last camera, but you managed to get past by it, using a strange jutsu. 2nd, from ANBU reports I've been reading, it seems that some of the missions were endangered because of the usage of cameras inside the place of infiltration. This test was to gauge if you were prepared in case such a thing actually happens while on a mission. So, congratulations on becoming an ANBU Jounin, Black Wolf. Now your team is completed," said Yamato before giving his back and walk away, to which Black Wolf got up and turned to the others present in the room. "So Tsunade-sama, can I take my leave now? Suppressing my chakra like that takes a lot out of me, and I'd like to take a little rest to recover," said Naruto, to which Tsunade nodded. Just as Naruto was about to leave, Tsunade smiled upon seeing the ones from Naruto's graduation class look slightly dejected from not knowing who is the mystery ANBU, so she decided to break the ANBU's identity protocol. Black Wolf, one more thing before you leave, there is one more thing I need for you to do, said Tsunade, to which Naruto turned and bowed so that Tsunade could speak. May I ask you to take off your mask, Black Wolf? Asked Tsunade, earning shocks of surprise from Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai, who thought at the same time how crazy it was to do a thing like that. Naruto for his part turned to gauge the old hag's pretension with this. For 1 year, now, Naruto was operating behind the curtains, using the Black Wolf mask as he went through missions and protected his home. After hearing this, he remembered the Hokage wanting to give a name for him so that other villages would be wary of the Black Wolf mask ANBU from Konoha. Now she wanted to expose him in front of everyone. However, as an ANBU, he was supposed to follow orders from the Hokage, since ANBU reported only to her and the ANBU chief, so Naruto complied and took off his mask. To say everyone in the room was surprised, it would be an understatement. Their jaws were sent to the ground after remembering everything that the ANBU did, and now they saw that the ANBU was in fact Uzumaki Naruto, once obnoxious, knucklehead incompetent ninja to now being promoted to ANBU Jounin at the age of 16. Because of his sudden disappearance, none of the Chunins could understand what happened to the blonde. Of course, Sakura was the one who initiated the conversation. Naruto, is that really you? Asked Sakura before seeing the blonde not even fazed upon looking at her. Why did you abandon our team? Asked Sakura, now on the verge of tears, but not because of Naruto became an ANBU, but the fact that she was alone and memories from Kurenai's conversation with her filled her mind. Naruto, however, chose to not mutter a single word to the pink-haired Chunin. He wondered where those tears lied, since in close to 1 year, he didn't even hear of her asking of him, not that he was waiting for, that's for sure. And now here she is, voicing her frustrations on him. Tsunade for her part was surprised to see Naruto not even wanting to open his mouth in protest. However, she knew that Sakura's tears wasn't towards Naruto, but rather her choices in life. Nonetheless, she was surprised to see Naruto not trying to comfort her at all. The other Chunins present wanted nothing to do with comforting Sakura. They all knew that Sakura blamed Naruto from hurting the precious Sasuke 1 year ago, however none of them expected to see that Naruto's face was void with any kind of emotion. After a while, Kurenai stopped towards Naruto and asked if he was okay, to which Naruto smiled at her and nodded in affirmative. Do not worry, Kure-chan. I've done trying to become her friend when she blamed me from hurting the Uchiha. Sakura only thinks of herself, and seeing her like this could only mean that the Uchiha rejected her, said Naruto, to which Sakura looked at him and cried even more, proving his point. Naruto, while I share your thoughts of Sakura, why you disappeared for a year? Asked Shikamaru, making Naruto look at him still unfazed by everything. Sorry Shikamaru, other than a few personal reasons of my own, I'm forbidden to tell. If you wish to learn about my personal reasons, I can tell you some other time. Now I really have to rest for a while. Because of my high chakra capacity, suppressing it takes a lot of my control, said Naruto before he put the black masked ANBU mask and shunshined away within a small tornado, leaving everyone inside. After a while, Sakura calmed down and left with Tsunade, who wanted to speak to her. The Jounins and ANBU all vanished as well. However, the Chunins chose to stay a while to talk about the sudden revelations about the blonde enigma. Who would have guessed that Naruto was all this time doing missions as an ANBU? I remember Asuma-sensei telling me about him getting a lot stronger, but this was surreal, said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded. Although, I'm happy for him. I happened to see him and Kurenai-sensei having the most wonderful date in the park. He surpassed us all in no time, Shika, said Ino, to which Shikamaru smiled and nodded. Come on, Ino. We have to meet our team at the barbecue place in 30 minutes. Let's go, said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded and left together with the pineapple head ninja. Shikamaru, however, was wondering of what Naruto said about the reasons for him becoming a part of ANBU. Naruto, just when I thought you showed who you truly are, you do something like this. I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to play with my mind a little bit, thought Shikamaru, already out of the ANBU HQ. With Tsunade. After arriving at her office, Tsunade went to her chair. Staring at sad Sakura and the resolved face of Shizune, she was more than certain of what to do next. Sakura, I have a long-term mission for you, said Tsunade, making Sakura lift her head to pay attention. I have a request here by a village 10 miles from here. It seems that the village's doctor caught a deadly virus and won't be able to attend the community for at least 2 months' time. You are to go there and replace his position as well as try to heal the man. In there, you'll receive all the necessary medical supplies, even being able to request from us should the need arise. You're to leave tomorrow, understood? Asked Tsunade, to which Sakura lifted her head and nodded. This will be good for you, Sakura. Give your mind some freedom to think of the future. When you arrive at the village, talks to the mayor for him to fix you an apartment for you to stay, he'll be happy to supply you with one. Said Tsunade, earning another nod from Sakura, who then got up and left the office, still sad about seeing Naruto moving on in life. After she left, Tsunade and Shizune were surprised that she didn't show resistance towards the mission and wondered if the girl was finally waking up from her delusional dream. Do you think she'll be alright on her own? Asked Shizune, who, although liked to teach some lesson to the girl personally, was worried for her learning on her own. She needs to see what the world really is. Here she has my protection, because of my foolish act of labeling her as my apprentice. She was too young to understand such a position. There, she will have to fetch for herself, thus, growing up. Just like Naruto had to fetch for himself while on ANBU. Said Tsunade, to which Shizune nodded and smiled while knowing of his promotion to ANBU Jounin. I'm surprised that he managed to grow so much in so little time. Said Shizune, to which Tsunade smiled and nodded. I know. I remembered when he came asking for the ANBU position a year ago. The ANBU commander thinks high of him and his ANBU team. He's thinking of creating a special ANBU unit out of them. Together, they were able to take Akatsuki member and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist Hoshikage Kisame. Said Tsunade while looking at some documents pertaining Sakura's long-term mission. However, upon thinking further, she remembered the other Uchiha being in Konoha and was happy to know that Sasuke was on a mission towards Iwa. Thinking of the last original member of Old Genin Team 7, Tsunade considered the last Uchiha to be doing quite well. Under the tutelage of a more direct Jounin like Aoba, who didn't treat him better just because he is the last of his kind. If everything goes well, Sasuke could become a Jounin in a year, and Sakura could as well, if she wasn't blinded by her position of authority. Thought Tsunade as she ran through the documentation. In Naruto's house. After Naruto left, he went straight to his apartment. He was happy that now he is a Jounin, but he couldn't see why the Hokage wanted to expose him so much. He thought he was quite clear when he told them he wanted to operate behind the curtains, and now the Rookie 9 will know that he is an ANBU, including Sasuke. Naruto wasn't stupid as to believe that the traitor would just sit around and throw his revenge out of the window. Naruto knew that Sasuke wanted power more than anything. Now that he will know of Naruto's position, Sasuke may very well seek him out to battle, and the blonde didn't want to look at his face. After a while, Kurenai appeared slightly worried for her boyfriend. Truth be told, she knew that he didn't want to show his face to his old peers just like that. She knew how collected he was, and it was plainly visible that he was angry at the Hokage for making him do this. Naru-kun, are you okay? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto looked at her and smiled. I'm fine, it's just that I've been wondering why Tsunade-sama keeps exposing me like that. First, is the bingo book and now the order inside ANBU HQ, replied Naruto, confirming Kurenai's worries. It took me by surprise as well, and I for one can't figure out why she's doing such a thing, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. Now that some knows my identity, it wouldn't take long for word reaches my enemies. After Akatsuki knows about my identity, they will come here with 3 instead of 2 S-ranked missing nins, said Naruto. Kurenai for her part knew about all of this, but sadly all she could do is comfort Naruto. I know, we'll need to think of something to change that. Until you stop becoming an ANBU, your identity needs to be kept in total secrecy. Said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. A simple henge on my hair color would suffice to my enemies, I guess. But other than this, I suppose I can't change anything else. My black wolf mask is a symbol to me. I can't just use another one, said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and smiled. This mask defines who you are, Naruto-kun. It defines your spirit. Of course it wouldn't be fair to use another one. Not only that, but I think Ace would be very disappointed because of that, said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. Yeah, and where is that old fur anyway? I can't believe he is chasing one of Hana's dogs again, mumbled Naruto, to which Kurenai giggled at the prospect of seeing a 200-year-old wolf being attracted to a husky. In Tsunade's office. After Shizune left, Tsunade was dealing with the paperwork. She absolutely hated the damn paperwork, since almost half of it consisted of council and diplomacy issues with villages and other countries. However, when she sensed a familiar presence, she relaxed and let the presence enter the room. Hitaki Kakashi smiled and entered the room from the window. "Kakashi, what can I do for you?" asked Tsunade, to which Kakashi just sighed and putted both his hands inside his pockets. "Tsunade-sama, forgive about my rudeness here, but I don't understand your intentions as to why you made Naruto take off his mask in front of the Rookie Nine," said Kakashi, to which Tsunade smiled, seeing that she got caught. Naruto was downsized his entire life just because of others' hatred towards him. "I just thought that showing how people like him could be able to rise in rank if he or she applied hard enough," said Tsunade, not even being able to sense the seriousness of what she did. "I see, so you sacrificed the only thing we had against Akatsuki coming here to hunt him, just because you wanted to show his friends that he was an ANBU," said Kakashi, before seeing Tsunade going wide-eyed at the implications of a few knowing his identity. "The news of his identity will eventually fall at the wrong people's hand, and when that time comes, he'll be at a very tough spot. We have to make amends to this, Tsunade-sama. The reason as to why we could take Kisame was because they didn't know where Naruto was. If they know that he is an ANBU, they'll be prepared to take him, and worse, they will use his precious person to make him come to them, if necessary," said Kakashi, to which Tsunade sighed, realizing the outcome of what she did. "Damn it, I didn't think it like that. We need to summon everyone present who saw him and tell them not to share this information," said Tsunade, to which Kakashi nodded. "I'll go alert Asuma and Guy, they will inform the rest," said Kakashi, before shining away. Tsunade, after being left alone, got up from her chair and looked at the village behind her. She didn't think that her actions would cause him damage. She just never wanted for him to become an ANBU, thus, having to hide from everyone. She wanted for him to become a regular Jounin and eventually take on a genin team. Nonetheless, Kakashi was right. Right now, the only reason as to why Akatsuki haven't bothered us until 2 days ago was because they didn't know of the blonde's whereabouts and probably was sent here for reconnaissance. With Akatsuki, after Itachi reported Kisami's death to the leader, Pain was in deep thought. According to Itachi, they were caught and had to engage against Konoha's ANBU force and the Hokage. Itachi told him that one ANBU with a black wolf mask delivered the killing blow at Kisami's heart, thus, killing him instantly. It was a mistake to send someone they were expecting. "Next time I'll send Zetsu, he should do the job as well. Itachi, I'm releasing you from the Kyuubi. Your presence in Konoha will alert everyone, and we can't afford another loss like Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu and Hidan," said Pain, to which Itachi nodded. At a moment, though, Sharingan eyes were locked with Rinnegan eyes. Truth be told, Pain didn't like Itachi. He suspected that Itachi was playing both sides, so he needed to take him away from Konoha. Itachi for one didn't want to go back to Konoha anyway. He saw the level of the ANBU force there and wondered how much stronger they've gotten since he went away. However, Itachi was thinking of the one wearing a black wolf mask. Itachi couldn't look into his eyes with the Sharingan, because he wasn't able to look into the man's eyes, but he found the man vaguely familiar. After a while, he shrugged it off since he wouldn't be sent to Konoha anymore. Back with Pain, he called for the member he was thinking of. "Zetsu, I need you to find out where the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is. I sent Kisame and Itachi to Konoha, and Itachi returned with Kisami's corpse. I don't want you to engage. Simply try to gauge information of Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts," said Pain, to which Zetsu nodded and disappeared. In Konoha, the next day. After Naruto woke up, he looked at his companion with a smile. Kurenai chose to sleep with him to keep him company, and that alone made Naruto's day even more amazing. He is in love with her, period, and the thought of Akatsuki capturing her just to get to him was unnerving to say the least. He wondered if such a thing happened, and he lost control of himself while trying to rescue her at all costs. The damn fox could take advantage of his fragile state and take over his body in an instant. When Kurenai opened her eyes, she suddenly felt her boyfriend's lips locked with her own in a deep kiss. She loved such a wake-up call from Naruto. After opening her eyes fully, Her eyes were locked with her lover's smile upon looking at her and felt peace. She loved to wake up with him still there with her, however because of his ANBU schedule, he had often to present to ANBU HQ pretty early. Since the Hokage gave him a day off in recognition for his promotion, he could be with kurenai all day long. Well, all afternoon since she would have to train her team in elemental manipulation. I'm so glad to wake up with you, Naruto-kun. It's been forever since your last vacation and every day I wake up, you already left to ANBU HQ. Said kurenai, to which Naruto responded by giving her a deep kiss. I'm sorry my hime, I wanted for so long to just wake up and have breakfast with you, but being in ANBU means having to get up real early. Said Naruto, to which kurenai dismissed it, saying it was okay and that she understood. So how about that breakfast? Asked kurenai, to which Naruto smiled and got up from the bed. Just wait right here, hime. I'll prepare it for us and bring it here, said Naruto, while heading for the kitchen, leaving a smiling kurenai, since she never had anyone bring her breakfast in bed before. After the most wonderful breakfast, kurenai and Naruto got ready to relax at the park for a while before kurenai had to go to her team for training. However, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. When Naruto went to open, he was afraid that the Hokage postponed his vacation because of a mission. However, he relaxed upon seeing Shikamaru and Ino at the door smiling at him, to which Naruto found extremely odd, since the last thing he remembered Shikamaru doing was muttering, "troublesome," all the time. Say Shikamaru, did Ino-san forced you to wear that smile on your face? Asked Naruto, to which Shikamaru muttered troublesome and Ino rolled her eyes. After a moment, the group heard a giggle coming from inside the apartment. Kurenai was laughing at Naruto's comment and then Shikamaru's face after hearing it. Of course, the pineapple-head Jounin knew that and muttered more troublesome words, wondering if they prepared this to mock him. Naruto, I was wondering if we could talk for a while. Kurenai-sensei is welcome to come as well, said Shikamaru, to which Naruto and Kurenai nodded. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared next to Naruto and Ace appeared. Can I come as well? I'd like to stretch my legs and Naruto's couch is damn uncomfortable, said Ace, to which Naruto sighed. You're just tired from playing with that husky, shouted Naruto, earning sweat drops from Ino and Shikamaru and a laughing kurenai. After Naruto's exchange with Ace, to which Shikamaru and Ino were still gauging why the wolf could speak, the five headed to Konoha's public park. When they arrived, the group separated with kurenai and Ino going closer to the lake while Shikamaru, Ace and Naruto picked up a tree to hang out a bit. While walking, though, Shikamaru was trying to understand why the blonde was acting so peaceful and quiet. Shikamaru himself was all in favor of not muttering even a single word, however when he saw the once hyperactive stamina freak Jounin, now behaving like he didn't have a care in the world, kind of unnerved the Jounin. So, how's life been treating you? Asked Shikamaru while watching Ino and kurenai resting their feet on the cool water while enjoying the conversation. Naruto for his part smiled upon remembering what happened until today. Can't complain, Shikamaru, you know. I'm with the girl I'm in love with, just promoted to ANBU Jounin and I'm able to learn a lot from other ANBU comrades. The only downside of it all is lack of sleep and lack of time to pass some time with kurenai-chan. But apart from that, life's been great. How about you? Said Naruto, earning nods from Shikamaru, who seems to have the urge to smile all of a sudden. Can't complain so much, I'm afraid. Team 10 is doing pretty great under Asuma-sensei's tutelage and we're getting tougher missions. Ino is not so troublesome anymore and Choji is still Choji, however in his case I don't think he'll ever change. My mother is still troublesome, but I can't complain, though, since Ino has been able to calm her nerves a lot. Said Shikamaru, before turning to the blonde, which didn't get unnoticed by the blonde. So, Shikamaru, I understand you're starting to like Ino. Said Naruto, catching Shikamaru off guard, to which Naruto chose to elaborate. You never seem to take your eyes off her, always talking about her, and according to you, she saved you countless times from your mother's wrath. Sounds like the beginning of a relationship to me. Said Naruto, to which Shikamaru at first rolled his eyes but then smiled and once again looked at the blonde Yamanaka. You know what? I guess this relationship that you're talking about isn't so troublesome as I first thought it was. Tell me, I'm curious about something. How did you and Kurenai-sensei get together? Asked Shikamaru, to which Naruto smiled and took a look at the smiling kurenai before telling the story to when they met. While Naruto was relaying what happened, Shikamaru was surprised that Naruto had to close his heart once he saw kurenai together with Asuma. Shikamaru also learned that on his first year as an ANBU, he had to rescue kurenai from Kumo's clutches and the fact that Naruto was so cold towards her at the time. According to Naruto, at that time, Naruto couldn't look at kurenai without remembering what it was like to hold her on his arms and kiss her with passion. However, when Naruto finished the story with the encounter at the forest near the river, Shikamaru was flabbergasted. Of course, he wasn't a romantic kind of guy, but upon hearing the story, he smiled at the prospect of something like that happening to him. With Ino and kurenai, after they separated from the guys, the girls initiated a heated conversation about intimate details and how their respective men treated them. Ino was jealous of what the older woman was telling of what Naruto had done for her, and she wished that Shikamaru returned her love for him. Ino was dumbfounded by the Jounin's ability to tell the story in a way as to hook Ino's attention until the very end. "You're kidding, kurenai-sensei. Don't tell me you yanked Naruto's mask off and kissed him while he was on a mission?" asked Ino, still didn't believing that such passion even existed. "I wasn't thinking back then, of course, Ino-san. It was just this drive to simply kiss him fiercely, showing to Naruto-kun that I wanted to be with him, despite our differences." I can tell he was surprised as hell. However, when he returned the kiss, it was nothing short of amazing. "I heard Naruto-kun, then compare that kiss to a painting that happened to show us kissing while the full moon illuminating the river and the forest," said kurenai, to which Ino saw hearts all over the place. Ino always were into fairy tales, even though in her world, such a thing never did happen. However, she found that kurenai and Naruto's story got pretty close to one. "So tell me, Ino, did Shikamaru return your affections yet?" asked kurenai, smiling, catching Ino by surprise since she never said anything. Little did she know that kurenai saw her trying to take a glimpse at the pineapple head Chunin for quite some time. "How do you know that I like him, kurenai-sensei?" "I didn't say anything," asked Ino, to which kurenai smiled. "I'm a Jounin, remember? That and the fact that you've been looking at him on occasions pretty much gave me the hint," said kurenai, to which Ino blushed and looked down in defeat from being caught. "Don't be like this, Ino-san. It's no shame to like someone. Have you told him yet?" asked kurenai, before receiving a negative response from Ino. "No, however I've been trying to send him signals on occasions, however I don't know if he likes me or not. Shikamaru is very smart and I can tell he understood my signals, so that means that maybe he's not interested in me," mumbled Ino in sadness, to which kurenai sighed, remembering trying to have the strength to tell Naruto how she felt, but then when she gathered the courage to do it, it all worked rather well, to say the least. "Ino-san, trust me, I've been in this situation before and I can tell it isn't going to end until you tell him. The reason as to why I wasn't together with Naruto for a while was because I didn't have the courage to face the situation. However, when I chose to face it, it all worked well in the end and me and Naruto-kun are together happier than ever," said kurenai, to which Ino smiled and nodded, while regaining her confidence on earning the love of Shikamaru in the near future. With Naruto and Shikamaru. Back to Naruto and Shikamaru. Both of them were relaxing below a tree when suddenly an ANBU arrived with orders from the Hokage to Naruto. "Black Wolf, collect your gear. Your team has been summoned to the Hokage's presence at once," said the ANBU, to which Naruto nodded and got up from his nap, earning a troublesome reply from Shikamaru. "I see now what you said about the downfalls of being an ANBU," said Shikamaru, to which Naruto nodded and then vanished towards kurenai in order to tell her the sad news of his sudden mission calling. Shikamaru found strange that Naruto's face turned from peaceful to angry, but shrugged it off since he would be like that if he got called on his day off. Truth be told, he hated doing this to kurenai. This was his day off and he wanted so much to spend with his lover. However, he couldn't do anything, since ANBU were obligated to respond to the Hokage's orders right away. When he appeared near kurenai to tell her the sad news, however, he didn't need to since kurenai already saw his sad face and knew the reason of that ANBU's appearance. "Kure-chan, I'm sorry said Naruto, but was interrupted by his lover's smile dismissing the apologies. "Don't need to apologize, Naruto-kun. I understand your position and I understand the Hokage wouldn't call you on your day off unless it was utterly important," said kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and gave her a little kiss and then vanished. Ino, seeing kurenai sigh and look down to the ground, became worried about her new friend. She was surprised to see that the Hokage's consideration of Naruto's abilities to summon him on his day off, but seeing Kurenai look down, she realized that the couple had plans today and that was ruined by Naruto's call for a mission. "Kurenai-sensei, are you okay?" asked Ino, to which Kurenai, still looking down, said, "No, I'm not Ino. I love Naruto to death, but his job as an ANBU has been reducing our time together to almost none. It's not his fault, it's just that the Hokage worships Naruto's ANBU team as one of the best since Kakashi's and Itachi's," said Kurenai, almost on the verge of tears since she couldn't be with her boyfriend even in his day off from work. At some point, Shikamaru arrived only to see Kurenai almost on the verge of tears. Looking at Ino, she smiled and turned to look at the Jounin, whose tears were beginning to fall. "I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to be like this, but I can't help it," said Kurenai, to which Ino and Shikamaru kneeled next to her to comfort her. "Kurenai-sensei, if it helps any, Naruto was almost on the verge of ripping the messenger's guts from doing this. I'm sure he'll let the Hokage know of his frustrations," said Shikamaru, to which Kurenai smiled at the sight of Naruto talking to the Hokage. "Thanks, Shikamaru. I know you will. Naruto doesn't behave well to people who treat him unfairly. He's a strong shinobi, therefore I have to be strong for him," said Kurenai, earning smiles from Ino and Shikamaru, whose thoughts were pretty much similar. "I wonder if I'll have that with Ino, Shika as well," thought both of them at the same time, while looking at the fierce kunoichi in front of them. "Naruto-kun, please come back safe to me," thought Kurenai as she left the park together with Ino and Shikamaru. With Naruto. While going towards his apartment in order to collect his gear, Naruto was furious at Tsunade for doing this to him and Kurenai. He wanted so much to spend some time with her and he knew that his lover wanted to be with him as well. Upon arrival, he concluded that he'll request at least 2 days off after this mission for compensation. After gathering everything, Naruto stopped for a while and looked at his black wolf mask. This mask has been his companion for almost 2 years now. He remembered what Kurenai said to him about the mask being his spirit and therefore giving it up wouldn't be fair to him and for Ace. Speaking of his wolf partner, he was looking at the wondering Naruto with a heavy sigh on his face. He understood how much Naruto loved this Kurenai person and how he must be feeling right now. He knew by looking to Naruto's eyes that doubt was all over the place and Ace found it plainly reasonable to be in doubt right now. He dedicated his life to protecting Konoha as an ANBU, but by doing so, his team ended up being one of the best along the ANBU teams. Therefore they're called more times than the others. Back to Naruto, he put his mask and charged towards the Hokage's office with speeds peculiar to Ace, to which the wolf smiled since he knew the blonde would like to have a word with the Hokage before his team arrived. At the Hokage's office, after issuing the order to call Naruto's team for a mission towards Suna, Tsunade knew that Naruto would show his discontent towards being called on his day off, but she had no choice. This mission was considered S-class and out of all of Konoha's teams, only ANBU Team 5 had the abilities to deal with this situation. Suddenly, she was caught from her wonderings when someone shunshined inside her office. Recognizing the mask, the blonde Hokage knew who the person was and was a little surprised to see him 30 minutes early. Clearly not a good sign, thought the Hokage. "Tsunade-sama, may I have a word with you?" asked Naruto, not even bothering to take off his mask, to which Tsunade turned to speak. "Naruto, before you say anything, I know that you're displeased about being called on your day off and I promise that once you arrive, I'll give you 3 days off, however this mission requires your team's abilities to deal with," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded, but spoke anyway. "I understand. However, I'm not displeased simply because it was my day off. I don't care about having time to rest. I care about spending time with Kurenai and it kills me to tell her that I'm not able to spend time with her," whispered Naruto, to which Tsunade smiled at the boy's first emotion display in nearly 2 years. "I understand, Naruto, and I'll assure her that you'll have your 3-day off after your return. However, let's wait for your team to arrive before giving the mission's details," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded and went towards the nearest wall to wait there for his team, to which Tsunade smiled and returned to her paperwork duty. After a while, Bear and Hawk arrived, followed closely by Yugo, who upon arrival, turned to look at Naruto, seizing him up once more, making Naruto very angry since he wouldn't be able to be with his girlfriend plus having to stand Yugo's flirting with him. "Since Team 5 is present, we can begin with the mission," This morning I received a request from the case cage for us to send a Jounin level team for assist them with some high-level missing nins that are terrorizing one of Wind Country's villages. According to the case cage, some of the missing nins were from Konoha, so you'll be doing a hunter nins mission. Team 5 is to leave right away towards Suna to meet with the case cage. Hawk will be the leader of this mission. Dismissed, said Tsunade, to which the team nodded and vanished towards the respective gate. With Team 8, Kurenai, after regaining her composure, went to meet her team for elemental ninjutsu practice. Together with her was Kakashi, since the silver-haired Jounin practically knew all forms of elemental ninjutsu. At the moment, Hinata was already able to manipulate Suiden chakra, because of her excellent chakra control. Kiba was already able to make a little earthquake, and Shino already managed to channel Raiden chakra through his chakra coils. All in all, Kakashi and Kurenai were amazed by Team 8's ability to learn that fast. However, they weren't surprised when the answer for that was to surpass their ANBU peer Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing that, Kurenai and Kakashi smiled upon seeing that Naruto could cause that on people. Suddenly, both Jounins turned to see 5 presences arriving very fast. However, only Kakashi knew who they were simply because of the way they moved. As the team of ANBU approached, Kurenai recognized one chakra signature and smiled. Truth to her senses, Naruto looked at her and waved her goodbye, as well as showing her 3 fingers to Kurenai, making her smile more than anything. Kurenai understood ANBU's signals and recognized Naruto's message to her. 3 days, Naruto-kun. I'll be waiting for your return. We'll travel to a hotel together, thought Kurenai before turning to her team. Back to ANBU's team, Bear was using all the blackmail he could against Black Wolf, making Hawk laugh. However, Yugo was furiously jealous at Kurenai for dating Naruto. Back to Naruto, he was glad that he was able to tell Kurenai the good news, so now he could focus on the mission in hand. He smiled at the prospect of meeting Gaara once again. Because of their inner demons, both of them shared a brotherly relationship. With Zetsu, 10 miles from Konoha's border, Zetsu was approaching the village in order to gauge Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. So far, the only method of searching the Jinchuriki was to sense demonic chakra. However, after some time, they couldn't sense any trace of Kyuubi's chakra inside of Konoha, which could only mean that either the Jinchuriki is dead or he left the village. It seems that the demonic chakra is not in the village. Also, I can't sense any trail of where he's been, thought Zetsu, as he began to gauge his options regarding the mission. Since he couldn't sense the Jinchuriki, the next alternative would be entering the village and interrogate someone, but that would endanger his position and therefore ruining the mission. Reaching a conclusion, he closed his eyes and made the astral projection technique to report to the leader. Yes, Zetsu, report, said Pain, to which Zetsu began his report. Pain-sama, so far I haven't sensed any presence of demonic chakra in Konoha or near Konoha for that matter. Therefore, either he's dead or left the village, said Zetsu, leaving time for the leader to think about the report. He being dead is not a possibility, since we'd be aware of that the minute it happens. However, the possibility of him being a missing nin is not impossible. Konoha had treated him like they would treat the Kyuubi, therefore he could have left. Nonetheless, you cannot risk entering the village. Return to your old duties, Zetsu, find the Hachibi, 8 tails. With Team 5. One day later, Team 5 was already running along the desert to reach Suna hidden village. Along the way, the group rested each for 2 hours, with guarding rotation between the members. From Hawk's calculations, the team should be arriving to Suna in 2 hours. At one time, during the travel, the team were chatting about who were the Konoha missing nins that they would be facing. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be able to know, since none of the ones from his age ran from the village except for the Uchiha. Hawk and Bear knew of 2 brothers that were causing a lot of commotion 10 years ago, but they wasn't sure if the brothers were still alive or not. However, they were known for being very strong and could easily beat a team of 4 Chunins each. Yugo, for her part, couldn't remember one missing nin that was still alive, because Anko one time killed the guy. After 2 hours, the village was visible and the team arrived in front of the gates. Halt, state your reason for being her ANBU, said one Suna Chunin, to which Hawk presented the order from the case cage, while saying that Team 5 was sent here to assist Suna in dealing with some missing nins. After the Chunin revised the order, he authorized entry to the village and proceeded to escort the ANBU team to meet the case cage, after leaving the other Chunin to guard the gates for a while. The case cage's office. Sabaku no Gaara was a very busy man. Being appointed to case cage at the age of 15, the ex-Jinchuriki had to get accustomed to the busy and strenuous life of dealing with paperwork. Nevertheless, Gaara was doing a much better job than the Hokage when dealing with the paperwork. If one would look into his office, stacks of scrolls deeply organized from mission ranks and village documents. Right now, Gaara was reading the report of an information-gathering mission on the village which was attacked by missing nins. According to the report, close to 20 missing nins formed a group called Red Dragon, and were terrorizing a village 5 miles west from the hidden village. However, Gaara heard a knocking on the door. Case Cage-sama, a team sent by Konoha arrived. "Sir," said the guard Chunin, to which Gaara simply issued a "come in," and the door was opened. When the door opened, Gaara was surprised that Konoha sent a team of ANBU to deal with the problem in hand. However, when he looked at one with the black mask, he was suspicious of the apparently blonde man kneeling in front of him. However, his musings were cut short when the one with the hawk mask turned to speak. Konoha's ANBU Team 5 presenting for assistance Case Cage-sama, presented Hawk, to which Gaara nodded, but first he needed 2 more people present. "Izumo, call Tamari and Kankuro here immediately," shouted Gaara, to which Izumo nodded and vanished in order to find the rest of the Hokage's siblings. After Tamari and Kankuro arrived, mumbling words like being interrupted while performing their duties at the village. Tamari and Kankuro took up to both of them to teach Suna's next generation of shinobi so that no one would sneak on them in the future. However, when both of them were interrupted by the case cage for a meeting, they weren't very pleased about it. However, both of them, as well as Gaara, were suspicious of the Black Wolf masked ANBU from seeing his blonde hair. "So, now that the team is completed, I'll relate the mission," said Gaara as he began to tell the team the details. When the report was over, Gaara dismissed the ANBU team and handed to each of them a key for a hotel room to sleep and begin the mission tomorrow. Now at the hotel, each member of the team entered their respective rooms and took off their respective gears. Naruto at least appreciated the rest because of the travel. "Man, I wished Kurenai was here with me to rest," wondered Naruto as he entered the bathroom for a little bath. As the water reached Naruto's body, he was relieving all the tension he pretty much bottled up since leaving Konoha. It wouldn't make sense to dwell on it. After one very long bath, Naruto exchanged for some comfortable clothes and decided to just lie down a bit. After seeing the Sabaku siblings again, Naruto didn't want to make his presence known. Naruto knew that should he show himself, there would be a long questionnaire about his life since the Ichibi, one-tailed demon, withdraw, and truth be told, he didn't want to tell. Little did he know, however, that the case cage planned to make a visit to him soon. With Yugo. After a long shower, her mind wondered about having shower with the blonde, and that thought alone made her shiver in delight. She blamed Kurenai for being such a good storyteller, and now she was imagining every bit of the story, however, replacing herself with Kurenai on top of Naruto. She was imagining Naruto taking advantage of her the most savage way possible, and thus she began to pleasure herself. However, the good part of her remembered that Naruto was her best friend's boyfriend, therefore, trying to get her way with him would be wrong. Yugo was devastated upon seeing her ex kiss another woman, and truth be told, she couldn't do the same thing with Naruto and Kurenai. She was totally supportive of their relationship to break them up like that. However, she realized now that she already tried to make a passing at the blonde while on their trip, but he never cared or chose not to, in preservation of her friendship with his girlfriend. But while her good side was preoccupied of what could happen, her bad side almost had an orgasm while imagining the blonde doing to her like how he did to Kurenai. "Damn it, I can't be like this, but Naruto is so hot, I can't take this much longer," thought Yugo, already on the verge of losing her mind because of Uzumaki Naruto. With Naruto. Back when Naruto was about to sleep for the day, a knock was heard, to which Naruto snarled since no one would let him have 1 minute of rest. When Naruto asked who it was, he was surprised to hear Gaara's voice asking for permission to enter. Seeing that his plan backfired, he opened the door and let the case cage enter his room. "So, hello Naruto, long time no see," said Gaara, to which Naruto responded with a nod and went back to bed, this time just to sit. Seeing the blonde giving his back to Gaara, the Sabaku Hokage wondered what was wrong with the always cheerful blonde. "Gaara, Sorry for not presenting myself back at your office, I was just tired a bit. Said Naruto, to which Gaara once again became worried. Since when do you even get tired? Asked the cage, afraid that the Kyuubi was out of Naruto's body just like Shukaku was out of his. Before you think Kyuubi isn't inside me anymore, don't. The bastard is still there. Being an ANBU means doing missions almost 24/7. I don't have enough time to recover, nowadays. Said Naruto, earning a nod from the cage. So, I take it you don't want to talk about it, then. Concluded Gaara, earning an apologizing nod from Naruto, who mumbled that he was so damn tired that he deserved one good night's sleep, to which Gaara understood and left the room. Oh, and Gaara, please don't tell Temari-san and Kankuro that I'm here, okay? At least not until the end of the mission, said Naruto, to which Gaara shrugged it off and nodded an affirmative, before leaving the blonde. After the cage left, Naruto literally jumped towards the comfy bed of the hotel and just let gravity close his eyes, since he was already sleeping, which proved to be one bad mistake. While he was sleeping peacefully, the fox were preparing one big headache for him to overcome. Get ready, Naruto. You seem to be holding up my killing intent for quite some time, but this time you'll not be able to overcome it. Ku, laughed Kyuubi as he began to gather his chakra for one good demonstration to the blonde. Needless to say, Naruto would not be able to have his well-deserved rest after all. Chapter 11, Battle for Dominance. It was a calm night in Suna. Being located within a desert, Suna was quite chilly at night, thus, its villagers needed to cover in warm blankets so as not get cold. However, one person wasn't in need of any blankets. In fact, if someone would see this person, he or she would be able to see that the man was sweating profusely while on his sleep. Uzumaki Naruto was having a nightmare, and one of the toughest he ever had to come up against. Since Naruto became an ANBU, when Kyuubi wasn't leaking his killing intent throughout his body, the fox was doing his best so as to provide the blonde with haunting visions and nightmares of seeing his precious people dying in front of him. Right now, Naruto was having a nightmare that showed his beloved kurenai being slaughtered by the very person whose heart was in her possession. Normally, this nightmare wouldn't scare Naruto very much from extreme confidence that he would be able to be in control of his own body, thus not letting the damn kitsune take control of him. However, while before Naruto was able to get it under control, right now he was having trouble dispelling the horrible images of himself killing the one he loves from the bottom of his heart with his sword. I have to be in control of this, I can't let him get away with this. I can't let the damn fox do with my mind as he pleases. It's time we settle this once and for all, thought Naruto as he focused his blue chakra fiercely, thus eliminating the nightmare from his head. After doing this, he found himself staring one angry Kyuubi, looking down at him as in trying to find something the blonde fears. Naruto wouldn't know and the fox would never in his life openly admit, but the fox was quite impressed with the blonde's ability to suppress the demon's urges like that. Almost every night and a few days for as long as a year now, the fox has been doing its best to make the blonde snap, thus him being able to escape by convincing the boy to rip the seal off. However, by looking at Naruto's fierce eyes, Kyuubi realized something he hadn't in 16 years. Those same eyes, the same determination, the same resolve on protecting others. I wonder why I haven't realized it yet. Of course, the boy's the son of my executioner, the one who imprisoned me inside the boy. Naruto is the son of the Yondaime, thought Kyuubi as realization was upon him. Tell me, boy, why do you fight me so much? What pushes you to go up against the almighty Kyuubi no Kitsune? Asked the fox, now more curious about the boy's resolve on keeping him away, surprising the blonde a little bit. Naruto, for his part, while breathing with difficulty from the exertion of keeping the fox at bay, was rather suspicious of the sudden question. Nevertheless, the answer was second nature to him. Why I do this, you ask? You've given me nothing more than pure misery. When I'm using your chakra, my mind shatters and suddenly I can't think of anything rather than simply destroying everything my path. You can say it's your doing in regards to my high chakra reservoir. You can say you saved me countless times by healing my wounds, but you forgot that if it wasn't for you, I would have a different life, instead of being constantly worrying if you will take possession of my body or Akatsuki or even Orochimaru would claim my head. However, while my life was nothing more than misery, I managed to find love and care in my life, said Naruto, making the fox laugh at said choice of words. Lower your defenses, boy. I won't do this anymore. I just want to talk. whispered Kyuubi with a strange voice that almost sounded human. Naruto, for his part, found that trusting the fox's word would be a fatal mistake, simply because of the species' expertise. Foxes are cunning animals, whose abilities revolve around deception. You have my word that I won't do anything. I may be a fox in nature, but I have my pride. Thus when I give my word, I'll keep the promise, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and relaxed his shoulder a little bit. What do you want, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto, rather apprehensive of this whole situation. I merely want to talk a little bit. About what have I been doing to you this past year? Said Kyuubi, as he now laid down in a comfortable position, making Naruto lift an eyebrow at such a sight. First of all, Naruto, the reason as to why I'm doing all this was at first to break your mind. However, getting you all riled up doesn't get me as much thrill as when you and I are connected in a fight. So, I'll propose a deal, said Kyuubi, making Naruto once again grow suspicious of the demon. Foxes are cunning. Foxes are mischievous. Foxes are, not worth of trust. A deal? I can be wrong, but the last time I checked, a deal involved an agreement between two parties, thus towards a mutual benefit. I don't see that coming with the two of us, said Naruto, to which the fox scowled at the blonde for bloody sarcasm, but nevertheless progressed with his terms. The truth of the matter is that I'm tired of being in this prison for damn 16 years. In here, I can't see the outside world, my sense of smell is pretty much useless and my tact went downhill as well. So, how about you rip off the seal and we both go our separate ways? Asked the fox with a strange sense of humor, expecting the boy to shout and scowl at him, but sadly that never came. And yet I thought you're serious about this. Asking things that you know it would never happen, said Naruto, to which the fox smiled and continued. It doesn't hurt to try, though. Okay, I just want to feel the outside world again, so the deal is that your senses of touch, smell and vision are connected with my own, thus sharing all such feelings with me, and before you say if you can cut such link, yes you can. Believe me when I say that hearing your thoughts while you're with your mate is bad enough. Said Kyuubi, making Naruto think for a moment. Kyuubi's proposal wasn't far too demanding and the fox could do nothing to his body when sharing his senses, so Naruto concluded that it was acceptable. However, being an ANBU, it did teach him some things. Therefore he felt complied to seeing what his share of the deal would be. Before I say my answer, mind telling what's in it for me? Asked the blonde before being confused as to why the fox was smirking. Yurei, ghost, Tsukai, messenger, Onmitsu, detective, Tozoku, thief, and Kyushu, assassin, rise from the flames of hell and present yourselves, shouted the kitsune as 5 foxes suddenly appeared within different colors of flames. Naruto for his part just watched with his arms crossed as 5 two-tailed foxes from different colors appeared out of what looked to be flames again from different colors. As I said before, these are demon foxes and together they form the best ninja arts team you'll ever find in all the elemental nations. Ghost is the team's spy, he infiltrates places unseen because of his white skin. By applying Yuki to his fur, he can change his color to mingle with the environment, thus making him invisible, at least to human knowledge. Tsukai here is the team's messenger, he excels in speed and he can cross the entire fire country in less than 10 hours. Onmitsu is the team's investigator. He's the best at searching for clues that are hard to locate and has a cunning mind when to solve a mystery. Last, but not least, Kyushu. She is one deadly fox, I'll tell you. Don't underestimate this shy and timid look of her. When you least expects, she'll be on your neck before you even realized she moved from her previous place. Now, these 5 can be used by you, should you need them, in case we close this deal, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto turned to study the 2-tailed foxes in front of him. Out of all of them, Naruto preferred Yurei over all of them. Also, Naruto had Ace to call for help, but the wolf kind of complained from sometimes playing the role of a messenger, so Tsukai could be useful as well. Onmitsu and Tozoku could also be useful from their specific abilities. However, upon seeing Kyushu, he found that he wouldn't need the help of an assassin. In a team consisting of 4 ANBU members, thus 4 people with amazing assassination skills, having another one wasn't much of a necessity. However, should he had to go on a mission that he had to kill someone without no one catching him, he could send her instead and he'll never be linked to any form of attack, and he assumed that none of them would mind by being blamed by other humans. Okay, Kyuubi, however somehow I know that it isn't so simple as agreeing with the terms, is it? Asked Naruto before seeing all the six foxes smile deviously, making him suddenly suspicious and slight pissed at himself from ever doubting the cunning edge of a kitsune. It seems you understand the foxes a bit too much, Naruto-san. For this deal to be certain, there will be a trial for you to overcome, said Urei, to which Naruto turned his eyes away and responded as to where laid his suspicion. I wouldn't expect someone who gave me hell for at least as long as I lived suddenly appear giving away stuff without a cost. However, I can't say that I'm not eager to face this trial. I am always into a good challenge. What is it that I'm supposed to do? Asked Naruto before seeing all the foxes turning their necks to see their lord speak. That's simple. You just have to beat me in a shinobi fight, said Kyuubi like it was the easiest and most common thing. Naruto for his part, scowled at the demon. Yeah right. When even the majority of Konoha shinobis could even cause even a single damage to you, how on earth do you think I can even lay a finger on you? Asked Naruto, already thinking of dismissing the deal and get out of his mindscape. Don't be foolish, Naruto. I wouldn't expect you to beat me in full strength. Hell, I don't think any human could beat me in my full strength. No, you'll be fighting me with 1/9 fraction of my power, meaning 1 tael worth of power, said the big fox, to which Naruto turned to think for a bit. 1 tael worth of power. I remember the day I used right after the Uchiha defected from the village. If memory serves me right, 1 tael worth of the Kyuubi's chakra was equivalent to high-level Jounin in terms of power. Okay, I admit that I'm stronger now, but I'm not sure if I am close to Kakashi's level yet. Nonetheless, if I can do this, then maybe the damn fox would stop trying to torment me in my sleep almost every day. I wonder what he meant of fighting a shinobi battle though. Can he make jutsus? Thought Naruto as he looked up to see the almighty kitsune waiting for his answer. One question, though, what do you mean to fight a shinobi battle? I didn't realize that you can make ninjutsu and genjutsu. Asked Naruto, to which the fox grinned slightly and satisfied Naruto with the answer. For someone who lived from thousands of years, learning the shinobi arts was like a little hobby of my own. However, using Yuki instead of chakra did manage to mix the concepts a bit. For instance, compared to the Kaiden Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. My version is called Kaiden Makai Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, Hell Fireball Jutsu. However, since I only bothered learning Kaiden ninjutsu for obvious reasons, I never bothered to see what Yuki would do to the other elements. Said Kyuubi. Okay then, the fight is on. As I said, I love a challenge. Nonetheless, since I'm on a very important mission right now, so why not proceed with the fight after the completion of the mission? Asked Naruto, making the Kyuubi think about it for a second. Oh yes, I know of this mission, deal with some criminals and help Shukaku's ex-host. Okay then, our fight will occur after the completion of the mission. However, I'm most eager to see you fighting, so at least the sight and hearing senses will be linked all times during the fight. The same way you like a challenge, I happen to enjoy seeing a good fight. Said Kyuubi, to which Naruto accepted. Okay, now I have to go to sleep, so night night, shouted Naruto before disappearing from his mindscape, leaving the six foxes talking. Do you think he can handle 1 tael worthy of your chakra, Kyuubi-sama? I admit the kid is strong, but I don't think he can win, asked Onmitsu, making all little foxes look at their lord for an answer. Naruto isn't so sure of this as well. However, you don't live inside him for 16 years and not pick up a few things. First of all, Naruto has an strange ability of knowing the right jutsu to use at the right time. Also, from what I've been able to hear, being inside of him and all, he's creating a new taijutsu style that happened to mix genjutsu. The kid is not by all means as experienced as the elites from his village, however he has both the chakra and stamina to keep up with them. Also, he has been able to beat 2 S-ranked shinobis together with another one from this new team of his. Said Kyuubi, to which everyone nodded and bowed before leaving the place. In Konoha, Kurenai was just waking up from a wonderful dream she had about the blonde. She remembered him passing that day, showing the number 3 with his hands, and Kurenai was already imagining their little trip to a nice hotel that was in a village 10 miles from Konoha. She smiled at all the things they could do as a couple. Massages, sharing the public onsen, relaxing in bed together, and last but not least, the sex. Kurenai was by no means a pervert. However, she found out that sex and Naruto are two words that go together quite nicely. Kurenai found it rather odd to have a two-in-one package when it came to having sex with the blonde. He was kind and had patience when the situation called for it, but also could be wild when needed to be. Not to mention that with the guy's stamina, he could maybe go all night and still be able for more, thought Kurenai as a little blood came out of her nose when she remembered the one time the couple pretty much forgot to sleep because of all the sex. Little did the woman know, though, that another girl simply chose to sleep in her apartment as well. Anko had a few drinks left night, yeah right, and found out that she forgot where her house was supposed to be, thus shunching inside Kurenai's house instead. At the time, Kurenai didn't woke up, though, thus Anko just lied down on the couch. After hearing noise coming from the room, the snake mistress went there to check on her friend. "I see that you're awake, Kurenai-chan," said Anko, surprising the genjutsu Jounin. "What are you doing here, Anko? Did you sleep in here?" asked Kurenai, to which Anko just scratched her head and smiled as in saying yes to the black woman's question. Kurenai for her part sighed at the helpless case, but suddenly she remembered something that she needed to talk to Anko about. "Anko, although I don't appreciate you sneaking in my apartment, I'm glad you're here. Now, I have a few things that are worrying me and it involves Yugo-chan," said Kurenai, making Anko pay attention, since she remembered what happened with the poor girl and how she is showing signs of affection towards Naruto, which could be a sign for worry. "I don't know why, but since she found out about Hayate's betrayal, she started looking at my boyfriend, and although I'm pretty much certain that he wouldn't do anything, I'm not sure if Yugo would," said Kurenai, to which Anko responded. "Yes, this can prove to be quite a touchy subject. Man, how I would like to have my way with that bastard Hayate. I promise that by the end, he will ask me to end his misery," growled Anko, earning a nod from Kurenai in response. "I know, but the topic here is Yugo. I don't know if her supposed infatuation with my boyfriend is beyond anything physical. I bet she just found someone to teach Hayate a lesson," thought Kurenai out loud, to which Anko smiled deviously and chose to tease the girl a little bit. "That's true, but can you blame her, Kurenai-chan, really? Naruto is one fine piece of meat, if you know what I mean," smiled Anko when she saw Kurenai's look that promised hell to anyone present. However, Kurenai knew the girl's intention, so she smirked and played along. "You're just jealous that I have Naruto all for myself while you're at home doing wonders with vibrators and such," said Kurenai, but flinched after seeing Anko's devious smile going up a notch, thus getting herself in a dangerous situation. "Well," said Anko, but was stopped by Kurenai, whose danger sense was already screaming for her to stop. "We can do this teasing later if you want, Anko, but right now I'm more concerned about Yugo becoming persistent with Naruto-kun," said Kurenai, making Anko scowl at the genjutsu mistress for not being fun at all. "Okay, Kurenai-chan, lighten up, geez. Okay, rest assured that she won't do anything to him there. Yugo is possibly thinking about him right now, but the thought of endangering a mission is unnerving to her, to say the least. However, rest assured that once the mission is over, she'll try," said Anko, to which Kurenai nodded, concurring with the other Jounin's assessment. However, when she was going to talk, Shizune appeared in the room, saying to Kurenai that the Hokage wanted to speak with her, to which the genjutsu mistress nodded and went to change into her normal Jounin clothes. "Anko, we'll talk about this later, okay? I'll have to go see the Hokage," said Kurenai and got a nod from Anko, who shunshined out of the apartment. At Tsunade's office. Half an hour later, Kurenai was inside the Hokage's office watching the busy woman surrounded by stacks and stacks of paper while taking a quick nap. Kurenai was somewhat wondering why the hell Tsunade took this job if she couldn't keep up with it. However, she remembered who was that convinced Tsunade to take such position, so she smiled and forgot about it. Nonetheless, Kurenai was wondering how she could wake up the Hokage without the blonde sending her to the hospital. Kurenai remembered her boyfriend telling how cranky the Hokage was after being waken up, and now she was fearing her fate in case she chose to wake her up. So, she chose to wait for Tsunade to wake up. In the meantime, however, she was searching for things to do while waiting for the blonde to get up. Looking around, she found some pictures on the table and started looking at it for a little while. First of them was a picture of the Sandaime Hokage while young together with his genin team. Kurenai was fond of the kind Sandaime Hokage and smiled while wondering if he was getting his well-deserved rest. Naruto told her that he owed his life to the Sandaime Hokage from being the only one in the village who ever cared for him while he was growing up. Kurenai giggled softly when she remembered Naruto telling a story about Sandaime helping the blonde that was choking from trying to eat more than he could chew. Would you approve of our relationship, Hokage-sama? Naruto always treasured you as a grandfather, so I would like to have your blessing. I know that you're looking over the village right now. I'm sure you'd be proud of the man he became, Sandaime, thought Kurenai as a tear dropped from her face. While the Genjutsu mistress was in deep thought while looking at the picture, Tsunade was already awake, but didn't want to spoil the girl's moment right now. Tsunade wondered what the girl was thinking about after seeing a picture of her Genin team with Sarutobi-sensei. A little while later, Kurenai looked at the Hokage who was smiling at her. Sorry Hokage-sama, I didn't realize you're already awake, I was just looking through some photos and, said Kurenai, but was interrupted by the Hokage who smiled. Nonsense Kurenai, however I've noticed that you took an interest for that particular photo. Care to explain why? Asked the Hokage, to which Kurenai returned the portrait on the table and smiled at the Hokage. I was just remembering the Sandaime Hokage and remembering how much Naruto talked about him. I wonder if he would approve of my relationship with Naruto, though. The Sandaime was like a grandfather to Naruto and having his blessing would mean a lot to me, said Kurenai, while looking at the Hokage monuments, more precisely at the Sandaime's head. Tsunade for her part, smiled softly at the girl and couldn't help but giggle upon seeing how much is Kurenai's resolve on being with Naruto. You love him very much, don't you? Asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai turned and smiled while nodding. I do, Hokage-sama. Very much, however I wished he wouldn't be doing as many missions as his team does, though. I miss him a lot, said Kurenai, now looking sad. Tsunade for her part sighed while remembering something Naruto said to her some time ago. You know Kurenai-san, right before I assigned his mission, the mission to Suna, Naruto said something quite interesting to me. Want to hear about it? Asked Tsunade, gaining the attention of the Genjutsu mistress. When he appeared that day in my office, I first apologized for cutting off his vacation, but the mission did require a team of his caliber. However, I was quite taken aback when instead of saying that is okay, he turned to me and said, flashback on. I understand. However, I'm not displeased simply because it was my day off. I don't care about having time to rest. I care about spending time with Kurenai, and it kills me to tell her that I'm not able to spend time with her. Flashback off. After hearing this, Kurenai's heart pretty much sent a wave of tranquility to Kurenai's body, and suddenly Kurenai was just imagining herself weightless right now. I never knew he had such a romantic side, but what can I say? When you think you know all the things he can do, he appears and surprises us, said Tsunade, to which Kurenai nodded, now with tears running down her face in pure happiness. Kurenai, I promised him that after he returned, both him and you'll be granted a 3-day leave. As Hokage as much as family, I'll give you my word, said the Hokage, to which Kurenai nodded. I appreciate that Hokage-sama, smiled Kurenai and turned to leave after being dismissed from the Hokage's office. After closing the door, Naruto's words were repeating over and over inside her head. I'll wait right here for you to arrive, Naruto-kun. I can't wait to see your face again. I'll be waiting, Shippu Ukami, thought Kurenai as she went over to the training ground where she was supposed to meet her team today. With Naruto. When the sun illuminated Suna, Naruto woke up and went to the bathroom to get a shower. When he got out, he heard someone shunching inside the room and sighed. It took you long enough, Ace. Where have you been? Asked Naruto, to which Ace opened his mouth but Naruto stopped him. Never mind, sure that husky was what happened. Now, we have to arrive in 30 minutes to see the case cage, said Naruto, to which the wolf nodded and waited for Naruto to dress his ANBU armor. Ace, by the way, I finally found a way for the damn fox to stop with his actions. We made a kind of deal where he can feel, see and hear the same thing I do, and in exchange, he supplied me with what appeared to be demon foxes, each specializing in a field. But don't worry, I know you sometimes get all cranky with me over being a messenger and all, so these foxes will do other jobs. You, on the other hand, are my partner at all times, said Naruto before seeing Ace nod. Guess is for the better. If I were to deliver one more message, I'd go crazy, whined Ace. At the case cage's office. Inside the case cage's room, ANBU Team 5 and Gaara were discussing their mission. Now let's begin with the mission. Team 5 will accompany me in taking care of these missing nins that are terrorizing one of Wind Country's villages. According to the report, there are a total of 15 missing nins bearing from B to a ranked level. We were able to distinguish 10 missing nins from Suna and 5 are from Konoha. Their abilities are unknown up to this point, so we'll have to gauge such information while fighting. Now, I'll be the leader of this operation, so please state your abilities so that I can state a strategy. Said Gaara, to which Hawk, being the group's leader, stepped forward. Certainly Kage-sama. First of all, I have a Kaiden affinity and mastery over Kenjutsu. Cat here has a Suiten affinity and it's considered the best sword fighter in Konoha. Bear is our taijutsu fighter with extremely powerful earth affinity and a somewhat low temper. And last but not least, Black Wolf is our ninjutsu specialist. He has knowledge on Raiden, Futon and Suiten ninjutsu, being the last two his affinities. He and his wolf partner Ace can double-team the opponent and attack them. His physical abilities lies in the usage of Kage Bunshins and his Kenjutsu style is somewhat on my level. Said Hawk, to which Gaara smiled since not once he heard Naruto's abilities being the fox inside of him, meaning that the blonde build up his reputation. Okay then, let's move, shouted Gaara before all 5 of them making shunshin away from the room and appear near the gate. We'll travel for 10 miles towards the village. When we approach the village, I will disguise our presences with a jutsu of mine that simulates a sandstorm. We'll be right behind it and charge the missing nins when they aren't expecting. Said Gaara, to which the ANBU team nodded and turned to run along with the cage. When it left 1 mile to reach the village, Gaara began molding a long series of hand signs and told everyone to gather behind him. Futon Mugen Sajin Daitapa, Wind Style, Infinite Dust Grade Breakthrough Jutsu. With that, a huge gust of sandstorm started forming ahead of the group, hiding them behind it. Naruto was amazed at Gaara's wind attack and so wished to learn it, however since the attack involves some form of control over sand, he discarded from being rather difficult and time-consuming. Beats using this jutsu for blasting clones Black Wolf? Asked Gaara while his hands were waving, thus maintaining the jutsu. Naruto for his part smiled at the cage and replied, "You remember that one, huh? Well, I'll admit that's one good technique, but I remember you expelling from your mouth the last time, made a few changes?" Asked Naruto, making everyone surprised to see such intimacy between their teammate and the cage. You can say that, yes. I kind of had to. Back then, I didn't have the lungs necessary for this technique. Now since Shukaku is gone, I had to make some adjustments. So I heard that you have a futon affinity just like Tamari-chan? Asked the cage, hoping to throw away some conversation. I have, though I have to admit, I could never maintain a technique like this and talk at the same time. Bravo for your chakra control, Kage-sama. Said Naruto, joking around. You can say I trained a lot after the Shikaku was extracted. Now, it seems we've arrived, we'll talk later, Black Wolf. Said Gaara, to which Naruto nodded and the team stopped moving and hid it below some sheets that matched the color of the sand in order for the enemy not to see them. In the village, still oblivious to the team consisting of the cage and Konoha's ANBU, 15 missing nins were taking the village population as hostages for further ransom. You guys are monsters. Why are you doing this to us? Screamed the mayor of the town while being tied up by a Suna missing nin who then slapped the mayor in the face. Shut up, you idiot. We own this place now. All the villagers here will be held for further ransom. While the event was going on, Gaara and the team of ANBU were studying the village intently. Okay, team. We need to see where all of the missing nins are located. Aside from the 8 right there in the middle of the street, the other 7 has to be inside the houses, as in waiting for an ambush. Any of you got good tracking skills? Asked Gaara, to which the wolf Ace approached and presented himself. Greetings, Kage-sama. My name is Ace and I come from the wolf clan near the highest peak of Wind Country. My nose managed to find the location of 5 of them, however the other 2 I can't seem to sense. Said Ace, to which Gaara nodded and turned to assess the situation. Okay, so the last 2 must be a part of a ex-Suna clan called the Sabor clan. They were well known throughout the elemental nations with their bloodline called Sabor Henkin, sand transformation. Their bodies can dissolve in the sand and be able to mask their presences. They are dangerous and unpredictable, thus I'll take care of them, said Gaara. Are you sure about this case, Kage-sama? If what you're saying is correct, your life could be in danger. I knew of the Sabor clan. They were expulsed by your father, the Yondaime Cage from being too power-hungry. They would stop for nothing to get their hands on you, said Hawk, to which Gaara nodded. No, I know they are after me, and to be honest, I already had the suspicion of their involvement in this. I'm the one who can take against sand-type attacks better than any of you. I'm entrusting this village's safety to your ANBU team, Hawk-san. When you guys attack the 13 in the village, the other 2 will appear and help his comrades. I'll be waiting for this to take them by surprise and imprison them with a jutsu I devised specially for them, said Gaara, to which the group nodded and Hawk turned to the group. Alright team, we have 13 enemies, and if my guess is correct, killing is authorized, said Hawk, looking at the cage for authorization regarding the Suna missing nins, to which Gaara nodded. Okay, so they are 13 against us, 5 of us. Black Wolf and Ace, you 2 will take care of the 5 hidden inside the houses, since Ace know their location. Bear and Cat, you 2 will secure the commotion in the center and drive their attention. Once you do that, I'll strike some of them from behind. Once again, when their attention turned to me, you 2 will move and take care of the rest. Black Wolf, I'll need for you to take care of the 5 quickly and then come to assist us just in case. What are your ideas for this? Asked Hawk, before seeing 4 other replicas of Black Wolf appear behind them and say in unison. You called for us, Hawk Taiko? Asked Naruto, earning a broad smile from his team and the cage. Only you to think of using that Black Wolf. Now Black Wolf will give us the signal for clearance, once he takes care of the 5 inside. When done, simply throw a kunai to the other direction, said Hawk. Then the group separated, leaving Gaara hiding while keeping the look for his 2 targets. However, he was wondering about Naruto's ANBU team and how much intimacy they were sharing. Gaara smiled upon seeing that although they know about his burden, they still keep up with him and even befriended the boy. With Naruto, the 5 Narutos and Ace were talking about the location of their 5 targets. After Ace pointed the locations, the real Naruto ushered him to stay with Hawk and form a double attack in case they are in need for assistance, to which Ace nodded and vanished. That happened, all 5 shunshined towards their destinations. After all of them found the target, they got in position and waited for the right time to strike. Once the enemies gave their backs, they signed their deaths. Instantly, all 5 Black Wolves began molding chakra for Ukami Hijutsu Suki Kurigari, Wolf Secret Style. Total Darkness Jutsu. And every light that seemed to fill each of the houses became black for a while and silent screams appeared. Naruto realized that their screams could ruin the plan, so with his ninjutsu, Black Wolf made sure to strike all the missing nin's vocal cords. After taking care of this, all the clones vanished and the real Naruto threw a kunai to the other side of the real village, thus giving the signal for the group to attack. Instantly, Hawk and Ace vanished and appeared behind one of the houses in order to take care of 2 that were right beside them. Without even a notice, a ninjutsu and a paw went through the 2 missing nin's chest, thus killing them instantly and gaining the rest's attention, which proved to be their mistake since Yugo used that advantage, thus managing to kill 3 of them, and Bear managed to kill 2 with a jutsu called Doden Dido Hitoya, Earth Style, Mud Prison Jutsu. Once again, because of the surprise attack, the other 3 were sitting ducks now that the team was complete because Naruto had just arrived. Suddenly, 2 sand typhoons appeared from the left and charged the team real fast. However, as the 2 approached the village while still within the sand typhoon, everyone heard someone shouting, Sabaku Sabor, Desert Sand Imprisonment, shouted Gaara as he extended his 2 palms and stopped the Sabor brothers as they were known for. Sabor brothers, Suna's ranked missing nins charged with a few unauthorized murders and disobedience to the cage's orders. I, the Yondaime cage, shall see fit to end your life right here right now, said Gaara, before hearing laughter from both of them in unison. No attack of yours will kill us, cage. Our bodies can dissolve to sand, said both of them, to which Gaara smiled and turned to see Black Wolf approaching. So if your bodies can dissolve to sand, then it's safe to say that Raiden jutsus are your weakness, right? Asked Black Wolf, to which the Sabor brothers gulped with fear for the first time. Actually, they made the mistake of looking directly at Naruto with his feral eyes, and since his eyes have such effect, the missing nins were scared to death. If I may, Cage-sama? Asked Naruto, to which Gaara nodded and he began the hand seals sequence. Raiden Ikazuki no Yari, lightning style, thunder spear jutsu. Then, to the Sabor brothers' fear, Naruto began forming 2 spears made of lightning in each palm and just ended the 2 brothers' life right there. After the brothers fell on the ground, Gaara looked at the black masked ANBU. Mission accomplished. Now we must get rid of the bodies, said the case cage, to which the group of ANBU nodded and then vanished to burn the bodies and collect proof of the killed to take to Suna and Konoha. Inside the case cage's office, after the end of the mission, Gaara chose to give the bounty money to Konoha, since they were responsible for taking the missing nins out. Now the team and Gaara were discussing the last details so that the mission report can be handed to both hidden villages. After it ended, Gaara dismissed the team but requested Black Wolf to stay for some time. The team nodded and vanished to go to the hotel and collect their stuff. You can take off your mask, Naruto. No one will know of your presence here, or should I say Shippu Ukami? Asked Gaara, to which Naruto smiled. I swear, that name is going to be the end of me before I know it. I'm bothered a little bit that Kumo isn't coming to take my head off, though, said Naruto, scratching his head, to which Gaara smiled and turned to answer. Don't bother, Kumo is somewhat stationary right now. From what my spies near that village told me, they seem to stop their attempts at catching the Shippu Ukami, because they are afraid of losing any of their task force, even though it could be considered even bigger than Iwa right now, said Gaara, but then decided to change the subject. So tell me, Naruto, what made you to join ANBU? Forgive me, but you didn't sound the secretive type to me, asked Gaara, to which Naruto smiled. Being loud and obnoxious doesn't get you very far, thus being rather obvious that people would eventually underestimate your abilities because of it. Therefore, I decided that a change was in order. This black mask was like a signal for me. We Jinchuriki are lone wolves, Gaara. You got lucky to have Temari and Kankuro to bear such a burden with you, but I wasn't that lucky. You're even luckier to be given a second chance in living after Shukaku was extracted from you. Back in Konoha, people aren't as friendly with me as soon as people are with you. Were I not to wear the mask, no one would sell me anything, no one would help me, said Naruto, but to the surprise of the case cage, not once did the blonde look down in sadness or sorrow at his condition. Gaara was somewhat uneasy to seeing that the blonde wasn't sad at all. I may be young, Naruto, but I'm no fool. You can't afford to tell me this and not be saddened about it? What is it? Asked Gaara, making Naruto look at the case cage with amusement at being caught. You're right, Gaara, though all of this is true, I'm happy to say I found my true love in Konoha, said Naruto, to which Gaara smiled. Who is it? Don't tell me, is that Sakura girl, is it? Asked Gaara before hearing Naruto laughing about the question. Oh man, that was funny. No, it isn't Sakura. Well, I don't think you ever meet her when you were in Konoha, but she was a Jounin sensei back at our first Chunin exams. Her name is Yuhei Kurenai, said Naruto before seeing a somewhat wide expression coming from Gaara that he understood the man's concern. Yes, she's 15 years older than me, completed Naruto, confirming Gaara's suspicions. However, he didn't sound surprised and or taken aback. I wasn't surprised by the age difference. We shinobis have a very short life expectancy, although I was more surprised that you managed to date this woman. Temari told me about her a little bit and told me that she was perhaps the most beautiful woman in Konoha, although according to her, this kurenai person was somewhat cold to people, said Gaara, to which Naruto nodded in approval. Temari-san is right, she is the most beautiful woman in Konoha, though I don't agree with the ice-cold part, at least when we started dating, she wasn't, said Naruto, to which Gaara nodded. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Kurenai felt like blushing but from no apparent reason. Someone must be talking about me, better be Naruto-kun, thought the red-eyed kunoichi. Back to Naruto and Gaara, they pretty much talked for some time about what's going on in their lives, and Naruto was taken aback when Gaara told him of a girl he was seeing. Naruto, here is a letter to the Hokage, and also I humbly request that your team escort Temari towards Konoha. She is to participate with Shikamaru-san as proctors for the upcoming Chunin exam, asked Gaara, to which Naruto accepted, even though he wasn't in command of the team, and told the case cage to tell Temari to meet their team at the gate in half an hour. At the gate, half an hour after Black Wolf arrived, the group was waiting for Temari to arrive so that they can go back to Konoha. After arriving, Naruto handed the letter to Hawk and told him of the Cage's intentions towards delivering the letter to the Hokage and escorting Gaara's sister so that she can act as proctor of the Chunin exams that will happen in 2 weeks. Hawk was a little unnerved at having to do this, but complied simply because of the alliance between both villages. Suddenly, the battle fan Kunoichi arrived, stealing glances at her escort team. She hoped at least to find who Naruto was so that the trip wasn't as uncomfortable as it now was. However, when the black-masked ANBU spoke, she recognized the voice, thus joining next to him for the trip. Yugo, upon seeing the blonde girl join Naruto's side, became suspicious of her. She knew that this Tamari person wasn't infatuated with Naruto, but the mere thought of some other girl traveling side by side with him unnerved her a little bit. Because of the mission, Yugo couldn't afford to let her thoughts on the blonde in the way of things. However, after the mission was over, the thoughts came rushing back in and now she was caught staring at him on occasions. Little did she know, however, that Tamari was quite perceptive, thus seeing that the cat-masked ANBU was looking at the blonde. Wait, why is she looking at him like that? He's with Kurenai. What's the deal with this girl? Thought Tamari as she looked at Naruto and was surprised to see that he signaled her to let it go for now and focus on returning to Konoha. Tamari-san, we need to go faster. We ANBUs have a deadline to approach Konoha, thus we'll have only a 2-hour stop and then we'll resume the fast pace. Please take that time to rest so that you can keep up, said Hawk, to which the girl nodded, but became somewhat angry with the man from diminishing her stamina just because she was a kunoichi, but then dismissed it because the fact that one of them is a kunoichi as well. Soon, Naruto, soon we'll have our fight to see if you're worthy of my fox team, said the Kyuubi inside Naruto's mind, and he replied by thinking. When we reach Konoha, we'll have the fight. How do you suppose we do this? It must be inside my mindscape for this to work, said Naruto, to which the fox agreed. Indeed, I can't materialize myself outside of your body because of the damn seal, so you had to get inside of here for us to have our battle. You can choose battling during your sleep or while meditating and reach this place. It's your choice, said the fox, to which Naruto nodded. Meditating seems fine to me. I don't want to scare Kurenai. She'll think that I'm having quite a nightmare, thought Naruto, to which the fox laughed slightly. Scared boy, don't worry. I don't like to be over or even underestimated by the opponent. From what I saw of your memories, one tail will be enough for us to match each other quite nicely. Oh, the heat of battle, said the fox, to which Naruto sighed and cut off the link. Back to the trip, Naruto and Tamari were talking about Gaara's girlfriend Matsuri. According to the blonde kunoichi, Matsuri was one of the only ones who wasn't scared of Gaara while she grew up. Also, Naruto learned that the girl's temper was somewhat compared to Shukaku's, so she could be quite scary. After hearing Gaara becoming afraid like that, Naruto laughed a little bit. It went without saying that everyone was afraid of Gaara, even his siblings were. However, this Matsuri person wasn't, and Naruto smiled at his friend for finding someone as well. For Temari's part, she learned how Naruto and Kurenai met each other and how was Naruto's life in ANBU until now. She was amazed to learn that his team was able to kill Hoshikage Kisame and scare Uchiha Itachi, even if the Hokage was involved as well. Tamari knew from rumors that Itachi and Kisame were along the deadliest shinobi around, and to be able to take one of them out is nothing short of amazing. Also, Tamari was saddened by learning that Konoha had yet to accept their Jinchuriki like Suna has accepted their own. After entering the gate that led to the village, the team and Tamari went straight to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office. Tsunade was reading a report about Team 8's elemental training and was quite happy to know that the new generation of the village clans wasn't so adept to only usage of their respective family techniques. However, she was surprised when a group suddenly appeared inside her office. However, since she saw Naruto's black mask, relaxation was upon her and a smile appeared on her face. Being the leader, Hawk presented the letter from the cage and the scroll containing the 5 missing nins that they fought against. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama, said Hawk, to which Tsunade nodded and turned to greet the Suna kunoichi. I see you took advantage of my ANBU team's escort services, Tamari-san. How was the trip? Asked Tsunade while reading the letter from the cage and then resting on the table. However, while she was smiling on the outside, inside she was thinking about the troubling news from the cage. Greetings, Hokage-sama. First of all, I appreciate the immense help provided by Konoha's ANBU team that you sent for assistance. Second, it seems that my spies near Kumo detected a mobilization of their forces. Now I don't know what they are up to, but it doesn't hurt to go check it out. Should any news of these reach you, please keep me informed. If Kumo's preparing for war, I have to prepare my people to assist in advance. We must keep in touch. Case Cage. While Tamari was saying about her trip, Tsunade was thinking about Kumo's recent activities and how it linked to their position now. First, they kidnapped a Konoha team of shinobi, and then they tried luring Naruto into a trap. Something is coming soon and we must be sure of their intentions, thought Tsunade as Tamari finished her story. After that, we arrived here with no complications whatsoever, said Tamari, to which Tsunade nodded and called for a Chunin to escort her to a hotel, to which Tamari nodded. After that, she dismissed the team of ANBUs and called for the pervert Jiraiya, who surprisingly was staying in Konoha for quite more time than before. With Team 8, Kurenai and Kakashi was watching Kiba's attempt at manipulating Earth Chakra. Unfortunately, he was the only one having difficulty with elemental chakra manipulation, since both Shino and Hinata already managed there and were already learning some of their respective elemental attacks. Kurenai was thankful of Kakashi for teaching her students some of his jutsu repertoire. However, as Kurenai was about to address Kiba to try again, her Jounin senses was in high alert when a person just shunshined behind her. Although when she saw the black ANBU mask, she jumped in joy and hugged the ANBU member fiercely. "I missed you so much, Naruto-kun," whispered Kurenai to the blonde, to which he nodded and told her that he missed her too. After that, he handed a special flower that grew only in Suna, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded in appreciation. "Was the mission accomplished?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and turned to reply. "Yes, it was successful. Gaara assisted us in taking care of the missing nins, so we didn't have a problem with it," said Naruto. While the couple was hugging and whispering to each other, Kakashi was smiling at the return of his student. However, the three Chunins were watching with somewhat close to astonishment. All three of them just couldn't imagine Naruto being the ANBU, even though they knew he was. The fact is that upon seeing the couple together, neither of them could visualize the age difference between the pair and were all astonished. After Naruto and Kurenai broke the hug, the ANBU member looked at the three Chunins. "So, judging from the chakra usage around the area, you three are training in elemental chakra. I feel traces of Raiden, Suiden and Doden, am I correct?" asked Naruto, getting a nod from the Chunin, who were somewhat apprehensive of speaking to the ANBU member. Naruto, after looking at the three and the way they were looking at him, felt somewhat uneasy with the situation. However, he knew that such reaction was caused when he was there to rescue them from Kumo. "You three are afraid of me, aren't you?" asked Naruto, earning surprised looks from Kurenai and Kakashi, who then gauged the three's reactions. To their surprise, though, Naruto was correct. Seeing that the three were ready for battle, Naruto sighed, since he wasn't able to gauge why they were scared of a fellow shinobi like that. Kiba was always impulsive, so Naruto could pretty much figure it out. However, Shino and Hinata, he couldn't figure it out why they were scared of him. Surprisingly, Shino was the one who started talking. "Naruto, for some reason, my bugs are reacting to your presence and are somewhat wary of your movements," said Shino, to which Naruto sighed and turned around so as to leave, seeing that he wasn't welcomed. "Kure-chan, the Hokage granted us a 3 days vacation, so tomorrow we are free. I'm going to the ANBU HQ, said Naruto before greeting Kakashi and shining within a small typhoon. After Naruto left, Kurenai went to her team in order to demand some satisfaction from nearly treating her boyfriend as an enemy, to which Hinata turned to answer. "Sorry Kurenai-sensei, I just don't know if I talk for Shino and Kiba, but after looking at him once again, I was petrified. It was, I don't know, kind of facing an angry wolf with yellow eyes just looking at his prey, and we couldn't do anything other than hold our breath and wait for him to kill us," said Hinata, before looking down, to which Kakashi and Kurenai realized what happened, and it was Kakashi who told them. "You described it really well, Hinata-san. Naruto's eyes somehow stays tuned with his emotions, hence when he is feeling some negative emotions, his eyes turn to the same of a wolf, yellow eyes and slitted pupils. Now, I wonder what he is thinking right now to cause such a reaction," said Kakashi as he began to wonder. "Do you think it's related, Kakashi?" asked Kurenai, referring to the fox, to which Kakashi nodded. Could be, I don't know. Anyway, Naruto isn't easily controlled by his emotions, hence the fact that there has been some time since we didn't feel it manifesting for quite some time. Naruto sometime told me that he was feeling its urges more constantly and was getting harder to control. I'll go check on him to see if he's okay, said Kakashi before vanishing, leaving kurenai wondering what the fox could want all of a sudden with Naruto. After leaving Team 8, Naruto shrugged the thought of the ones growing up with him getting scared at him. Right now, there were more important things to take care of. Right now, it's good time as any Naruto. Focus on your presence inside your mindscape and let's begin our battle, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and sit down to begin his meditation. However, he was taken aback when Kakashi appeared with a serious look on his face. What does he want right now? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto looked down, not even surprised that Kakashi knew of his inner turmoil right now. He wants to fight me, said Naruto, scaring Kakashi a little bit. Explain? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to relate the story where he agreed to let Kyuubi feel, hear and see everything Naruto did, and how if Naruto manages to win the battle against the fox with one tail worth of power. After Kakashi heard, he became somewhat uneasy with the results. Are you sure about this, Naruto? If you're weak, then you won't be able to hold your own against the fox's killing intent, and maybe he could gain control of your body, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. Do you actually think I trust him, Kakashi-sensei? However, if I don't do this, he'll never stop with the killing intents and giving me nightmares. I don't know how long I can hold his urge. There is a reason to his reputation, you know, said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled even though it wasn't called for. Only you to joke during a time like this, said Kakashi. You can watch if you like. Kure-chan knows of a jutsu that can enter another one's mindscape. It's a kind of a variation of the Yamanaka clan jutsus. She can help you, said Naruto, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who appeared looking serious. Use your Sharingan, Kakashi, I want to see it as well, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai, earning Naruto's attention, but he denied. It's too risky, Kure-chan. The damn fox keeps sending images of you getting killed by me while being possessed. I managed to send those images away because of knowing that would never happen. However, if I became too weak after fighting him, I don't know what could happen, said Naruto, looking down in shame from showing weakness in front of his girlfriend. After Naruto finished telling, Kurenai suddenly remembered of the dream and smiled at her boyfriend. Naruto-kun, I once had a dream that you telling me just that. However, you are a part of my life right now and I want to fight the fox together, said Kurenai, taking the mask away and massaging his cheeks. Kure-chan, I can't, said Naruto before being interrupted by a deep kiss from the red-eyed Kunoichi. Naruto-kun, you had to endure this alone for 16 years of your life, please let me be with you. I want to share your pain, I want to really get to know everything about my boyfriend, said Kurenai, almost on the verge of tears, to which Naruto sighed and put his hands on her chin in order to address her. Kure-chan, if you seriously want to share my pain, then you must promise me that if anything happens, you must leave my mindscape, said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and the three of them sat on the ground. Naruto closed his eyes and appeared inside his mindscape. Moments later, Kakashi and Kurenai appeared there as well, and the three of them came across a hidden room with bars. I see you brought guests to watch the fight, Naruto, said the fox, making his appearance behind the bars, instantly making Kakashi sweat in fear and Kurenai to stop breathing. In front of them appeared the one responsible for the almost annihilation of Konoha, had it not been the Yondaime. Kurenai had never been in direct contact with the fox, however she heard rumors of how terrifying the monster was. Now standing face to the face, she was scared as hell of what could happen. Naruto knew that his girlfriend was scared and decided to talk to her for reassurance. Kure-chan, are you okay? Kyuubi can't do anything to you in here. I won't allow him to touch you. I want to be here with me, however you mustn't show fear in front of someone who feeds from it. The more fear you show, the more eager he'll become to do something about it. That goes for you too, Kakashi-sensei. Although you are less frightened than Kure-chan, if I can sense your fear, the fox can too, said Naruto, to which both nodded. Do not worry, mortals, I gave Naruto my word that should he win this, I'll stop with the threats and killing intent. In fact, the reason as to why I did this was to test you, Naruto, was to merely test your resolve against tougher opponents out there. Remember that I'm thrilled when it comes to battle, hence why I want my vessel to become as powerful as a Sannin. So, please come forward and meet your adversary, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and approached the gate when suddenly Kyuubi's chakra began to form Naruto's opponent. However, when the opponent was materialized, Naruto and Kakashi was shocked to see that Kyuubi created a second Momochi Zabuza to fight the blonde. As you can see, I picked Zabuza. The reason for this is because while I know that there are others more powerful than him, Zabuza was one very tough shinobi. Wouldn't you agree, Hitaki Kakashi? Asked Kyuubi, to which the silver-haired man nodded. Yes, I'd say that Zabuza was on par with Kisame. You wouldn't know Naruto since at the time we confronted him, you're only 12. If it weren't for my Sharingan eyes, Zabuza would have won the battle against me, thus killing Team 7 into Suna, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded, knowing that the Sharingan was really helpful. Now, from what your memory told me, Zabuza was a master of Suiden jutsus and kenjutsu, so he'll have such qualities, plus he'll receive one tail worth of power from me. Also, you will be fighting in another scenery, said Kyuubi before suddenly all of them were on top of the Valley of the End statues. Naruto and Ko were on top of the Shodem's statue and Zabuza was on top of Madara's statue. Naruto, during the fight, there will be some surprises that you need to adapt to during it. Now Zabuza will receive one tail of power from me and let's get this show on the road, said the Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and jumped towards the bottom, showing guts since he was getting into Zabuza's field. Although Naruto had some Suiden jutsus to use, he admitted being somewhat unprepared to face a Suiden master in his territory. Begin, shouted the Kyuubi. Right there, Zabuza began making hand seals for Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu, water style. Water dragon jutsu. And the biggest dragon appeared, almost draining the river. Naruto x Zabuza. After seeing the huge monster on his way to attack, Naruto figured that Zabuza would use the big guns from the start. So he waited patiently for the dragon to strike, so he could make his move. Kurenai and Kakashi were terrified of the huge dragon, while Naruto, even though scared, knew better than show it to the fox. Being that said, he waited until the colossal dragon charged, hitting him dead on. However, he vanished in a puff of smoke, showing it was a cage bunshin. Jumping from below the surface, Naruto made some hand seals for Raiden Jabashi no Jutsu, lightning style. Electromagnetic current jutsu. And sent it towards the water while on the air, thus hitting Zabuza with it because the water conducts electricity. However, after seeing Zabuza dissolving into water, Naruto realized that he hit a Mizu bunshin. By sheer instinct alone, Naruto dodged some incoming shurikens that came at his direction and he used his own to counterattack while making hand seals for Ninpo's Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Ninja Arts. Shuriken Clone Jutsu. With that, what were 4 shurikens, now became 40 and Zabuza used his Zanbatsu to block them all. Good Naruto, keep it up, shouted Kyuubi as he watched the fight. After blocking the shurikens, Zabuza charged with his superior speed thanks to Kyuubi's power with the intent of just cleaving Naruto's head off, to which Naruto barely ducked and used some smoke bomb to escape the onslaught and make some hand signs. Futon Kiyomu Shippu, wind style, fierce hurricane jutsu. Suddenly, a huge tornado appeared and enveloped Naruto, who was now focusing on a one-handed seal in order to control the tornado. Zabuza just stood there, waiting for the technique to hit him so that he can see how powerful the hurricane was. Not being one to question, Naruto sent the tornado towards Zabuza, who used the Zanbatsu to block, plus focusing some of Kyuubi's chakra through the blade. When the tornado hit the sword, blades of wind and the Zanbatsu became to battle for dominance. Zabuza was focusing every bit of his chakra for the tornado stop its advancement, however Naruto wouldn't let him. Focusing some more chakra, Naruto managed to penetrate the sword's defenses and hit Zabuza straight on. After seeing the attack getting hit, Kakashi and Kurenai had to cover their eyes from the wind's strength. Kakashi, do you think he can win this? Asked Kurenai while covering her eyes. I don't know, Kurenai. Kyuubi is being unfair as hell. Zabuza was already on par with Naruto, however he added one tail more of power and now Naruto can't afford a taijutsu or even a kenjutsu battle with him, said Kakashi, looking at the fox only to see amusement in the creature's eyes. Back to the fight, Naruto waited to see the result of his attack only to see that Zabuza wasn't even hurt. Damn it, I forgot that Kyuubi's healing him. How can I beat a guy like this? Thought Naruto as he took off his sword. Focusing some Futon chakra through the blade, he began to throw a series of wind blades towards Zabuza, who defended with his Zanbatsu. However, after the last one, which by the way was more concentrated than the rest of them, ended up shattering the Zanbatsu, making it unusable in combat. Very clever Naruto, focusing the attack on a certain point, thus hindering the weapon useless. Now we can fight for real, said Kyuubi before seeing Naruto channel chakra through his feet and attack Zabuza with his ninjutsu in hand. However, as he appeared in front of Zabuza, he molded chakra with one hand and used Heki Shuokai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, making Zabuza think that Naruto would attack from the left, thus hindering the mist demon victim of his attack to the man's chest, managing to make a deep cut. Kakashi was visibly impressed at the usage of genjutsu followed by a kenjutsu attack and turned to see Kurenai smiling. I see you taught him some genjutsu moves, Kurenai? Asked Kakashi, but was surprised when Kurenai nodded and said about Naruto's new fighting style called Genkaku Genkatsu, illusion fist, and how Naruto uses genjutsu to trick the opponent and then attack when he or she tries to dispel the illusion. Needless to say, Kakashi was impressed by such a creation and nodded at the simplicity yet ingenuity of it. Back to the fight, Kyuubi was applauding behind his cage. You are quite something, Naruto. I am having much fun watching it. However, you need to beat Zabuza, not just hurt him, simply because if you don't, my chakra will heal all his wounds, said Kyuubi, to which Kurenai and Kakashi snarled at the unfair fight. However, Naruto stood there just gauging his next attack. It's time to end this. I'll put everything in this last attack, thought Naruto as he began the sequence of hand seals for Raiden Denku Koko, Lightning Roar Jutsu. After he stopped the necessary chakra molding for the attack, his body was involved by electricity because of the chakra being used. Up on the stands, Kakashi was watching intently at the jutsu and wondering if Naruto created this jutsu, simply because of many fights that he had with Kumo Ninja. Never once had he heard about this technique. When he released the technique, a huge lightning lion charged Zabuza with such speed and strength that Zabuza was unable to move in time, thus receiving the technique head-on. Because he was soaked, the attack was even worse. Thousands bolts were passing through the mist demon's body right now, and screams of pain and agony were all that could be heard. For a while, Naruto thought he had won the fight, therefore he kneeled on the water from slight exhaustion. However, when he looked, Zabuza lifting from the attack, although bruised like hell, was still able to fight. Shit, he's still up. It seems I don't have another choice. I was saving this jutsu for later, because it isn't perfected yet, however I must use it. Damn the consequences. You got my respect, Naruto. The damage was quite large, thus Zabuza only have power for one jutsu and that's it. Therefore, how about we finish this or you're out of chakra already? Asked Kyuubi, to which Naruto snarled at the fox and Kakashi turned to talk with Kurenai. This is bad. Naruto used a lot of chakra in that last Raiden jutsu. I don't think he has enough to match Zabuza's Daibafuku no jutsu, said Kakashi, to which Kurenai got worried about her boyfriend's welfare. Back to Naruto, he got up and started breathing calmly and tried to gauge the possibilities. Okay, if my memory serves me correct, then Zabuza will use the Daibafuku no jutsu, Grand Waterfall Jutsu. So I believe my technique should work, however the timing must be precise, thought Naruto as he summoned a clone to step next to him. Zabuza began his set of hand seals while Naruto began forming the Rasengan. Zabuza was focusing everything on his sweeten technique when he saw Naruto holding what appeared to be a windmill shuriken purely made of wind and the Rasengan in the middle. Let's end this, Naruto. Sweeten Daibafuku no Jutsu, Water Style, Grand Waterfall Jutsu, said Zabuza, sending the attack towards Naruto, who closed his eyes for a moment. He needed the right time and place for this to work. When he opened his eyes, he saw that where he needed to hit the attack so that the waterfall would break in half from his attack. Jumping straight towards the attack, Naruto slammed his wind-powered Rasengan, thus literally cutting it in half as he passed through, while making a dive forward the now battered Zabuza, who were only waiting for the technique to hit him. Take this, Futon Rasen Shuriken, shouted Naruto as he slammed the attack into Zabuza's chest, thus creating a dome of destruction around him. Kakashi was by now with his Sharingan activated and trying to count the number of cuts that Zabuza was receiving, however he lost count of it. Minato-sensei, your son is something else entirely, thought Kakashi as he turned to Kurenai, who were smiling at her boyfriend's victory. Suddenly, a voice from the back on their heads spoke in a somewhat weak voice. When they turned to see, they were surprised to see that it was Naruto barely moving. Kakashi for his part was trying to understand what happened, however Naruto beat him to it. The Futon Rasen Shuriken damages my arm a lot, hence the fact is not finished yet. So I left the clone to attack in my stead. However, I had to pump every chakra I had so that the clone wasn't vanished by the contact with the waterfall technique. Although I didn't feel the pain in my arm this time, the clone's memory of pain went back to me, and it's a weird feeling to say the least. You have the memory of almost breaking your arm, but you even felt it, said Naruto, earning a giggle from Kurenai and a deep laughter from the fox. As I said, you managed to beat one tail of my power. Now, you're free to use the foxes. However, I'll be gauging your level and have this fights on occasions to improve yourself. Now don't worry about chakra exhaustion. You'll be tired, but tomorrow it would be like nothing happened, said the fox before sending the three out of the mindscape. Outside Naruto's mindscape, after opening their eyes, Kurenai and Kakashi were thrilled to be able to escape without harm. However, upon looking at Naruto, they found that he was sleeping. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled and picked up the blonde to take him to his apartment so that he can rest. Kurenai nodded and smiled while following Kakashi. A little later, Ace appeared and traveled together with the group towards Naruto's apartment. The wolf was then informed of what happened and smiled at his companion. After arriving at Naruto's apartment, Kakashi landed him on the bed and left, leaving Kurenai and Ace to take care of the blonde. Naruto-kun, you were wonderful today. Rest, you've earned. Tomorrow, we'll have our much-deserved vacation, thought Kurenai as she played with her boyfriend's hair. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Lone Wolf, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Anime Enthusiast, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.